to see you fall to pieces. Bring joy to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Bring pull to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Aton's on my side, on the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. It is the All-Star event currently kicking off here, and if you missed out on yesterday, you missed out on Vampire Esports, our reigning champions, taking themselves 2 chicken dinners back-to-back to start off the day and to claim themselves the first place position, but only after the first day. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I cannot do this alone, though I have tried before, and it went horribly. But not as, I don't know what I was going to go with that.
Where are you going with that?
But Max looks great, and he's having a good time. And then we got 7 on the end. Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
All good. No, a fantastic day yesterday. A feeler day, I would say, for a lot of the teams, so we can see some expectations that can be achieved for some of these teams. I'm hoping some teams at the bottom that need to do better. But man, Vampire, not only 2 wins, almost a third on that third match. So they're feeling great right now.
Some surprises too. Bigetron with 2 wins. Also, nobody expected that at the beginning of the day.
I expected it.
Lies.
He did.
Yep.
Lies.
I actually called it off air, back at the hotel in my own room, where no one could hear me. But this 3 show is brought to you by Savvy, as we're going to be starting to dive into this event. But not only this event, right? There's 2 events. It's the All-Star event and the main tournament. But we'll start off by taking a look at the format of this entire event to get you guys up to par of what's all going to be happening over these next, 5 days of play, I should say. And things are going to be starting off here. Really interesting. 18 teams. We've already seen some adaptations. We've already seen how messy some battlegrounds can be, like Sandhawk. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But 6 of these teams will advance through into the main tournament. However, if Alpha7 is one of those teams, then it'll be the 7th place team that gets through because they already qualified to the main tournament. They won their America's Regionals. And then we have our PMWI event with 1 champion. A lot of money to be won as well. And you can see the map order too, which is a lot different than we've had in the past, Max. And I'm actually curious about your thoughts on this in particular.
I really enjoyed it, actually, after you had your first Orangle. I feel some teams were definitely slow on the first Orangle, and it's already started on the first day, seeing some improvements, trying to speed up the rotation process, etc. So I did enjoy that. Miramar, same, actually, on the 6th game. Teams were actually doing some splits and regrouping a little bit faster, reacting to circles faster. So overall, happy with how things turned out. Then the 1 Sanhok, now we can expect some adaptations to be made because some teams got away with stuff on that first game that I don't think they really should, 7.
Max, who are you hinting at?
Gladiators, maybe? Just a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, don't talk smack about Gladiators. They're 2nd place. No chicken dinners, but 4 top 4 placings out of 6 matches. Like, I've never seen you be that consistent at a game.
Whoa. Okay. Out of pocket.
A little bit low-hanging
Miramar
fruit
was
there.
their kryptonite, though. Miramar was their kryptonite, so we'll see how they do today on Miramar.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the prize below to get an idea of how much money can be won across these 2 events. We know it's $3 million, but the All-Star Tournament's going to be $1 million, with first place taking home $125,000. And of course, just for being here today, you get 10 grand, which, you know what? That's pretty damn good.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Mozexis, you wouldn't even plan to be here in the first place. You're just like, well, at least I get that bare minimum. And we did talk to them a little bit earlier behind the stage, right, 7, and they said they had some changes they want to make. I think I was with Hot Drinks also. They want to make some big changes because first day didn't quite work out. But I mean, 10K minimum, that is not many tournaments that have that price pool at the bottom. So
I mean, for
great
them,
to
it was a team, right, that they didn't even know that they were going to be here until last week, so they have very little time to prepare. So hopefully now, with one day under their belt, they'll be able to come out and actually showcase what they're able to do. If not, they're going to continue to be there towards the bottom.
And we'll dive into Mizex just a little bit after this as we take a look at the prize breakdown for our main event. It's $2 million, 400 grand for first place. Now, again, if you're at home using a calculator, obviously that does not add up to $2 million. But the important thing is that there's a lot of money to be won outside of that as well with our milestones, with our record breakers, which we'll get into when we get to the main event. It's not too big of a deal now because it's not relevant to the All-Star event. But the teams, that's what's relevant here, as we'll take a look at all of our participating teams. And 7, I think I was saying this to you last night, this morning, I don't know, it's all blending into one. Important part for Mizexis, as you mentioned before, is that they can use this as a training ground. Like, realistically, coming in last second, they weren't really prepared for this event, but use the information and the practice you're getting here right now, which is by far beyond better than anything you'll get in North America. Take that back with you, man, and run with that momentum.
It is. It really is, and I think that's why I want to see how this team is going to be reacting, especially after day 1, right? They were able to do some scrimmage, but not as much as they expected to. Actually, we got a chance to talk to Peralta, and he was like, you know what, man, I thought we were going to be able to scrim a little bit more. They didn't get a chance to do that, so maybe now after all those matches, after being able to VOD review, even though their coach is not here, so the players themselves actually have to do a lot of the VOD review, which is going to make it a little bit harder on them. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to adapt in a big, big way today.
Yeah, I think we had some good fights from them, actually, on the Wrangle. I believe we had like a fight or two towards Millie Island and more specifically. So there is potential there. It's just I think they need to just kind of get a strategy to approach and adapt to all of these teams, which, as you said, not a lot of time to prepare. hopefully the day of yesterday was like a glorified scrim for them, so they can bring that knowledge into today.
Yeah, I think for me, looking at them, I don't necessarily care if they get super far into the matches. For me, it's more about like, can they contend in like the 4v4 battles against some of these teams? Because you're looking at some of these teams who are like the Lionel Messi of PUBG Mobile. Like, it's going to be very difficult for them to compete. But if they can, which we did see a little bit of, that's a good sign. Then they have to work on more of their macro play and the rotations.
I feel like they need a little bit more confidence too. We saw it yesterday, especially, we saw some teams that just weren't confident and willing to take a fight.
Yeah.
Come to mind, iKURD. I mean, Miramar, you
Yeah,
remember?
that
We're looking at it,
okay,
just
I
like,
was
what
really
are they doing? They were just in a perfect area to actually cause a lot of damage, to get a lot of eliminations. They were able to cause a lot of damage, but I feel like they could have done a lot more with their positioning.
I think that's one thing that we can keep saying over and over again for yesterday. It was a feeler team for a lot of these squads. I think a lot of the teams that have been voted in, they didn't qualify, so a lot of them got voted in. So for a lot of these teams and players, it's their first time at this stage at the LAN event, playing with 18 team lobbies in PMWI. So that first day teams are like, okay, this is what we have to do to be able to contend at the highest level in PUBG Mobile Esports. So yesterday, some teams might have struggled. I think that the leaderboards might be all over the place today.
Then you have the defending PMGC champions SGG, where they ended up performing
It's just
really
a normal
well.
tournament, Seven. It's just a normal
No, that's
$3 million
Vampire. That's Vampire.
tournament. Oh, sorry. I thought we were going on them.
No. Not yet. I want to see more of SGG. I mean, the defending champions of the PMGC, yeah, they did get voted in. Yeah, they have had a bunch of excuses coming into this tournament. They're currently nowhere to be seen. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to add. It's just prove it on this second day, right, for SGG. I mean, there were some things that were said in the spring season that didn't quite work out for them. Apparently, all the wounds have been healed, literally, for the team. So that right now, we need to see better from the current reigning world champions.
Wounds. Always could be new ones.
Oh.
Never know.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's not jinx them.
SGG definitely want to see more of. Let's take a look at our schedule to get you guys up to date with what will be coming your way today and, of course, over the next few days as well. So starting things off on Sandhawk, like we mentioned before, it's going to be the exact same map order every single day. So one Sandhawk into 3 Erangels into 2 Miramars. Now, obviously, this does allow teams to kind of get repeats, get extra reps in on the same battleground one after another, where in the past it would always be a different battleground after another. So it allows you to make those adaptations. And I guess even technically the tough part is if you have like a good match, or I guess maybe a bad match, like you have the ability to just kind of rethink things and then, okay, we're going back into Erangel. You don't have to think ahead to be like, okay, we're going to be going into Vikendi next. So let's prepare for Vikendi. It's no, let's just figure out what we did wrong and fix it for the next one.
Yeah, and if you do well, just ride on that high, right? And which is what we saw from Vampire. Got himself a chicken dinner, got himself a second place right after. So if things are working out for you, you can just keep that ball rolling as you have multiple games of the same map in a row.
Yeah, and then the opposite of that, right? We had Bigetron, first Erangel. I think they ended up 14th place. Second Erangel, they ended up 15th place. And then on the third one, they finally got everything together and they ended up with the first chicken dinner of the day.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they can do it yet again today. But for you guys at home, we want to hear your thoughts about the show. So make sure you check out a link in chat and make sure you fill out that survey because we appreciate it so much. And Seven said to me, if you take a picture proving that you did actually take the survey, he's going to send you some UC and also follow you back on social media. Right, Seven?
Yeah.
How much UC are we talking here?
Yeah, like one?
One?
Yeah, that's solid.
You're such a gracious guy.
777.
Well,
That's more
you should have said
brand.
7 instead of 1,
No.
to be honest.
7's too low.
But let's maybe turn our attention towards maybe some of the teams who had a insane start yesterday. We'll take a look at overall so you guys get an idea of how they did as well. We talked about Vampire placing first. Well, 78 points. I feel like, unfortunately, that doesn't do justice to how far ahead they were in the beginning. But then again, if you're going to maintain winning like they did throughout the entire day, it'd be very tough to hold that kind of level of play.
Yeah, it could have very easily been 3 chicken dinners for them. And most importantly, they've gotten themselves top placements. We're talking top 5s on all different maps. They had that chicken dinner, of course, at the start on Sanhok, that first chicken dinner on the first Erangel, followed up by 2nd place. And Miramar, they got themselves a 5th place with 5 eliminations, where they had some nice approaches to rotating in. That game 5 was a bit tough when it came to Circle for some of the squads, so I do like that they got plans for all of the maps that have been working to some extent. So I feel like it's just going to continue. It doesn't seem like a forced playstyle. It seems like something they're very used to, and they're just going to keep cruising for the All-Stars.
Yeah, for me, I was looking at the second pitch. I saw Aton Esports actually get a chance to talk to them as well, and they were like, man, Bigetron was really causing some issues for us yesterday. We saw it, especially in Erangel, right? We kept seeing some hot drops there that were willing to fight when the zone wasn't even near them. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to adapt, and they're going to be willing to make a decision. Do we want to continue to fight Bigetron early on, or do we maybe want to back away from a fight? Like we saw Gaimin Gladiators do yesterday against Alpha7. They lost a player early on, and they were like, you know what? We actually don't want to get into an ego fight right now. Let's just back up, and it ended up working out well for them.
Okay, well, we are getting very close to kicking off our first match of the day, but I'm hearing we have HotJukes and Banks here for a quick little story to tell us.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Allstars Stage. My name is Banks and it is day 2 of our competition. And this is when the leaderboard is really going to start to take shape. Isn't that right, Jukes?
You're darn right it is. Vampire Esports is crushing this tournament so far with a 21-point lead over everybody in the lobby. They're definitely the team to beat coming into today.
A surprise turn of events as well. The local organization Team Falcons made a late dash up the leaderboard and they're currently sitting in 4th.
Man, when it comes to Team Falcons, when they got that chicken dinner, the entire stadium exploded. So their squad, then I'm really looking forward to do that here today as well.
We've also got to mention Bigetron and G Gladiators, both extremely consistent throughout day 1, and we cannot wait to see what day 2 of our competition brings to the table, and I cannot wait to hear you guys in the caster booth.
Yeah, and hope to see you on the main stage, and we'll see you guys in the battlegrounds.
See you there.
Yeah, a great day 1, and day 2 has a lot in store for us here. As we can see the players, you know, walking around here, getting ready as well, getting that VIP treatment. Banks, what are you doing there? How did you do that?
How's that possible?
What?
He's wearing different clothes too?
Oh my gosh, he's a magician.
I want to be
Maybe
like
it's a Banks
you.
lookalike. To be fair, he does have a lot of attention. Maybe he needs that like fake person that looks like him.
Oh,
to protect him.
body double?
Yeah, body double. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Seven. I didn't expect you to figure out the word I was looking for there.
Hey.
Here's
Just
some-
because English is my second language.
English is my second language as well. My first language is just no language. I don't know how to speak. We can see some of the shots here from the stage as well. The stage looking fantastic. The players all happy. Choco as well. I mean, I guess he found his way to a seat.
It's so nice.
His team eventually made it through with them.
For his defense, he told me that he was told to go on the first step, so he did just that.
He just followed instructions.
His team just left him.
Hey, we had a good chat with them actually. I mean, I didn't know what you were saying because it was in Spanish, so.
It's okay.
But
We'll get a chance to talk about it later on.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at Vampire Esports, though, and the stats for their players, because they were the kings of the event yesterday. They were the kings of the event last year, but can they maintain it? Let's see who's actually been able to stand out for them, because we saw Stone be one of the top performers for their team. But honestly, I feel like everyone really had their own moments, and there was no one really lacking behind.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from talking with Sertani. He said, we want more fragging power, you know, and he picked up Sertani, picked up Nuzi. Nuzi, that we have yet to see play, by the way. I wonder if that's going to come into play at some point in this tournament. But Tony K really just popping off with Schweppes and Stone. They almost got too much fragging power, which it's insane how good this team is as a whole. And Ravenclaw, despite having maybe a little bit lower stats in terms of elims and damage, he is always setting up the team super well with his scouting, his off angles, more specifically that win on a angle, playing the rooftop angle, negating all of DRS positions in the first place. This team works so well, and I want to see that continue today. Yeah,
the chemistry between the team. I mean, when we were able to go back, right, before the show even started, we were able to go and see how quickly they were able to execute those plays. In the botation, the first Erangel, how they were able to actually execute that play before. And Ravenclaw, I think at one point too, we were saying, oh man, RA should be in there first. Ravenclaw was able to get to a position.
He's already there.
He was already there before RA even got a chance to be there. So just the chemistry that out of this team right now, the synergy as well, and also Tony K, the way he was able to bounce back from the mistake that he was able to do, that almost cost him the game, to being able to just become that fragging power that they brought him to be.
Yeah.
And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know who it was you were talking to on the bus yesterday when we were going back to the hotel, but the player was saying, like, Vampire Esports, they're like on an entirely different level than the rest of the teams here. It's like playing football against Lionel Messi or something. And I mean, I would keep up for a while, but to be fair, you know, look at me, I'm pretty in shape, I'm pretty good at football. No, it's just playing against professional.
I'll run for like about 5 minutes, and then I'm just gonna be puking all over the place.
That. But I think that's a cool little little clip though to say like. Yeah. That they recognize that Vampire Esports are just on an entirely different level at the moment.
I think it was Ida from R8 Esports.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're so excited for today, right? We want to see how these teams are going to be able to readjust to what some of these teams are being able to do. I mean, Bigetron, nobody expected them to be able to get those 2 chicken dinners.
I did. Remember I told you? Of course I told you. In my hotel room, I said to myself in the mirror, I'm like, Bigetron are going to get 2 wins today.
Addy, can we go back to the beginning of yesterday and just remind everybody? Why would they have a camera there?
We're having technical issues here. We can't do that, unfortunately. No, continue along.
Of Jason just saying, yeah, Bigetron, I don't think they're going to do well this tournament. Well, so far.
Don't remember saying that. Yeah, doing well, but we'll get to them in a second. But what about G Gladiators? I mean, they have had top 4 finishes out of 6 matches in total. TixieS's supremacy, Max Man. We got to see him be the MVP of yesterday. They have started off strong.
I'm still very sad I did not pick him as my MVP of the day. He was not the top fragger, but actually all the stats of survival time, damage, eliminations add up, and he was then ending up being the MVP just above Stoned from the side of Vampire Esports, but he's been just up there, so consistent with his damage every single time. And I truly feel like if we see 3 4-man teams of Gladiators make it to the late game, we can expect to see a chicken dinner from them today. Like, they've reached top 5, they've reached top 3 positions, but I'm telling you, the first Gladiators win should be happening today.
You know what's interesting to me, Seven, is like looking at these numbers. It's Kasune, actually. Because when I think back to when he was known as Adder on Cloud9, we did talk a lot about how, like, him coming to the team, he helped Beowulf actually lead the team in-game. He was like the co-in-game leader. And we commented a lot of, like, Adder, I used to know then, like, he's putting up numbers and helping lead. Now here, he's not really able to do that, and for me, it's almost similar to maybe Alpha7, where he doesn't necessarily need to step up like for them to do well. But if he does, in the same instance that if Carrillo does for Alpha7, this can be an unstoppable team.
And I think it kind of speaks volumes of the player that Kitsune is, right? If it depends on what the team needs him to do. If they need him to be more of an IGL and not be such a fragging power, I feel like that's currently his role. But if they do need him to frag out, they always can rely on him to be able to do that. And the main thing for me with GG is going to be, are they going to be getting away with the splits that they got away with yesterday? Because we were, I mean, going back to Sandhawk, yeah, they got super placed by that zone. We thought that the splits, they were a little bit too far away from each other. They were getting away with it. If they're still able to get away with it today, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see them in first place.
Yeah, to go back to Kitsune, actually, we saw in PMPL EU and also the Championship of Europe that he was also fragging out big time in that tournament. And I think like he can do both. He can be a fragging IGL. I feel for like this tournament, with so many top tier teams, he has to go more in the IGLing role, so just more, maybe scouting a little bit more for the teams and not on the forefront.
I don't know if I agree with that, because we've been saying for a long time now, you can't have like those 1 or 2 star players on a roster. You have to have everyone performing well if you want to win these events. I don't know if that's maybe the right route. I mean, I can't really complain. I can't really talk negatively, right? They're in second place, but it's kind of like they're playing a little bit different to like what we see in the meta rising through in terms of like the depth of a roster.
Do you think this is a team maybe that came in the mindset, okay, we're going to be in main event, and maybe Kitsune is wanting to give the younger players a bit of a confidence boost?
Potentially. I mean, I feel like they understood during the championship, okay, we need to get as many points as possible against Fireflux at the time, because there was a lot of competition between Fireflux and Gladiators to reach the main tournament directly. So I feel like he just went a little bit extra to get those eliminations. But I do wonder, is that going to continue today? Because Kitsune hasn't brought in the points that the rest of the team has, like Matic, Meku, and TixieS. It might continue today, I'm not too sure. But at the end of the day, the 3 other players are fragging out big time. It is mostly the splits that we need to see group up a little bit faster, and if that happens and we see them reach the late game as a 3 4-man team, as I already said, I think the wins will be starting to happen today.
When you say 3-man team, does that mean one person on the team is eliminated, or do you think Matic is just off by himself?
Matic
is that what a 3-man team is?
Alive and Matic on the side, pretty much.
That's what I say. When you guys were mentioning, like, yeah, you know, see if they can regroup quicker. I'm like, there's three things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and Matic being off by himself.
That's
pretty much, yeah.
Hey, it kind of worked out for them yesterday at some points, though.
Versus Vampire, actually, you got a lot of extra information and nice angles, but sometimes when you're split like that and you're only doing a solo split, if you get knocked, you're done.
Yeah, and if we're expecting this team to be in the main event, they're not going to be getting away with that with some of the teams that we got coming into that event.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's take a look at the 2 heavy hitters for the rosters, right? We have TixieS coming in from G Gladiators, and we have Stone coming in from Vampire Esports in a little head-to-head here. Now, TixieS obviously going to be leading quite a bit in damage, but I feel like the comparison also extends to like Vampire. I think everyone is like putting up damage, putting up the limbs, and then for G Gladiators, obviously we have TixieS kind of behind. So it's a little bit of a difference in terms of how these teams are running.
Yeah, Schweppes and Tony K, as I call him, Tony Clay, as my boy, has been doing it.
My boy Jim.
my boy Jim and Tony Clay, looking good. But no, they have been, as a team, looking really good, which is in similar sense what we are seeing from Gladiators is not just one fragger, which clearly would not cut it in a tournament with 18 team lobbies with some of the best teams in the world. So the fact that it is not just 1 but 3 really is helping them reach those top points on the leader.
And for me, from Stone, we actually saw a bit of a slowdown yesterday, especially after like game 2. He ended up with, after game 2, he ended up with like 10 elements, if I'm not mistaken. And then we saw a step up, like you were saying, out of Tony K, out of all the other players from Vampire Esports. Now, if we go back to TixieS, is he going to be that player that's going to continue to perform every single match? Is he going to be able to clutch up those moments where the team needs him to clutch up if Kitsune is currently not performing or putting up the numbers that we know that he's capable of?
I think an interesting talking point here to actually bring us into Bigetron as well, not just yet though, is that we have a 5th player on Vampire. We have Nuzi. We have yet to see him play so far, and yet they've been able to do well. They have that like depth of a roster where they could swap someone in if someone's not playing well that day. You look at Bigetron, yeah, they eventually got 2 chicken dinners on the day, but you still have Ryzen, who's been tried and tested so many times over his career as being a phenomenal player that could come in. I'm curious if we're going to see either of these teams swap someone in, even if they're like, okay, if Vampires, let's say like 100 points ahead, they're going to qualify to the main event, why not throw Newsy in? Get them some reps. Same for Bigetron. If they get themselves a big enough buffer, throw them in, get them some reps, get them ready to go for that main event because you have to hit the ground running.
Yeah, after things working so well for Vampire yesterday, maybe not bringing Newsy in today, just keep that consistency going. Day 3, so tomorrow, before the end of the All-Stars, if they already know they're qualified, they're above that 180-point bar they're trying to reach already that Sir Tanny mentioned, I would say they're good to go. They can try Newsy in, maybe try and get him heated up for the main tournament, but otherwise I don't see like an inherent need to have him on board.
Same with Bigetron, right? Currently, everything, whatever they're doing, it is working. I would like to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them at certain times, but it worked out yesterday for them. I feel like it's going to come down to that, right? If they do get a nice buffer of points, maybe tomorrow they'll put in Ryzen, because Ryzen hasn't really played in a tournament like this, like I mentioned yesterday, in 2.5 years. That is a long, long time for having international gameplay at this level. And if you're looking now into going into the main event...
for being a world champion for multiple years running as well, right?
Yeah, and if you're looking to going into the main event, too, you can't... I don't think you want to put a player like Ryzen without any warm-up into the main event. So more than likely, tomorrow it might happen.
Especially with the spring season not going really their way. So I feel like putting him on PMWI might be a little bit rough. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are talking about Bigetron here. Let's dive into their player stats here from day 1. And there actually are some things that I will say is quite surprising. We talked a lot about Genfos. We talked a lot about Yuhai. But look at that, Lapar coming in with the most damage.
Yeah, Arcade also had some really good fragging moments at some point. He actually was able to, there you go, actually top fragger with Genfos for the side of BTR. So yeah, I mean, all the names are doing well.
Honestly, this blows my mind because we never mention anyone but Yuhai and Genfos with individual like clutch plays, right? And yet the other 2 players have been able to be under the radar and keep up and still propel the team forward.
Yeah, what's interesting for me, what's interesting for me is Lapar. He was a player that was just able to join the team back in May. So for him to be able to perform like this so fast as well, especially with how you were mentioning, they weren't really able to perform that well in their region, in their country. It's good to see that they're now starting to get that chemistry. And that's something that, I mean, even going back to Vampire Esports, we got a chance to talk to Sir Tanny. Sir Tanny was saying the same thing. It took the 2 new players a little bit of time to get into the groove. They ended up winning now their PMPL in Thailand. And now we're seeing what they're able to do here in the PMWI. So maybe it's a little bit of giving Bigetron and the new players more time to adjust. And that might be one of the reasons, too, why they're currently not playing Ryzen.
It's what we mentioned on the pre-show yesterday, actually. Like, on paper, this team is good. We need to see that synergy start to build. And we actually saw that on the last 2 games of yesterday. So I want to see that continue. And if the synergy keeps growing at this rate, who knows? Top 6, they can remain up there and maybe actually reach the main tournament and play with Alter Ego. That'll be fun.
Fun, or it's going to be a bloodbath.
Probably that too. Yeah,
probably that, yeah. Well, things are heating up here in Saudi Arabia. We're going to take a quick little break here to get things ready to go for our first match. And we'll see you guys in just a few. A lot on the line here for all of these teams. It's not only PMWI, but it's potentially PMGC down the line as well. A lot to play for here in this year as it becomes more and more intense, the competition around the world. But gentlemen, as we get closer to our first match here of day 2, it's time to take our attention towards maybe a player to watch, maybe someone we're really going to focus on here to see what they can and can't do for their team. And I think the player we decided to choose was someone who's kind of like a catalyst for the roster, kind of like your Nate, the Panthers. If you guys didn't watch PMPLNA, that's fine. But we're looking at someone who can really be that spark for the team. And who is it?
Rebel, Alpha7, because that's exactly what he was yesterday for his team. Whenever his team was falling off short, especially at the start, Sandhawk, I mean, they needed him to be able to step up. He was able to get him 4 eliminations when they were just going to be eliminated with just 1 point. I feel like it was such a great step up from him. And then even though Alpha7 didn't really have one of the best performances yesterday, I feel like most of the other players did start performing pretty good. Everybody, for the most part, they weren't really winning the main engagements, right? They weren't really winning the most 4v4s. But they were putting up numbers. I mean, you can see Rebel right here. Total eliminations for yesterday, he ended up with 9. But then if we compare to what some of the other players were able to do, I mean, Senatexa was able to get 5. Mafioso was able to get 7. And a big surprise for me was Carrillo was actually starting to put up numbers yesterday, which ended up with 7 eliminations as well. So it's good to see that this team now, okay, the fragging power is there. We know that they can get those eliminations. Can they actually tie it together? Can they put themselves in a great spot at the end game to make those skills, to make that fragging power happen?
Can we finally see that transition in this second day? If so, Alpha7 need to start climbing up right now to catch up in the top 6, because this is a short All-Star stage and you have now 2 days left. So we need to see some results coming in, some consistency coming in, and if so, maybe able to be in the top 6, but even though they're already qualified, but it's still extra prize pool.
I mean, it's $125, $100,000. Yeah, I want a piece of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for Alpha7, like, they don't have that pressure of trying to qualify for the main event, but like, they don't strike me as a team that's ever going to just relax and be like, whatever, we'll just play and we know we're in the main event. Like, they're a team, I feel like, who doesn't even matter if they're the best team in the world, they will continually try to improve and continually try to prove to the world that they are the best team, even if they're winning big events. And I feel like they have a drive that maybe a lot of other teams don't have, or at least I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it yesterday, especially out of Alpha7. You saw they just didn't look happy with their performance. They looked like they wanted to come back today and improve them. You saw it other players. I was like, Red, what you did good today? He's like, yeah, but it's not good enough. Yeah. I need to be able to do better. We need to be able to be at the top of the leaderboard, because even though we mentioned, yeah, they are going to be going to the main event, they are pretty much qualified through, they want to make that first place back-to-back, like Vampire Esports was able to do that last year. They want to be able to do that. And you can see the numbers right here. I mean, Rebel, as I was mentioning, 9 elims. That is good. Considering of their performance, they were still able to get a bunch of good eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it during PMGC last year. We saw it during the championships. Like, even if they have a bad day, this is a team that is willing and ready to go back to the drawing board, make these big changes, iterations to the core of their game plan, really, which not every team has the capabilities of doing and achieving successfully. And they've been able to do it so well, event after event after event. So the fact that now we see Carrillo starting to do better as we initially wanted, they're on a good path to success and potentially to start improving their results overall.
Well, another team that's starting to have a good path to success as well is the team hailing from Korea. D+ have been able to really rise up towards the end of the last day. I feel like they've been not necessarily under the radar, but they've been quite consistent at getting some decent placements. And we're going to take a look at their player stats as well here to get an idea of who's been able to do that within the roster. I feel like they've been kind of similar to DRS, getting to the late stages of the game, but I feel like they've been going out maybe a little bit earlier than DRS.
I feel like they're a lot more macro-focused than DRS, and their Miramars were absolutely awesome. Their Miramar was some of the best games we've seen from this team. Actually, they are literally the best games we saw from D+ Kia. I want to see that transition into Sanhok potentially, even though it's only one game, but mainly Erangel. If we start seeing D+ Kia getting good, consistent points on Erangel, I'm going to be completely sold on their performances, because we've seen last year's PMWI, what the team and the players can do. I expect that to happen to some extent again this event.
I mean, we kind of saw it a little bit yesterday, right? They ended up in 16th place in the first Erangel, and then they were able to improve it. They were able to get 7th place with 4 eliminations. They were able to end up getting 8th place with 4 eliminations. I'm pretty sure it's not where they want to be, but it's good to see that they are being able to improve, and I am excited to say, like, what are they going to be able to do today, right? Are they going to be able to get those placement points? Are they going to be able to get those eliminations? And if they can do exactly what they did yesterday in Miramar, that's going to be impressive too.
This is actually pretty impressive too. I mean, pretty equal damage across the board. Limbs pretty equal as well. And this is, again, what I was saying when you look at like G Gladiators, right? They have 3 players able to do that. Well, all the teams we've been looking at, it's been all 4 players able to maintain that kind of level of play. So that's actually kind of interesting to see that maybe it's off the back of Tixi right now that they've been able to, at least in G Gladiators' case, be up this high. But, you know, D+, I'm happy to see them. I talked about, for me, one of the most improved regions is going to be Korea and Japan, and I think we're seeing it yet again.
Yeah, and I think one of the first teams that started to build the DBS meta last year. They were like, oh, they're playing the DBS, this is original, and then everyone started playing the DBS, so they kind of set like the march for the teams and like the meta shift. But Forest in particular, one of my favorite players of the region, doing a little bit slow right now, but that's fine. I expect him to do better. He had some great moments at the end of yesterday on Miramar, as we already stated. So Forest is going to keep doing better. Seidan had some great clutch individual moments. So yeah, D plus Kia, I feel like they went back to make some iterations for Erangel more specifically. And today we can hope to see even better and stronger results.
Okay, well, what about DRS? We just kind of compared them and D plus a bit. Was it you or was it someone else when they got on the bus yesterday to head back to the hotel? Someone was saying like, get more eliminations or something like that to them.
I don't think it was me.
I don't think it was
Is that you, Seven? You're smiling right now. Is that you?
It might have been. It might have been. I mean, just because it was one of those teams that we wanted to see more eliminations out of them. They ended up with the second place finish going into the first Erangel, but it was only 4 eliminations. And yeah, it's only 4, but we know that they were able to maybe do more. I mean, remember, Sem9. They decided to back off from Sem9 when they would have been able to commit because Vampire Esports was starting to third-party Sem9. They decided not to do that. They decided to back off. He ended up giving them the second place finish, but they could have ended up with maybe 4 more eliminations, bringing up that tally.
I think they're still trying to find their footing. They went for very macro-focused play that we mentioned quite a few times yesterday, right, Seven? And at the end of the day, they were trying to be more elimination-focused. They were going for breaches, trying to defend their compounds from time to time. I want to see if that's going to be transitioning once again today. If they can find that perfect marriage of elimination points and of course of placement points, that could be looking really strong.
It could be indeed. It's gonna be interesting for them because I feel like they're kind of similar to G Gladiators where they get to the late stages, but then they just can't back it up with eliminations. And we saw there, right? Just one player able to really rise up and get the double digits.
And this is kind of what I was hinting at with Alpha7. If they can just get to that end game, if they can just stop dying so early on, because we saw the average survival time for all the Alpha7 players, and it was about the same time. It was about 18 minutes and 40-something seconds, which was quite different to what we saw from G Gladiators, right? It was all over the place with the players and their average survival time.
If they can keep their playstyle of playing super passive early game and just trying to maneuver their way through all the teams, all the different compounds that are occupied, and then when you get to that late game and you have to start taking fights, that is the tipping point I want to see from DRS. I mean, you mentioned it on Sem9. If we just see them go for that push and they beat Sem9, I think they win the entire game. So if we start seeing them being more aggressive at the late stage, they can get some wins.
They need to have that confidence.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your inputs here as we did start off the show. Brought to you by Savvy for our pre-show. But we are going to be heading to our break, and I promise you that when we get back, we're going to have our sweet opening ceremony, see all the teams come onto the stage, and we'll be kicking off our first match of the day. And if I'm wrong, Max will shave his eyebrows. See you soon.
Nice.
Sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas. with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Welcome to the main stage where I am joined by a very familiar face. It's Tani, the coach of Vampire Esports. Very quickly, just wanted to ask you, very successful day yesterday. How are the team feeling going into day 2?
Yeah, I think they can make us more confidence because just as I told you guys yesterday is when we unlocked the chicken dinner earlier, that make more confidence to us because it's, everything can happen in the offline tournament. So if you have a good start, it will be good on the tournament.
And what have they been working on from day 1 into day 2? Anything in particular?
Yeah, I don't think I've changed anything because for now our timing, our teamwork is always the greatest. Yeah,
I like that. And is there any team in particular that you're worried about coming into day 2 or worried about catching up with you guys in points?
Yeah, I think it's every team because anything can happen in PUBG Mobile, so we are just prepared for anything is impossible.
That's a safe answer. I like it though. That's it from us here on the main stage. Back over to the desk to continue day number 2.
That you could tell he's media trained.
He's lying.
Which team? Every team has an equal chance. It's PUBG Mobile. Everyone can play well. We can play bad. So every team. No. Come on, Sir Tani. Be a little bit more confident than that. We know you are.
At least he's not saying, which is your biggest rivals? Ourselves. At least he doesn't go that direction. At least he has saying that there are some opponents on the battlegrounds.
What's your biggest weakness? Just losing.
Just dying early.
Just not getting points.
Yeah. Okay, well, as you can see, Max Ben still has his eyebrows now. But we do have some trimmers here in the studio. And Max Ben, for the sake of entertainment,
Which one do you want to go for, right or left?
None.
Wait, can we do a line?
Yes.
Can we do a line in it?
Like the notch?
Yeah.
Negotiable.
if Alpha7 gets a win today.
No, that's your team. No.
Okay, which team?
I've never heard you say no so fast. No.
Which team?
Which team?
He's the same as X. I have never been more of a Mazexis fanboy than I am right now. Mazexis, you got 6 matches today to do it. And if you do, A notch in the eyebrow.
I'm about to go coach them.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, we want them to do well 7, so maybe you shouldn't.
I'll actually do it.
As you can see, we got about 8 seconds left until we head onto the stage to kick off our day. It's day 2 of the All-Star event here at PMWI live from Saudi Arabia, and let's get things going.
The central definition of interest, or as we know it, focus. Whether it's innate or learned, focus is an integral part of competition in esports.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين وصلنا إلى اليوم الثاني في هذه المنافسة في PMWI اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة. هل بنشوف متصدر جديد؟ هل بنشوف منافس مختلف؟ هل بنشوف ترتيب برضه مختلف في النقاط؟
Our focus yesterday are reigning champions Vampire Esports, who burst onto the scene and claimed the first 2 chicken dinners of the day. But by the end of day 1, the rest of our teams made up some ground.
فريق فامباير في اليوم الاول قدر انه ياخذ 2 تشيكن دينر وبرضه كان في الصداره في المجموعه، لكن برضه في فرق ما اخذوا ولا تشيكن دينر وبرضه كانوا منافسين زي فريق جلاديترز في المركز الثاني. لكن هل بتتغير ترتيب النقاط؟ هذا اللي راح نعرفه اليوم. هذه فيها الفرصه، راح يكون برضه معنا 12 مباريات لليوم ولبكره، ونعرف ترتيب ال6 فرق اللي راح يتاهلون معنا.
Our teams have some catching up to do, but there is still plenty to play for. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Allstars Stage. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
باذن الله راح نشوف مباريات جدا ممتعه اليوم، وراح نشوف كيف الفرق
Comfortable today, a lot more ready, and that's why I kind of like, I was talking to you this during before we got started here, was like, Vampire in the last game. If they played it to perfection, I think they could have gotten a chicken dinner in the last one. What do you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at the ramp dip that they had, holding that down either side on a 2-2 split, that's us. You know, it's actually a really strong position of power, and I mean that's where eventually BTR wins from, right? Now, sending the 2 east onto the high ground, I understand why you usually do that, to try and kind of hold teams out from pushing up against you, but you then lose those 2 whilst D plus Kia is going to be then pushing on your west side. So the divide and conquer game for other teams was successful against Vampire. I think it's too much of a large split.
Yeah, I think at that point they were just feeling themselves. I mean, when you literally dominate the first half of the tournament, or of day number 1, it's insane. I mean, 2 chicken dinners, but the third game, they had the most points as well. So obviously you can just tell. I think people are a lot more comfortable coming into this. I'm glad that Vampire got heat checked in the last game, because they need to realize that, you know what, job's not finished.
Yeah.
Still a lot more left to go. There is $1 million on the line. And that's just a drop in the bucket. That's crazy.
And I'm glad you told me what heat checked was before all of this was going down.
That's right.
I am not a traditional sports person, I'm going to be real.
Hey, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do it. And that's something I've seen from a team like Alpha7 in the past. That seems to be their biggest struggle. You know, like sometimes they'll get real hot, start getting a little bit too confident, push out in the open, and then just get checked really quickly. So Alpha7, they are a late tournament team. We always see them kind of have a little shaky start, so maybe this could be their bounce back time.
Maybe. I think for some of the teams here, when it comes to 3-1 splits, 2-2 splits, even single quad splits across the board, 1-1-1-1-1.
Yeah.
Like, it changes the dynamics so much going from a 16-team lobby to an 18-team lobby. There is suddenly not that extra room you may expect when you're going into circles 3 or 4. There is suddenly an extra team pushing up on a certain angle. So sometimes some of these teams are going to lose people in those scenarios, and it's slightly, it might just sound like a slight difference adding 2 extra teams to that normal lobby, but it makes a whole world of difference.
Oh, 100%. I got to talk to some of these players here, some of these coaches. I talked to Mixed Texas, Alpha7. A lot of these guys were just saying, man, this 18-team lobby is a whole another monster.
Yeah.
You know, people are fighting for drop locations, and I think this is a big, important time for those squads at the bottom of the leaderboards, because you do not want to put a target on your back for teams looking to climb up. So these teams have studied every single drop location. You don't want to be giving it up easily.
Yeah, when I look at those bottom teams, if we look through, I'm going to say 15th through 18th, right, to take a little gander down there. You've got R8, you've got Mazexis, you've got Aton, and you've got Galacticos down there as well. I do feel like there is room for the home team, R8.
Yeah.
Like looking at previous tournaments that I've commentated them in, hosted them in, analyzed them in, whichever role I've done, I can't remember which ones. There's too many things. It's a lot. I think that technically their previous skill level is better than where we're seeing them at a 15th right now. Now, of course, time has passed. Whether or not they can kind of recoup those losses in performance overall remains to be seen. But I've seen the potential in the past, so I'm hoping that maybe there's a bump up here today.
And you know what? There has to be, because it is crazy the difference in prize pool as we go up to every single level. I mean, you're talking about like just a difference from, you know, 6th place, 7th. It's like you get an extra 10 grand each way up, and of course, $140,000 for first place.
Yeah.
That is huge. Not to mention, of course, maybe even that good ticket to PMGC. That's going to be the goal at the end of the stage, but we're here right now. So hopefully we see that bounce back, because the last thing I want to see is at the end of this tournament, squads that have been struggling, now that they have nothing to lose, finally start playing like themselves, and then we just see them pop off.
And of course, that first hurdle that they've got to overcome is Sandhawk. As we're getting geared up to that, you can see everybody in the lobby just waiting for the game to begin to get things raring to go. Yesterday, our Sandhawk produced a Northwest Island finish. We saw, of course, currently is in second place, Gladiators holding high ground, but a very wide split, and not really attaining huge amounts for it. Like a 4th place with technically 9 eliminations is decent. But when you hold that high ground on that Northwest Island, oftentimes you think to yourself, we've got this. When you get a circle coming up your way, you feel to yourself, we've got this. But they didn't have it.
Right? Yeah, I mean, that's literally a dream scenario if you're a team that drops in that location, because if that zone goes there, you know you're going to get some points on the board. But at the same time, you know, when you have that high ground, it's so hard to give up. You know, you're like, oh, I want those eliminations. But that's why I kind of like Vampire's drop location, because they were so...
Ruins?
They were so quick to drop in Ruins. Once they saw that zone pop, boom, straight up the bridge, and they were able to go ahead and pull a chicken dinner out there.
If I recall correctly as well, it's also Falcon's kind of contested drop spot over by Ruins. I mean, whether or not we see that kind of go down again, obviously we've seen it in scrims, we've seen it multiple times, and Ruins is one of the hardest hot drop locations in all of Sandhawk. Reason being is because you have loot straight away out on the outside, on the Ruins as you hit. And we've seen multiple times Vampire's been able to get DBSs straight away, bang, bang, bang. Oh my days. Unfortunately, Falcons is then down to 2 players. And when you have a hot drop like that that can end your game in literally 20 seconds, it's a little demoralizing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that DBS has just really changed the game here. Once you hear that kuchung, kuchung, you better keep your eye out. And, you know, once talk about hot drops, boot camp. We had a hot drop there as well. FaZe Clan suffered a little bit there. In that scenario, they lost 3 players right off the bat. And hopefully we see them either decide to share boot camp or maybe even pick another location. Do you think we will actually see a team decide a different drop spot here in day number 2?
I think they'll still keep challenging. The thing is, for teams on Sandhawk especially, when it comes to boot camp, they do see it as a high-value location, right? It's very central. Technically, it gives you great opportunities to move to the other islands whenever you need to.
A lot of loot, too.
Yeah, a lot of loot. Lobster building, great stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's where we usually see the battles truly go down on boot camp. But I don't like the hot drop.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes, I mean, I think usually we're, in scrims at least, we did see FaZe doing pretty well there. But with an 18-team lobby in Sandhawk, which, by the way, 18 teams on Sandhawk is oppressive. It's almost a suffocating feeling. Teams will hear that fight pretty swiftly and then come over and get you for the eliminations. We saw that a lot of times, teams just constantly rolling into boot camp. So you've got to, if you're going to take a fight in boot camp, you better finish it quick and then Scarpa, get out of there.
Absolutely. You got to have that internal timer, just instantly get off, because after just that, once that, you know, it's about 45 seconds, that third party's coming in hot.
Oh, yeah.
So that's definitely something to consider. And honestly, let's talk about this, right? What do you feel are the advantages for Vampire coming into today with such a lead? You know, I think one of them I'm going to say off the rip is that when you do have that lead, you want to avoid those hot drops. You don't want to lose people earlier on. But sometimes when you're the top team in the lobby, a lot of teams are like, hey, let's not hot drop these guys because these guys are crushing it right now. We don't want to lose players earlier on. And that could help them in the long run of this tournament.
So without knowing the full internal dynamic, I think that the way in which Ravenclaw is probably passing on information to the rest at present is very strong. Looking at how he's moving and looking at kind of the angles he's taking in order to be able to feed that down. Of course, that is speculation. So, as I say, I don't know how things work out for them. That being said, it would be unheard of. It would be unbelievable if they were able to replicate what they did yesterday on a second day as well. The rest of the teams have gone out there, probably VOD reviewed, likewise they have as well. But again, it's difficult to, we talked about it yesterday, it's difficult to be number one and evolve, revolutionize, as opposed to people chase you down in a lobby. So I think the other teams are going to come in less cautious and maybe bring the fight a bit more to them. What do you think?
I think so too. I mean, like, yeah, we talked about advantages, now we talk about disadvantages. And when it comes to Vampire, you know, you mentioned yesterday, S2G, when they won the global championships, they were the most viewed and studied team on the planet, right? That changed as of yesterday, right? Vampire.
For a day.
Yeah, for a day. Right, for a day, Vampire is that squad. So a lot of homework has been done for these teams. And, man, Vampire, gonna have possibly have to make some changes.
Yeah, maybe. I think when you're Vampire coming in from day number 1 to day 2, the rest of the lobby was playing, well, the majority of the lobby, I'm not going to say the rest, the majority of the lobby was playing a little bit more cautious on that day 1. Generally, that changes pretty rapidly at a tournament like this. So, Vampire, in turn, what I would expect to see is maybe them just having a little tighter a ball, because I think when you look at the Miramar that we were referring to in the last game, if they'd done that, they might have had 3 chicken dinners on the day.
Absolutely.
That would have been huge.
100%. It would have been massive. And I'll tell you what, with this kind of prize pool, every point counts. And your legendary career in esports, right? How many times have you seen teams' dreams crushed by just 1 point?
Not enough.
Right? Oh my gosh.
No. Truly, actually, I've seen tiebreakers decide whether you're going through or not to other rounds, right?
Wow.
And even that alone, it doesn't have to be 1 point. It can be down to wire as tiebreakers. We could even see, you know, from 6 to 7 tiebreakers to try and get onto the main event actually crush streams. And you can't linger on it. Is very important in esports. Like it will destroy you mentally.
It's gonna hurt. But I'll tell you what, you know, we're hopefully looking forward to see some teams really make it happen today. And of course, speaking of making it happen, why don't we go ahead and throw it on over to the desk with a special guest.
Come on, Hot Jukes. You know we always make it happen here on the desk. Welcome back, everyone, to the analysis desk. The desk
man.
is what I'll call it. We got a special man here on the end joining us, looking dapper, looking fantastic. It's John L. Oh, no, that's Blink. I forgot what you look like. I haven't seen you on camera in a while.
Yeah, I don't feel all that special. I'll tell you that right now.
He does exist. He is really here.
I am real.
Yeah, they're not at home. They're actually here. They are casting. We're not lying to you.
We are breaking the illusion right now.
To be fair, right, this is, I guess, since PMGC, the first time you're going to an offline event again, because when we do regionals and stuff, you're working from home.
Yeah, I'm working from my little office at home. It's chill. It's pretty fun, you know. Obviously, being here is better. I get to see the boys, which is amazing. Get to see all the players, which is also very, very cool. We always enjoy that. And I think that realistically, it is always nicer to have an offline event because you do get like a much better range of play, in my opinion, overall. And I think seeing some of the teams get more of this experience offline is probably beneficial for the esports in general, because you want to get these players in, you want to get rid of those jitters, those nerves of being on camera, on the stage, and then get going.
2020 PMGC, we literally talked about that, right? COVID just had hit, the players had to play from home, and we were talking about how some players actually were excelling because of that.
Chilled out.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have to play in front of a stage. They didn't have to worry about that. You know, Darth Pillow, was it? What? I can't remember his name.
Darth Blanket.
Yeah, it was good times. But you know,
great player. Even better Blanket.
We haven't gotten to kind of hear your recap on the day. I know you're probably saving it later on for when you and John Allen take over the casting desk. But, you know, what was your take on day 1?
I think my take on day 1 is that Vampires did way better than I thought they were going to do, honestly. And Tony K in particular did way better than I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to come into the team and he was going to be a great addition. I didn't think he would excel as much as he did. And it was funny for me because I think we were talking about on the cast actually that honestly, when you look at Tony K, it was almost that redemption from game 2 where it looked very dangerous, where he almost for the entire game and he was like, Sorry guys, please let me stay on. Don't pull a newsie on me. Don't put me on the bench, please. For the love of God.
Too soon.
Yeah, I know. Maybe too soon. Maybe too soon. But I think that what they have right now, this is a good question to ask, right? Is I don't know if Seven, you particularly think that do they need to bring in newsie at this point? I think that with Ravenclaw, Stone, as well as Tony K, it's just a great roster overall. I think they've got every little bit of the piece that they need for a fantastic finish.
Yeah, I think with the way they're going right now, I would rather them just keep the roster the way they have it right now, build that point cushion, and then going into tomorrow, maybe put them in, give them some experience, because if they continue to perform this well, if they continue to perform this well, they are going to be going to the main event, and you want to have your sub at least have some experience here, at least have some warm-up games.
Or just cut him.
Don't let him play. So to be fair, right, like we did discuss that earlier on, right? We did compare newsie and Ryzen right now. Bigetron, looking good, but they do have that fifth player that if anyone's not performing well on that day, they could sub him in. I'm actually curious, Blank, what's your thoughts on like a 5-man roster, but like a viable 5-man roster, not just like someone you put on the list just so they can go to Liquid Pete and be like, you see, I played in this
Not
event.
just a coach, just put like as a sub player.
Not just like Max at the PMCO.
Oh my! I love that. Bang, bang, bang. You know, you're all dropping the jokes on me. I mean, look, let me go to the original question first, is what I think of an actual 5-man roster. And I think a 5-man roster is really good. You think you take a team like Nexus from Europe in particular, they've got a 5-man roster at the moment. They switch people in and out from that roster. And I think it really helped them in the long run kind of build up to what they were looking for in the finals. And I do think that if you have a player like Octavian, for instance, bit of a streaky player at times, doesn't really turn on until the end of the tournaments a lot. It's great to, give him a little bit of a break and let him come in feeling refreshed when you really need it, when you need that clutch factor. I think it's less ideal taking out your main fraggers. So for instance, if we're talking about Vampires, you wouldn't particularly take out Stoned because he is just overall a very consistent player they need as that initiator into a lot of those compounds, a lot of those buildings. But having a 5-man roster, I think it does give you a lot of flexibility in these games of how you want to play things out. Say you just want to skip out on a Sandhawk, one of your players, they've really played out their mind, Tony K, you can just let him step out, maybe get a newsie in. And I do think if we come back to newsie, he was a great player back in the day. When he played on Infinity, he was one of their star players, right? I think when they played from that northern edge, he really definitely dominated in that play style. And I think that, maybe if we come back to that edge play style, maybe we will see newsie. If they make it to main tournament, I think newsie will be really good there. Right now with 18 teams in the lobby, it's not easy to play that edge.
After especially their success of yesterday, it's not like there's a need to change something. So far, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like that's the case for them. BTR2 had some good success yesterday, so Ryzen also doesn't really have to be brought in unless they fall off significantly today. It might remain like this.
I would like to see newsie come in and see how he would react if he has to support, because we saw what happened with Tony K, right? What happens if newsie actually can support even better than Tony K and still put up the fragging power?
That would be super interesting to see, actually. Is it going to happen, though? We don't know. Big question mark. But if it does happen and he can actually kind of perform the same way his teammates have, then that roster is even more scary, because 6 games on a day, that's quite a lot. Leaving a break period for some of the players throughout a day can actually be really impactful for us.
And if anybody's having a bad day, I mean, you can always try to replace him with one of the other players. I mean, that is the benefits of the person, right?
Well, see, I think there's one thing that you guys aren't not really taking into consideration, though, when you come into these 5-man rosters or 6, whatever, how many people on a roster, is that there's a lot of interrelational stuff that can break down. So let's just say we're a 4-man squad, right? You got Kalaris, who's the 5th man on our team. If he's not being put into games, is he going to become salty? Is he going to become angry that he's not getting game time in? Is that going to affect the team? Is he going to just leave the roster and find somewhere else? Or is he going to be an asset to the team to be there, act as an analyst, be there with the coach? In between matches, go talk to me, like, hey, I noticed in this rotation you're doing things wrong, or hey, these teams, because he can watch the whole game from the arena or something, these teams are doing this, be careful. I think it depends on the mindset and the mentality of that 5th player, if they want to be an asset to a team or if they only want to be a star. Do they want their team to win, or do they want themselves to win? I think that's crucial.
Comes down to their ego too.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think, having that 5th player who's actually able to be an asset to the team, as you said, it's a great way to place it, right? They can actually come in, help out behind the scenes. And I think that if you're on a team, sorry I keep coming back to Vampire, but it's just because they are doing so well in this tournament. It's a lot easier to have that mindset when you're absolutely murdering over on the tournament, right? That's the big thing, Jason. And I think that if you're lower down, having a 5th-man roster, it's not so easy to be that guy. You probably do want to try and play because maybe you can do better.
Yeah, and obviously, like you're saying, like different tiers of play, right? Your top team, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm the type of person that I would be, you know, I would help them out. I don't care about being the 5th man of the team. I don't care about playing. If our team's winning, my name's in there in the banner. I'm getting to celebrate, and more importantly, I'm getting my cut of the prize pool.
Exactly.
I'm more than happy to be
and
there.
You're chilling.
And you're chilling.
But what if the player feels like they are currently hitting their peak and they're not getting that game time? And the one I'm referring to is maybe Ryzen. Ryzen comes back after 2.5 years. He's now not getting game time. He's like, okay, maybe I start looking at some of the other teams. Yeah. You know what? Luxi and Suxi in that new team, they just won that PMPL Indonesia. Do I maybe want to go reunite with them? Yeah. Do I want to try to something out?
It's funny you say that as well, because I do think that right now, although BTR are doing quite well, I think they are missing a star player on the team.
Yes.
I think Gemfos has done a really, really good job to make himself seem like the star player on the team, but he never was playing that role in the first place. He was always playing a very good support backstop role. The fact that he can look so good in BTR right now is a real testament to how good he is as a player, but I think he still needs someone to support. I think Luxi and Zuxi maybe last year, they were a little bit wild to even try and support in the first place. Gemfos was really pulled very thin.
Yep.
It just stretch Armstrong between both those players, trying to figure out who he wanted to support in which case. But I think if you've got Ryzen, he's a very easy player to follow. So I do wonder if BTR will pull him back onto the stage, because I think it will be quite important.
Yeah, apparently there's some discussions with the coach. Apparently it's been a topic that has been discussed, so I wonder if that's going to be changing eventually.
I hope so.
But Ryzen, as you said, very easy player to follow, so there's a lot of question marks. We don't really know what's happening inside the mind of the coach, because he's the one for BTR that makes the decisions, but no talking for you. Take it away
right now. When you're talking about a star player in BTR, and I feel like the one that everybody's expected to is not even Genfos, is actually Yuhai with the performance he was able to put up last year, right? Yeah. Being able to come back to the team, but he's currently not showing that star power just yet, so I wonder if maybe by the end of this tournament, he will be the deciding factor, be like, okay, you know what, Yuhai, maybe we're going to start building up that team around you and bringing you what you want to have. And then that's when Ryzen, and then that's when Ryzen ends up end up leaving.
Yuhai was on Secret, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, back on Team Secret.
And then he went to BTR.
Yep, went to BTR.
We looked at BTR back then. We're like, wow, they picked up like a really heavy fragger, but he didn't really. I don't know if he was allowed to play that role or if he had to like switch things up, but he. Go ahead.
Well,
you're ready.
You know, it's actually really interesting for instance, because I kind of wanted to get into that topic as well, is that he got brought onto the tier, and I think it was a very, very turbulent time for BTR.
Yeah.
They were struggling when it came to tournaments, and I think the reason you don't see Yuhai performing maybe his highest right now is that guy must be so burnt out from last year. He must be so burnt out from last year. There's time and time again where Yuhai was really carrying the show for BTR. And I think you come into this PMWI, finally there's been some roster changes, and I think he's most likely happy about this because there's going to be a rebuild. And I think that Gemfos and both Yuhai man now, because he's the man of the lobby, they're a great foundation. They're a really, really good foundation. I think they can only build up from here. The Flame is a really, really good coach, and I'm sure he can do good things in the future for them.
Ever since Michael Boy left, BTR has been like, they had a little bit of a rough time to really get that roster, and now that Yuhai has got this entirely new roster, he's been able to shine a lot more, especially alongside Genfos. There's been more of like a back support player, so this roster's been working out great so far. Everyone is bringing somewhat of the heat, and so far I would say this is the strongest iteration we've had of a BTR roster in a long, long time, actually.
And you gotta remember, I mean, with Yuhai, he was part of the Geek Fam, right? He was loaned out to Geek Fam. He was able to perform really, really well. And then when they decided to actually bring him in, that's when the Twins were like, you know what? I think it's time to move. And now Yuhai is currently in that place. And not only have they actually had those switches within just the roster, they have actually ended up switching the coach. LaFlame is actually no longer in BTR. He's now with Luxi and Suxi. So I feel like it's just the team now is starting to readjust. And I'm hoping that at some point here, Yuhai steps up to the plate. Yuhai steps up and actually shows what he is capable of. And the reason why they brought him back, the reason why they were like, everybody at Geek Fam was like, wow, how did Bigetron allow him to go to another team when they weren't really performing the way they needed them to?
The amount of times we like saw a roster change in BTR and we're like, that's it. BTR, they're going to be back to the old power. Every single time they have roster changes, it seems to be like the mindset we go to, which to be fair, you kind of expected. But I do wonder, like, who will become the star? Lapar, we didn't really talk about it much. We didn't talk about individual clutches yesterday. He was actually up there on highest damage, up there on eliminations. There was like 7 and 8 between all the players. He's gone under the radar quite a bit, but I kind of wonder, is he going to be... Is that like his maybe like mode in the team, or is anyone going to step up to be like the new star of the team like the Twins used to be?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because when you see Lapar as a player, you doesn't have that like big name behind it, right? You've got Yuhai as well as Gemforce, been around the scene a long time. Lepara, on the other hand, we've not really heard too much out of it, and I think he's definitely gone under my radar. But after yesterday, definitely taking a better look at him, really, because he has put up some really good performances to keep them in the running of this tournament, which is not easy in All-Stars. There is some great teams here, but there has also been some really questionable plays, in my opinion. I think that when you look at it, I think most of that does come from the 18-team lobby, but I am finding a lot more often that I think a lot of these coaches and a lot of these analysts have the same idea. We're seeing very similar rotations from a lot of teams, all trying to sneak in behind a lot of these other squads through the blue. And we had massive traffic jams yesterday. So I think if you're an analyst, you were kind of scrambling after yesterday's games. You were looking, how can we switch up some of these rotations? How can we figure out to get to a different side of the map? I think Alpha7 did it really well, but their execution in the late game was very poor. But I will say that they definitely had some of the better early game rotations. If you looked back on yesterday, you know, from minute 1 to minute 15, you'd be like, Alpha7's a great team, guys. Let's just ignore the rest of those other 15 minutes because they really were making some of these standout rotations, and no one else was really doing that. I think people could definitely learn from Alpha7, despite them maybe not having that scoring to back it up.
Well, that's why you put Revo as a player to watch, right? Like, we talk about you know, sparks within a team, who can really rise up the roster and get them going, and we saw Revo as being one of those players.
We did, and I mean, not only Revo, I was impressed at what Korea was able to do, something that you and I have been keeping an eye on for the longest time, especially after Americas. We're like, this is not the Korea we expect to see.
The Korea in Loops was like, he was like the stone. I don't know what you want to call him. Like, he was the star player in that roster, and he was
you say
like
dragging him down.
But he was the guy to like. He was the stand-up player to be when I first worked with Loops, or like first did PMPLNA, and I've not seen that version of him since Loops disbanded. Well, that team disbanded.
I think he's got with a roster now with just so many star players that it's kind of hard to stand out a lot more. And you have these other players that kind of they wanted to improve a lot more compared to Cario, that already had that big name that's been mentioned a few times for some of the players like on BTR. And he kind of fell out of relevancy for the team, but he's getting back there, especially with today.
All right, well, Blank, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to hop into our first match of the day. Kalaris and Hot Jukes, take us in.
And so we begin. Let's get it going, everybody. It is Sandhawk, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star Group Stage. Day number 2 has begun. Players have hopped out the plane. Of course, we're seeing Gladiators go to the Camp Alpha side of the island. And my eyes are locked onto boot camp right now. It looks like we got a little hot trap situation.
Surprise, surprise. Let's see how it goes down here. As for a lot of teams, for teams that drop on a boot camp here, when the hot drop goes down, generally you want to be close to Lobster or in Lobster when this fight occurs. This is obviously a very hot topic here. You get that loot fast, get those DBSs on the board, and go smoothing.
Oh, it's going to be an all-out war right now. You can see Bigetron right there below them. And I'll tell you what, if this fight goes on for just a little too long, they're going to come and hit that third party real quick.
I mean, Galacticos as well is in a great spot to potentially kind of assault that location. You're kind of scrap looting, so it's not exactly the easiest position too, but I mean, even a Pioneer team like Aton, for example, who is going to be hunting points today, is on it, but it's going to be D plus Kia taking the first losses here as Fabian's already down.
Oh, and that's going to be a clean elimination for them. So FaZe is going to have the man advantage. Let's see how D plus Kia is going to handle this situation. They got to keep calm, collected, and they really need an initial knock things here to even it out. And from their position, it's going to be really hard to get.
Definitely so. Definitely here. A few nades in hand mean that a hot drop situation like this gets a little bit precarious. Through the window, not going to be able to hit. Oh, never mind. Satan falls.
And with 2 knocked, that's a full-on push, baby. It's coming in hot. You know it, FaZe Clan, but they're still taking it very carefully. Uh-oh. Now, we did see a return knock there with a nice angle to be from Osel.
I'm going to say, I'm glad he has an S12K because in his hands previously was with VSS. And I'm going to be honest, that's not the greatest weapon in that situation. So the S12K will come in handy.
Absolutely. And this that knocked really just helped them buy some more time. Here he's going again. He does have that S12K. Oh, the free fire.
DBS.
Absolutely disgusting. DBS coming in hot, and D plus Kia. Oh, it's pretty much done and dusted. What could Forrest do at this point?
If you're Forrest, you somehow have to bail. Like, you're just going to get destroyed here. And he will go down. That's D+Kia finished off to start things here in the game. Now, there is BTR slowly encroaching on this position, but they're not fully committing to it. There was 2 southwest of them. The other 2, though, they're at Trifecta, so they're safe.
And we talked about this earlier, right? When you have those kind of fights, you got to do it quickly.
Yes.
And, all right.
Oh, the circle.
The circle has popped. Hopefully, we can kind of get a look at the map feed here in a second so you can see exactly where it's going. And just for you guys to guess, there's one team right now screaming in the air with joy. And what do you think that is?
I'm going to go with Gladiators, perhaps, as we take a look at the replay of this. And unfortunately, Alpha7 already having 1 knock Revo going down. That's really going to hinder their campaign, as they'll be wanting to approach rapidly, because a circle like this, far west, coming in from Kampong, coming in from Lakawi and these locations, it's going to take a while. And then there'll be a barrier to entry for teams holding you out.
Yeah, with this first zone, I'm surprised to see Vampire taking so long to rotate up like they did yesterday. And I know you guys can't see it, but Yangon Galacticos seem to have got a little bit of ahead of them and might just beat them to their spot. So that's going to be interesting to take a look at here. And we're starting to see teams already swim. They want to get to that island as fast as possible.
I mean, Galacticos was blitzing north of Vampire. I mean, they had that quarry split. You can see them here. Now you can see Vampires moving towards the bridge quite quickly, and Galacticos has had to pitch up in some of the compounds. There's also iKURD in this area as well, trying to kind of zoom on past all of this. But you got to be very careful when you make these moves, as Galacticos is going to go for the spray, but will be knocked.
What a shot there. iKURD Esports still with their full team up, playing it very tight right now, looking to take advantage of Yangon.
The problem with all of that is that knock was by Ravenclaw from Vampires. So it was multiple people looking at the Galacticos where they are. They've kind of got themselves in a bit of a bind here position-wise, because the bridge gives you kind of overlook over this. That's why they're still on the bridge looking at it, as you can see here on the right-hand side. Now they're moving away. They think, okay, that knock's enough. We know another team is there. We don't want to be the third-party victim.
You could definitely tell that these teams did their homework last night. I mean, we see so many squads so fast on the rotation. They realize position is everything, and we're going to see Trick not able to make it out of the water. So even though they're moving quickly, it's not an easy task, that's for sure.
Slight adaptation from Gladiators on this Northwest Island as well is Kitsune's been in Camp Alpha for a little bit longer than our previous Sandhawk. So I could only assume maybe looking for a few more supplies than they had in the previous game, because we all know from the previous Sandhawk, they were running out of ammo swiftly by the end of it.
And my question, and what I'm really wondering, and you guys in the chat, what do you guys think about this? Because, you know, they like to take that high ground position, but we still saw them hold that DBS, right? It was taking a lot of space in their bags, but they didn't even get a chance to really use it. So do you think that they're supposed to still pick that up just in case a team pushes on them?
I was talking about this with the other boys yesterday at the end of the day, but I feel like 2 at the bottom, south side of this hill, can hold DBSs, because that's the most likely place to be having a breach happen when it comes to this hill. 2 at the top, maybe kind of forego it a little bit, try and kind of prioritize some more long-range stuff, because usually it's very rare you would see a breach from the north side of this hill. It's so open, so difficult to make happen.
Yeah, even a UMP would be disgusting at this point, because even though it's a little bit tough to get those long shots, that bullet speed being a little bit slower, but they're also silent. So even if you're able to hit a couple players, they're not going to really know which direction it came from.
Definitely, as we have to take stock of what's going on here. Alpha7 coming in late. They're up against Sem9 at the moment, who have kind of found them on rotation a little bit. They're currently just north of cave location. So, and, oh dear me, Silas, why you knocked yourself, mate?
Maybe he didn't have his mountain climbing shoes on.
Well, something.
Hurt.
Fell out of a car, maybe?
Perhaps. Who knows? Yeah, popped out just a little bit too quick. And you know what? Speaking of hop out, you can see, or hop on, Sem9 looks like they're on the mopeds, on a couple bikes as well, looking to get this rotation going. And right on time, because Alpha7 was right behind them. And as we see FaZe throwing a nade at a teammate. What do you think about that?
They
bold strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Obviously, we've not checked in with them, but they're still over by boot camp. This is quite a slow move here. As we take a look at the circle, take stock of where these teams are, they are frozen for the moment here, just kind of holding on to this position. I guess maybe they thought teams might come in against them from the east side, but that's not to be the case. That's a huge shift.
Yeah, I think the second they saw that zone, they should have just took off from boot camp, grabbed those 4 eliminations, and got across that water. But Bigetron beat them to it, and now they're going to be gate-kept like crazy in this situation.
Now, this is a super interesting case study because this is so dissimilar, not too dissimilar at all from our previous Sandhog. So Vampire will be moving up that west coast on this island. Will anybody use that information to their advantage to maybe try and punish them wherever they may be? Looks like Galacticos is going much deeper than they previously did as we jump on with Aton, who's taking some shots.
That's a great point. I mean, if anybody did their homework last night, I mean, this is the exact same circle that we saw.
Basically.
So you should have a good idea where most of these teams are going to head. We're starting to see that feed light up right now as R8 are seem to be pressured by both Bigetron and S2G. That's two teams you really don't want on you.
Bigetron going in deep as well, up in that northwest side here. So
Could be cutting off Vampire.
Maybe. Also S2G trying to go for that too. A few shots will head over their way as UHI will try and pepper them down here with the M4. Not really hitting too much, but Kelsey's got to take cover.
S2G going to hold these buildings right next to Bigetron, so they're going to be neighbors for now. This circle is pretty wide, so I wonder if they decide to kind of just have a little momentary truce, share the spot for now, or if they get a knock, they're actually going to push it.
Whilst that was going on, Ferrari hit an unbelievable Car 98 shot from Hatin all the way onto Gladiators, which is quite the distance. So Gladiators here, I mean, they're obviously, people know that they're present on that hill, and they always will be. But the fact that they're taking those trades, Gladiators got to be careful about that usual 1-1-1-1 split that they do.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, if you get knocked, it's going to be really hard to get picked up. So you want to be split, but at least close enough where you get knocked, you're able to get that rest. See that shot? Wow! Out the car!
That was nice. That was nice.
That was disgusting. That's how you get it done right there. I'm telling you, these rotations, they know what's at risk because it's so easy to blow up those vehicles, but hitting shots like that, I mean, it's got to feel good.
All right, so as this circle is folded down, if Vampire gets the same level of success as they did in the previous Sandhog, I'd be surprised because there is a lot more teams now committed to that west side here on this island. It's going to be a lot harder for them to have freedom of movement here. And this is what I was talking about before. Teams yesterday looked more cautious than they do right now in this game. People know what they want to do in this circle because they've played it basically before.
Yes.
And now they're going to be looking for those center positions more ferociously.
And honestly, this was the perfect start to day number 2 here because if those teams still had any nerves, right, they know what to do in this zone. So that's going to definitely help them out. There's no surprises so far. Unfortunately for Mazexis, they did take off a little bit early. They did lose 3 players, so they're going to be stuck with 1. E plus Kia obviously taken out. Still a lot of players alive. But here we go. Let's see Alpha7. Mafioso getting caught slipping. And Dexa as well. So now Alpha7 having a terrible start here to day 2.
Blade looking good here for AGONxI8 as we see Carrillo trying to charge up and good to go against Blade. Did actually catch him a little bit with that nade, but not getting the full knock to start things off. There's going to be reinforcements coming, and I think Carrillo here is going to have a very hard time shutting this down.
100%. You can see Carrillo looking for that right side peak advantage. All these players are right-handed. He hits 1. Kuchug. Oh my. 2. 1 more. Oh, goes for the thirst. He knows where the third player is, but he secures the points.
No.
And he has the advantage. Carrillo, he's pissed and he's wanting more.
Goes for the molly as well. That actually fire will spread quite closely.
Oh, he got him!
Oh my God!
Goodness!
What a play! What a play coming in from Carrillo. 1v3. Huge.
Carrillo is on fire. That play alone, even though they had such a difficult start, if there's anything that's going to hype your team up and get ready for the day, it's that right there.
That was massive. I mean, the DBS enables a little bit of that because it's so powerful, but Carrillo, the way he was using it, the way he was getting those shots off, and the wherewithal to just go for the molly after, brilliant stuff. What a play. That's my play of the tournament so far, I'm going to be honest.
Absolutely. Same way here, and I'll tell you what, as much as it's so hype for Alpha7, oh man, for AGONxI8, that's got to hurt big time.
Definitely. They should have been able to shut that down. You don't give an opponent 3 1v1s. You push at the same time in order to be able to dislodge him when you've got the man advantage. But anyway, let's move our attention elsewhere. FaZe on the edge of the circle, down towards the south, trying to hold on off, but Aton with some long-range shots.
Oh man, and FaZe, they have 5 eliminations, the most in the lobby so far, so they're definitely feeling good, but with 2 players knocked, it's starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. Let's see if Mormon can go ahead and throw these smokes out, get his team up. But man, that cross is going to be so deadly. Oh, but from the back, he's getting shot as well. and he is going to go down, so it's only one player up left for FaZe.
They're totally sandwiched in all of this here, Hot Jukes. Likewise, I said, I don't know how you get out of that, but FaZe, I really don't know how you get out of this one. This one's tough.
Then Auras, hey, gotta hit those. That's the only way. And
then he gets hit.
And then he gets hit, yeah. So FaZe Clan out early here in match number 2.
Let's see it again.
Yeah, of course. Oh, boy. Oh, I like the fact that he actually had the heads-up play to go for those thirsts, eliminate those sight lines for him to throw that Molotov. Just money in the bank.
You're absolutely right. Leaves Blade blind, which is very, very important here. And a molly like this on that wooden floor, hey, man, it's tough for Blade to get away from.
Oh, man, that one is gonna hurt. Well, hopefully we can see them bounce back later on. But there's still a lot of action here, and that is gonna be Carrillo finally out there. But hey, you're gonna go out, that's how you do it. It's style.
Yep. Brilliant stuff. Almost 500 damage off the back of that here. Really kind of saving a few points here for Alpha7's Bacon. It was a salvage mission, all things considered. Now we get an on board with Kitsune, who has, look at that, ammo count.
Oh my gosh.
350 shots for the M4 here. Still rocking a DBS, but this is way more supplies that they're going to be working with compared to that game one earlier.
This is what I love to see. I love to see teams adapt, right? Just see that this didn't work too good before, but they made some changes early on. Let's take a look here as this next circle is about to pop. You know that Gladiators are hoping that it centers right on top of them. And it's going to be a quick battle here for Vampire because they are right on the edge.
All right, now the question is what does Gladiators do with their split? Because this is way too much against way too many teams on a hill like this. It's a great position of power, yes. However, you're going to have crunch down soon in this game. How are you going to adapt to that?
Absolutely, and which hill, which mountain do you decide to take? There's so many different angles. We'll see how Gladiators decides to handle this out as we see a lot of teams going out to Papa Blue. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to get moving quickly. I love to see Vampire hugging that zone, going all the way to the south side, but there's DRS, iKURD waiting for them.
They're playing it very patiently, but again, they're going to be unfortunately hurt by the fact that there are so many teams that also made those adaptations heading towards that west side. Tony K looking for a bit of information here. They're very huddled. We can see them a little bit closer compared to previous games. They know that coming into day 2 here, these teams have been able to kind of crunch the numbers a little bit and make it harder for them to make these moves.
Oh, let's take a look to see how Vampire, they're having a difficult go at it with this rotation. Oh, picks his teammate up and brings them inside the building. That is a really nice play right there. And they are on the edge of the circle, so they are going to have a little bit more time as well. Looking at the center of the zone, Gladiators, looks like Tixie is going to meet up with Matic all the way at the north side because they know there's people coming that way.
Killer getting the shots. And when you're riding the bike around here on Sandhawk, sometimes it do be that way.
Do be like that.
Do be like that.
That is a fact. Let's take a look here at the rest of the teams and squads here. iKURD, right, looking to make a big bounce back today. They want to put those points on the board. They're in 13th place right now, and this is a really important time for those teams in the center of the leaderboard. Rays going down as we see Yokohama Donuts in full-on snake mode.
Yep, tough for them. Likewise, a few other players here trying to go for the snake. Ragnarok is very split from SK Tom, for example, here for R8. So he's kind of mixed himself up in all of that hillside, trying to just play things out. But Aton will go down, unfortunately, for them in 13th place.
12 teams remaining. Mazexis with 1 player up, R8 with 2. S2G rocking a duo as well. And here comes the blue zone coming in hot. This is right on the edge of Cap Alpha. Let's see if Silas can catch a couple players off guard, but he's not going to have a lot of time to do so. You can see him barely getting that first aid off. 17 seconds left on the clock. This is the calm before the storm. And I'll tell you what, 5th circle is that storm.
Definitely so. Where are we going? I'm going to go high ground.
High ground.
High ground.
Come on, take it to the high ground, baby. That'll make it interesting. And I'll tell you what, it's going to center on up.
Oh, okay.
It's going to center on up. You know, that's going to be a pretty easy rotation for iKURD. DRS is right there as well, though. That's going to make things interesting. And for Vampire, they have actually a wide open valley to be able to get to their next spot. So they should utilize it pretty quickly.
As quickly as they can here. But sending it through some of these teams will be very, very difficult. BTR as well as Infinity kind of caught in a turmoil here down in these compounds. Very close range. Not too many DBSs on action here. It's going to be umps versus umps. And already the trade going up against BTR. Infinity able to shut it down. But here comes the S12K to try and shut the rest of all of this down. Trying to peek on around. You need to go for the pre-fire here. Tries to go for it as he's coming around the corner, but not able to get the convert just yet.
Bensu getting it done at the last second, and that is going to be Bigetron Red Villains out in 11th place. Huge heads-up play there from Bensu.
A very important place to win Aton here, but now they're kind of wounded. It's going to be Galacticos maybe trying to encroach on this territory eventually. This needs to be a point where you either decide, okay, are we going to try and scale the mountain here, or are we going to sit in the low ground? They're crashing in.
They're coming on in here a little bit later than I think they would have liked, but we could definitely see a play come out if Loki is able to get Bensu. Can he do it? Oh, now here comes the nades. The utility coming in hot. He has to breach. He gets one. He gets two.
No.
Bensu on fire.
An absolute disaster for Galacticos, and it doesn't help the fact that Vampire was also shooting down from the high ground here to be able to help that out. If you're going to make that crash happen, you need to get into the buildings fast and cause the problems quickly, but it's not to be the case.
Players dropping like crazy. Half the lobby is gone just in a snap like that. 6 teams still remaining, and it is all about the high ground here. You can see Meku watching over everybody, looking to sneak some eliminations.
Yeah, Meku and Kitsune are trying to create the hot gates here for Falcons to try and get up through, and I don't know whether or not Falcons are going to be able to do it. At the same time, Ravenclaw dropped and kind of caught a little bit here by DRS on just a tree alone. Still surviving, though.
I'm surprised he even survived actually peeking that with a Molotov, but he did buy some time. He got a crate, and that is perfect timing for him. Going to pick up that level 3 gear, but it is him all by himself.
Very important. Shifts down towards iKURD here. There's an opportunity here for them to be able to rise up the ranks swiftly. Shots come in here from the back of this crate. There's not much cover at all. Pika's advantage very much going to Rules, as he will be able to take that out. That's him shutting it down. Vampires are gone.
DRS, yeah, clutching it up right there. So now their backs are pretty clear for the time being as they try to scale this hillside. We do have a southern circle here. That's going to definitely make things interesting. Gladiators, 5 eliminations so far. This is their zone. This is what they hope for, right? They need to rack up as many points as they possibly can right now.
DRS going to try and encroach on this territory. Throwing some mollies as well as throwables up there. Kind of haphazardly, though, almost. They have a lot of value in the late game. So to throw them up there, hoping it's going to kind of hit something without too much information, not the biggest fan of it.
That's that game sense, baby. That's that game sense. You just got to have that little paranoia, just saying, hey, you know what? Maybe, but you're right. They are much more valuable in that late game. So we'll see, right? If it's towards that end, he's going to wishing he still held on to it. As we're going to see Delta throw a Molotov right on top of Ali. He's burning and barely able to make it out of there.
And that's the information you need. When you have line of sight of something, you can be more sure about it connecting the way you want it to. It's on 1 HP. Can we please be cautious?
Not a first aid in sight, and that is going to hurt. Perfectly cooked nade there from Delta. He's got that DBS ready. But he definitely knows that there is that off angle held by Ali. So he has that intel, doesn't want to make a mistake here and push out, you know. That shot right there is going to shut it down. Here comes the push on the ARAM. Can he hold it down? He can't.
From his perspective, if he was hard holding the left angle and wasn't ready for the right angle, that's unfortunate there for iKURD. Considering they had such a good compound, DRS has been able to breach this strongly. Now, here's the problem. Gladiators is the dragon waiting in the wings. This is their territory. Will DRS be able to hold them off to secure the victory?
Yeah, and they're pretty split up right now, so it's going to be pretty tough for Gladiators to do so. Not to mention they lost 1 player. I got to give a huge shout out to Infinity IQ, right? They do have 7 eliminations, and they still managed to survive and get some good placement points from here. So a really big heads-up play for them.
Definitely. Nades go forwards here from Tixie. He's not working with a huge amount of util, just 1 smoke and 1 molly left. And again, now they're working at a man disadvantage. They did lose 1 earlier as Meku was going down.
Rules OG on that off angle. That is going to be huge for his squad. You can see he's trying to get that intel, those sight lines. But, you know, looking over here, we see Tixie with that high ground. The next zone does pop, and it is dead center on a DRS.
Also, unfortunately for Gladiators, the 1 snake remaining. He's on the low ground, but he is on their side of the circle. You can see him crawling at the bottom there, just at the very edge. But yes, you identified it perfectly, Hot Jukes. The off angle from Rules. Right now, Gladiators is anticipating only the compound being taken. Also, Killer's spot is like a landmine. It's like a trap set for them whilst they push up into this area. He might have seen his head just then.
Yes, he spotted him.
I think he might have seen him.
Yep. Killer YT all the way up front here. Tixi with his last grenade. The bounce! No! The bank is open, baby! And Killer YT going down here is going to make things that much more interesting. The fight has even. Tixi pushing it with the DBS. The jump down from Delta finally hits the shot right when it needs to happen.
Very important here, however, he's given up a little bit of that high ground. Now Gladiators might try and strike here through the smoke to use the high ground. It's going to apply a little bit of time, but it's not going to be enough here. Kitsune also goes down. That's going to be DRS here, looking to sweep in, finish off Matic, and get themselves the victory.
Gante pushing up Matic. The man advantage is too strong, and Gladiators go out. Infinity IQ, second place, just like that.
That's why you never give up, even as a solo here. Going to charge up for the nade, but they knew where he was with the molly. I think another one, oh, it just went flying past him as they're going to go on the hunt here, finish off IQ, and that is going to be DRS. What a victory for them, coming into game number 1 of day 2.
So huge. DRS Gaming clutching it up, and they did it in spectacular fashion. Double-digit elimination points for them. They did what Gladiators were wishing they could do here at the start of the day.
26 points. A brilliant game here on Sanhok here by them. And considering kind of their movement, moving from compound to compound, able to wrestle this away from iKURD as well, the way that they did it, brilliant stuff for them to get them on the board, considering they needed a few more points here and there, but man, they're going to be chasing for those top spots.
Absolutely, and I don't mean to downplay Gladiators' performance at all. Top 3 finish is of course good, but with that particular zone where they drop, 20+ points is what they're praying for, and I hope it doesn't bite them later on, because you don't always get that circle. You don't always get that circle.
And usually, oftentimes, people look at that hill and they think to themselves, we're going to be able to win this one. Yeah. But unfortunately, not quite the case here in this game. Again, when you lose one, I think it was, I can't remember who it was, Meku, I think it was. When you lose one early on a big split like that, you're not able to take those fights later on full force.
Well, a beautiful game number 1. Obviously, so hyped for DRS, but let's go ahead and take it on over to the desk so they can break it down.
You know what, gentlemen? I feel like we should be charging for our analysis, man. That bus ride yesterday, seeing a DRS, just get more eliminations.
It worked. Yeah, I mean, we said early game, just play the passive game. That was already great how they played it throughout yesterday. They were just able to weasel their way through into a really strong compound. And as the game continued, they started getting more and more aggressive every single circle shift. And the way they just wrestled that building away from iKURD, textbook. It was so good. This is the DRS that we needed after what they showcased yesterday.
And even before they actually even took onto iKURD, I love the 2-1-1 split that they had, because they were covering iKURD, and on top of that, they were able to get those eliminations on Vampire, which allowed them to actually end up pushing with all their full players to iKURD. It's just beautiful gameplay out of them, and finally seeing that aggressivity, right, that you wanted to see, Max.
Yeah, exactly. My words, exactly. You just literally took my
I didn't know you know French, Seven.
I know.
It is an English word.
Sure.
It does exist. It's in the dictionary.
Le croissant.
I don't. Yeah, it should be too. Yeah. I thought for a second, it's not just a French word, but yeah.
In Gitoon, that's 3.
Not sure if that one is.
No?
He's trying to
take a look at the match rankings here. You get an idea of how many points all the teams did get, as DRS sweeping the lobby, doing a phenomenal job. And fun enough, and I'm not going to jump into it too much, kind of outshining another star play we had early on in that match. We can see here 26 points here for the team from Nepal. A fantastic job by them as we look down the rest of the list. Infinity IQ at 13, Gladiators at 12, iKURD at 5, Falcons at 5, 4 at Vampire, 2 for R8, 4 for Donuts Pharaoh, and 2 for AGONxI8. So there's a big discrepancy in points, which could help DRS push even further into the rankings.
And I think we're in agreement here, Seven. We're looking at this game. A lot of the teams that we criticized as being slow on the first game yesterday on Sanhok, I think did some really clear VOD review and were able to catch up and speed up their process.
One of them are even here. Even though they didn't get the placement points that they needed to, I do need to give some props to Bigetron Red Villains, because they ended up actually being a little bit faster, and they were willing to take on those engagements that previously they didn't want to take on. I mean, ultimately, right, they didn't end up getting the placement points, but it's good to see that they're now starting to readjust that as well. And yesterday, it hindered them in regards to what they were able to do. Today, they were at least able to get on some early on islands.
Yeah, not just them, actually. AGONxI8, a team that we haven't talked about too much, I believe actually, throughout this tournament. Actually, I got to do that to them. Actually did outspeed Vampire, which is hard to do on their rotation from the southern western island of Ruins into Camp Alpha, at least one of the compounds around Camp Alpha. So AGONxI8, if they do a DRS and start being more aggressive in the late game, could also see them start to slowly rank up higher on the rankings.
And I think that's why we saw Vampire actually not have one of the best games here and not being prepared to take on to DRS towards the end, because Bigetron as well, they took that one of the spots that that Vampire Esports was able to take on yesterday. So you can see now, after one day, all these teams were doing their homework. Everybody was doing that VOD review, and Vampire Esports been bringing something different today.
Yeah, you see no changes.
Yep.
It's kind of a godsend to actually see almost the exact same phase 1 zone kick off right off the bat, because you can kind of, as you said, look at the analysis yesterday and predict how teams are going to rotate. I mean, we did see some teams rotate a lot earlier than we saw before. I think Bigetron was one of them, as we mentioned, we're watching. And I think even Alpha7 made their way across a little bit quicker, but we did criticize them yesterday on taking fights they didn't necessarily need to.
Yeah, I still think rotation would have been good, but yeah,
yes,
that's my 2 cents.
I'm with you. Okay, I'm actually with you today. I felt like the rotation would have been a little bit better. They were already committed to actually go for that push. They were just too slow, and even at the end when we saw Carrillo actually bring out that great play, they had no heals. He had no heals. I'm glad that he was able to clutch up that 3v1, but it was sketchy.
This is why on
Don't jump into that yet.
Yeah.
Not that.
Not that one.
No,
Okay. This is why on Sanok you hold on to mollies more than anything, because wooden floors in most of the buildings you can just
Thanks, Max. I just said don't jump into it, and he continues to jump into it. Let's take a look back at DRS though, at their stats here across the team, and see who was really standing out across the roster. And Delta, the damage actually wasn't as high as I was expecting, to be fair. It seems like they were just getting some clean eliminations and picking up some third parties.
But this kind of goes with what we were saying yesterday. If you see the chance to actually get a fight and you can actually clean them up very quickly, go for it. And I feel like that's exactly what they were doing here today, being precise with the fights that they were willing to take.
Yeah, if we saw the DRS from yesterday, they die crossing the bridge. Yeah. I think not being aggressive enough. But here they just actually zone teams away, get control of a really strong compound and wrestle away from iKURD, which that is the game-winning play. If they don't do that and are too passive, they go potentially a top 5, maybe a podium if they're lucky, but they don't win the game. This is the changes we expected from them, and if this continues throughout today, maybe they can catch up to Vampire. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible.
Nepal #1?
Oh.
I can.
For this game, yes.
I think Imperium. I think Imperium's actually like calling me right now. It's like, yes, they are.
I agree.
I can't do it in his voice, obviously. But let's take a look at another team, though. In particular, we talked about Alpha7 a bit at the start of the show. We talked about Revo as being our player to watch. However, we might have to actually change that. Let's take a look at their player stats and you get exactly what I mean. Because Carrillo, that 1v3, I'm calling it now. It's the Chrono Clutch of the day. For sure. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to be able to top that. I got flashbacks. We were talking earlier about Loops and the Carrillo, and then we heard Blank, too, being able to talk about how he's usually known for being that star player. I mean, look at the damage. Yeah, the other players did end up getting eliminated early on, but this is what we expect, right? We want Carrillo to be able to step up when his team needs him to step up. That's what we had Revo, I mean, early on in regards to the players to watch, because he's able to do that. Now it's good to know that they're also able to rely on Carrillo to be able to do that, too. And what was so impressive, even though I mentioned it earlier, I'm going to mention it again, it's just no heals. He needed to hit those shots, and he was able to hit those shots.
He pretty much had a timer.
Well,
like, if you don't do the clutch fast enough, you're done.
Let's be fair, though. When the esports server gets updated, that won't be happening anymore. That first shot he got, long range with the DBS, should not exist anymore. You should not be able to get a knock from that.
Yeah, the range is going to be reduced on the damage. And
that shot should never have been actually able to work. But because we are on an older patch, it does. But the fact is, he keeps this cool. And it's flashbacks to the Loops Carrillo, the star player that we've been able to see.
And I'm glad that he went for those confirms. Usually we see those players, you know what, let me actually finish off the last player. He was like, you know what, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no heals. Let me just confirm those points for our team because they really need it. And then he went with a great play of throwing that molly on the wood floor.
Yeah, when I'm playing my games, I just always keep a few mollies. It's just always so good. If you know a team is in a compound, clear it.
Max, okay, let's be honest. You keep the mollies. How often do you actually get to use them? Do you forget that you have them?
I shall not answer this question.
What is your average survival time?
I don't look at my stats because I'm a little bit scared that I'll be disappointed in myself. Okay.
Yeah, that's what bad players say.
Okay, I didn't ask for this.
Hey, no, you should have said was, I don't have the worst survival time overall in all the players of PUBG Mobile. That's what I would have did. Infinity IQ, though, Max, you actually wanted to talk about them a bit over towards the top of the show here, but maybe you can get your chance now and bring your points up.
Yeah, I mean, Bensu, of course, him as a player, we have to talk about him. He just an absolute mad clutch master. I think he clutched it versus BTR. Then Yangon Galacticos pushing in from Camp Alpha, so he's been able to just play around with the DBS extremely efficiently. I think he also had himself some molly plays at some point, which is really efficient. But yesterday, towards the end of the day, Infinity IQ, their splits, the way they regroup, and their understanding of Miramar really impressed me. I want to see if that can potentially translate into Erangel a bit more, because they have been silent, but I think the potential is there that they could be a dark horse team in this event.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, as we said before, like Erangel, it's got to be your bread and butter for any team out there. And the fact is, you kind of maybe forget that when we have them spread out, the battleground spread out, you know, like doing a Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, something like that, you forget that it's the most played. But here, 3 Erangels back to back. This is where you have to get the majority of your points.
Exactly. I mean, Vampire worked out great for them so far. They got a chicken dinner and second place at the end of that second game. But if we can see other teams try and get points over there and they start being consistent, I feel like Vampire will have a hard time retaining in that first place.
I think for me, one of the teams to watch going into the Erangel and the back-to-back-to-back Erangels that we're going to be having here is going to be Bigetron, especially what we saw out of them here in Sandhawk. Even though, once again, it didn't work out in their favor, they were a lot more aggressive, and I'm looking to see if they're going to be willing to take that fight early on with Aton Esports. I know Aton Esports was actually quite upset to a point that, man, Bigetron is just becoming such a pain. I think we might actually need to establish who's going to be landing in just Naya. And these are 2 teams, just like with Alpha7 and Gladiators on north of George Bull. They're not willing to coexist. So it's just going to be one team there.
I mean, now for BTR more specifically, we have seen them do well on each different map. They got themselves chicken dinner on Erangel, chicken dinner on Miramar yesterday, and now actually doing way better on this one Sandhawk game. So it seems like overall they got a game plan for every map, which is working really efficiently. So it can continue going.
Well, you mentioned overall.
Yes.
And this is a completely hard shift into it. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, actually get an idea of where the team's currently standing. You can see Vampire going to be in first place at 82, but DRS, 3rd place off the back of that last victory that we just saw happen. 30 eliminations, 22 placement points. And the list, it's a little bit of a gap starting to develop here.
I mean, you're seeing DRS, you're looking at Gladiators, 1 win, and they can be catching up to Vampire, which after the lead they set up yesterday, I didn't think that would be possible so quickly, but it is getting there where Vampire not going to be as safe anymore, 7 in that first top.
for Gladiators, I don't know, man. I'm just not happy with the way they play that Sandhawk. Even though they did end up getting a top 3.
There was a 1-1-1-1 split that you were really unhappy with, I remember.
It was. They should have been covering our Team Falcons. I think at one point we were talking about actually Kitsune. I remember who it was. Kitsune was by himself, and the other players, Matic was still covering an area where there was absolutely nobody. He had the zone to his back. I'm not sure what was going on there. I wish they would have just fall back. I wish they would have been able to cover a lot more ground because they would have been able to stop DRS. They would have been able to stop iKURD, and they would have ended up with a lot more ilms than they ended up with. This team is just too slow recovering, regrouping for me.
It feels like sometimes they get in their own head. They're thinking, oh, a team could still be out in the blue up north. We have to hold on to the split. Otherwise, if a team backstab us, we're pretty much dead. But that would have been the case maybe last year where the circles would do less damage on Sandhawk. But here, you can't really do those long rotations around the cliffside. You would be eliminated pretty much instantly. So I'd like to see, we mentioned it yesterday. It's still the case here. Regroup a bit quicker. They still had a really good game. We expect Gladiators to do well on Northern Western Island finishes, but it could have potentially been a win.
Like, I want to be even more crucial or critical to them, to be honest, because it's like the same zone, 2 Sandhawks in a row
without a win. Yeah,
you watched. Okay. I don't have like for sure know that they watched the match yesterday, but you should know what you did wrong yesterday, and to not come out into this game and get, I think, a higher placing or a better. I mean, there's not much higher place you can get, but like a better result. I don't know, man. That leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth.
It does, and I mean, that's kind of why I bring them up, because we see them do the exact same thing. Yeah, it is a top 3. Congratulations to them, but come on, like, you got to be able to adjust. You got to be able to regroup your players a little bit faster. You got to be able to take advantage. Yeah, you were able to get some Milems. I feel like there could be more, and they're just living it out there.
I feel like this is because they have a game plan they have set in mind for a long time now for Sandhawk, and they're not willing to move away from it, which, no, they got some points, so I can't argue. Okay, sure, it's not a chicken dinner. We'd like to see it, but for them, this is a game plan that works for them. They're very comfortable with it, and they're just going to keep going with it. I don't expect a change at this point, because if they would have made a change, I think it would have happened here, because it's literally almost the exact same circle. So I think they're just going to maintain this playstyle, split early, and hopefully try and maintain as many players alive at the late game.
I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, luckily for them, Sandhawk, we're only playing it 1 time, right? Every single day. It's not like Erangel that we play it 3 times or Miramar that we play it twice. But I want to see how that's going to be affecting them when we actually go to Erangel and they don't get favored by the zone. They do great rotations, but just like Blank was saying, I want to know what happens when they actually have a full roster towards the end.
I mean, I look at it as any other team. If you see Northwestern Island, you know you could just hard crash on someone potentially, because you know they're gonna be out of position, right? You know they split so much and stay split for so long that, you know what, that high ground that Gladiators have could become your high ground.
I mean, Falcons almost did that at some point. They got really close to Kitsune, and I feel like Kitsune was not able to regroup, and DRS kind of helped out that whole situation from unfolding itself, because if they don't crash it, I don't feel Kitsune is ever able to make that regroup. So regrouping before the team start to push up on you is good, but teams might see that throughout tomorrow, maybe also in the main tournament if they do end up qualifying, that is a very clear weakness. We can try and abuse it to get control of the high ground, and if you're in the high ground and you're playing together, chances are you're going to get that win.
Yep.
And I feel bad we're so critical of Gladiators, but we know what they can do. We know how good of a team they can be. But you know who also can be good? Our commentators. Hot Jukes and Klaris taking us into our second match of the day.
Oh, you're darn right we're good. That's right. Let's get it going here. Match number 2 about to get started. And here we go. Onto Arigel. Nice little southern playing path heading up north. It's going to be a pretty good one here for these teams.
Good for a lot of teams to be able to reach where they want. Maybe sometimes North George and George is going to be a bit of a stretch. They'll have to take the cars up there as things do go on. But because of that, and the way in which S2G splits across Ruins, Sunken, Rozhok, and things like that, they might be a little bit more cautious about how they go through that drop, whilst teams might be scrambling for cars around them. So I might be looking for that for the moment, but we'll see how things go down.
Yeah, that's always the most annoying thing too, especially with 18 teams. Those 2 extra squads could definitely make it more hectic. With a circle like this, if you want to go there, you find that vehicle, and if you land on another team, it is tough. I wonder to see what Alpha7 is going to do, because they normally like to land that North George spot, and this is going to be a stretch for them, but they do have that secondary location of Lipovka. So and it looks like that might just be where they're headed.
Down at the bottom, we're seeing it looks like Maxexis is actually a little bit closer to some threats that they may not have perceived before. I mean, they will see the drops going down. Straight away, we'll take a car and drive away. So very important to not lose someone early.
Let's see where the Sursone's going to go. Okay. This southern circle. What do you feel about this one, Yao?
I'm going to predict northeast of Quarry will be our finish. I mean, quite far northeast. Between kind of Gatka Quarry, but I mean, it could have gone anywhere. So it's a stab in the dark.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'll go with Chopsticks. Right? I'll go with Chopsticks. That'd be a cool finish to see here. Let's see what Vampire's up to. They like to go to that Primorsk area, but it looks like
they got a boat.
Yeah, they got on a boat. And yeah, it looks like they landed Ferry Pier. Got on a boat and are headed straight to Primorsk. Interesting.
Yeah, you don't want to be lingering around Ferry Pier too long with that split of Gladiators. So get that vehicle and get out of dodge, as Primorsk is actually a great launching point to be able to play this circle from. You've got checkpoints. So we're going to see Vampire loot out Primorsk, probably head up towards Quarry, and from there, use a little bit of that high ground to scout things out along with the hill to the east side of it. It provides you a decent overlook across some of the circle.
One thing I love about Vampire is they never blind rotate. They're always just checking up to the closest hill, send a couple players, scout it out, and then just move little by little. But they have the entire field open for them here, so they can pretty much pick any secure place they want to be in this zone. As you can see them on the run as they storm the beaches of Primorsk.
That's right. Of course, there's PMWI crates that you guys need to be interested in between July the 15th and August the 15th as well, so make sure to check that out on in-game. And also, you can check out the Esports Center that's giving you some limited time rewards as well, as that one didn't come up already, but I'm anticipating it. Babosh!
Get him! That's what I'm talking about here. That's why we're the best in the biz, baby. And let's see, as S2G, they want to be considered, they want to get that title as well, as they're hunting down FaZe Clan. They had a really tough start in that last match, but it does look like S2G, after getting some return shots, say, you know what, yeah, all right. You guys can go ahead.
So, as I was saying, they were potentially in trouble because of the way their split works, right? And the kind of playing path and where they could potentially have teams rotate past them. FaZe was going to be the one to kind of take up that challenge. And SUG kind of getting out of dodge free a bit here, because there was always going to be that potential lingering threat because of the factors I've spoken about.
Yes, let's see what S2G decides to do. They're going to go ahead and take the bridge. Looks like they might start heading towards crates here. So, straying away from... oh, actually, I think they're going to go for a vehicle. Yeah.
He's still in.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get another car. Maybe they're seeing that it's there, or turning around and chasing FaZe Clan. So, all right. S2G mixing it up.
I'm scared. I don't know if coming back is the right play.
Oh, my goodness! No! The trap has been set!
Why? Why have we come back?
Bye-bye.
I hate to say I told you so, guys, but...
I am shocked. I do not know what they were going for. I don't know what they were doing, but maybe they wanted to take the very scenic route to Ruins.
Anyway, let's move on from that. We have Silas just going to loot things up now, and FaZe just basically gets a free elimination point straight out of it. I mean, I'm lost for words a little bit. I don't know why this occurred.
Yeah, I don't either. That was a really we'll leave it as interesting play. And not to mention, you know, FaZe, they also get crates. They're going to be able to loot that whole area as well. So a big dub for them and a good bounce back from last match. But, you know, S2G and all the fans out there, not feeling too good after that one. Still a lot of tournament left, but, you know, it's little mistakes like that that could definitely bite you in the butt.
Yeah, definitely so, as we now have our teams moving on up. And it is going to be eventually Vampire moving up towards Quarry here. I still can't believe. But anyway, Donut's going to be trying to go for the rotate here, all the way past what we're seeing from Gladiators, who have got a pretty decent lockdown on the position that they're at right now. They're not the kind of team that would bridge camp, even though they know that there are some teams across in military eventually wanting to come over. So, I mean, let's see what they do.
Yeah, Kitsune needs to dip, and he realizes that. I mean, he's all by himself up there. Yeah, he was able to scare off a player away from that location, but if they realize that it's just one, he knows that they're coming for him. So I think he's going to go run down, try to get that vehicle, and head on over to his team.
All right, yep, we have Aton now moving on north of Gatka here. They've got a lot of room to work with. And when you're a team that's here early that has a lot of room to work with, because of the playing path, because of where it was, because teams had a hard time getting over to the west side, they should be quietly confident in the fact that they can pick up anywhere they want to go right now on this west side. But it then kind of becomes an edge location, so you've got to be considerate of how you're going to rotate back towards the east.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is really a big moment for Aton Esports. They're all the way down in 15th place right now. They need a bounce back game, a massive one, to put them in the running for this. So this is a zone that they pretty much have the lay of the land of. So I'm really interested to see how they finish here.
Definitely so. Mazexis looking over towards what is usually quite an important compound on a entry or exit location here for military, but they're playing things out slow. I'm surprised to a degree that we've stalemated here, because it's very unlikely we have that second shift heading down towards military for the moment. And a smoke definitely gives away.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was caught in this position, and now they're looking to kind of get a rescue going.
I think Hax is going to try to drive up into that smoke, but that is going to still be a little dangerous. We'll see if he does make it out away from here. Mafioso on the hunt for his next location for his team. And this is always interesting. I don't talk about it a lot, but you know what? By driving, one of the most underrated skills in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, being able to rotate perfectly, the distance each vehicle is from each other, so important. If you're too far apart and that person gets into a fight, you're not going to be able to get to them on time. Too close together, and your whole squad can get wiped out. So something to think about.
Quite honestly, it's cool that you bring it up, because it is actually like one of my favorite mini games in PUBG Mobile, which is actually just driving around. The mechanics are great. They feel really fluid and really fun to do. So,
yeah.
But yeah, you're right. If you're setting up a convoy and things like that, it's important to not be too far away from one another so you can rendezvous with each other, etc. But yeah, for now, everybody is doing that good old driving thing here and trying to get themselves to the circle.
Yeah, everybody trying to pick up all the rides they can, because this is a very interesting circle. There's a lot of places it can go, none unfamiliar to these teams, but they want to have those vehicles just in case they want to set up a car wall or something like that. Let's see where the zone decides to go. Will we see the most toxic shift ever and it go to military?
Okay, all right, cool your boots. Let's see where we are on the way. If we did see a military, I'm okay with it, because it would cause absolute chaos, but I'm imagining we are going mainland to get things going, and there we have it here, as we will go. You know, R8's going to be very happy.
I think we kind of called it a little earlier. They're going to be end up in that north side. We'll see where it decides to go to. Vampire, to exactly as you mentioned, they're right there at Quarry, keeping an eye on the land. But, you know, AGONxI8, Mazexis, all the way down in military, having to make their way up, and Mazexis are paying for it big time. 2 players knocked. It's not looking good.
No, definitely not. Again, when it comes to these kind of transitions that you have to make, brilliant little sprays coming in through the fields here to try and make it work. And yeah, Mazexis just cannot catch a break. They're unfortunately going to be going down pretty soon if they're not careful.
Yeah, this is another level of tournament right here. And you can see them on the hunt. Bigetron Red Villains on the move. They had a great end to yesterday. Let's see, where do they decide to go? Because there are so many teams in this area.
Exactly. That's the big point. A bit of an adaptation from yesterday. Obviously, Erangel is very important when it comes to this tournament. It's 50% of the games. So we're seeing huge swaths of teams moving into the center. far quicker than we were seeing yesterday here, as those changes have to be made here quickly. Now we're going to see everybody really kind of trying to take that center spot between that Quarry and Gatka, kind of equidistant from one another, and it's going to get spicy.
100%. You can see 7-9 taking this little spot right here. It's a good one. And they are surrounded by squads. So this next zone is going to really decide who's going to have that huge advantage for the rest of the match. Alpha7 all the way up in the north, right next to S2G, hugging the edge of the circle. But at the end of the day, Alpha7, they love that edge style play.
Yeah.
But is it going to work out for them? I'm not too sure, because we're seeing these center teams really able to make it to the late game.
It's tough as an edge spot, right, in this kind of circle, because you've got the fields of Gatka, very open, hard to rotate through. But south of that, yes, some hills, but then south of that, what have you got? The fields, north of Long Forest, as well as kind of east of that quarry location. So when you're playing edge, wherever these circles go, unless you've got central positions like those hills a lot of people were sending for, making those transitions later on is very difficult because of how flat it is.
Yes, yeah, it is a complete open range in that area, and you can see 7-9. I mean, everyone is just almost every rock, every tree is taken up here at this point. We can just see Infinity IQ deciding to take up this shack right here in the middle of the zone. That's going to be interesting to see. And looking at Gladiators. Gladiators, obviously coming off that Sandhawk match, they got the zone that they were dreaming of. Third place finish, but you can tell Tixie's hungry for more as he takes a shot on the Rules. Rules was down to 1 HP.
Where are we going? As the big question here for all of these teams. There's some teams still in the blue, still scrambling for an opportunity to try and get themselves in. There's not too many barrier teams because, again, I think the edge play on the circle is scary. Oh my. Okay. Big problems for a lot of these teams. How are you going to deal with this? There's not much room. The Longwoods in general can actually house a lot of teams just north of that road from Ferry. So technically you can house a lot of teams there, but you've got to get there fast.
Oh yeah, as you can see, I love the fact that there is a lot more places to be in that beach area, but Mafioso is lighting up Aton Esports, and Fran having to decide, do I take this fight? Do I get these shots down range? Or do I take off? It looks like he is trying to help out his teammates, but it's just a little too late.
It's a wild spray and not really connecting with much there, as Mafioso is going to lie down. He knows where Fran is, but for Fran, I mean, there's too many targets. They're actually driving up. They're going to aggress onto this here, as they know that they already have the man advantage. One down. Fran's going to have to back off here. I mean, he's got actually quite a few nades still left, but this, I don't know how much is going to get done.
Let's see. You can see Rebo out there trying to get a nade. They do have the band advantage, and they're trying to get revenge for their teammate, Carrillo. Okay, some shots onto Zohan. Zohan forced to get out the vehicle, and he is stuck out in the open. So Aton Esports gonna have to make a crazy play if they want to survive.
All right, well, big sprays still coming in, but not really been able to connect with much. Both teams here. Some smokes to kind of cloud the vision of any further onlookers. And yeah, this is, it's a slow fight, but, you know, what's really happening?
Run over.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Senethex running over Fran, and now Zohan is on the run.
You got to get out and play for placement. You can't take this fight.
Try to get some points, but that's the thing about this point system, right? It's so heavily in favor of eliminations. If you try to get any points at all, it's only going to be a couple.
Yep, yeah. Got to salvage, got to salvage. Pick it up with the pan, nice. We've got ourselves Revo good to go here with the Pumpy as well, of all things. So maybe the potential for breaches down the line, as Infinity has a good farm compound here, technically, with the transitions that they were able to make, but it's very edge. So eventually they're going to have to dip from that as we take a look at the replay. And nice nades by Tixie. Yeah, you're going to have to dip from this farm compound and get into those woods eventually.
Yeah, let's see where these teams opt to end with this zone and where it's going to go, because, I mean, this hard shift south definitely made things interesting. One team in particular we haven't talked about so far, Team Falcons. They're in 6th place right now. They're all the way to the east side of this match, so they're going to have to push through quite a few teams if they want to center up.
A great team looking to advance on through that west side, and that's the cool thing. You can actually slow play the woods in this circle as well and try and dislodge teams as you go, and it's actually a really good location for a team that likes sweeping, likes fights, likes to come in from the edges. Not so much the fields, though. They're not great.
Yeah, though, you definitely want to be in that woodland area, and it's all about timing when you're right there. You're hoping to catch a fight, maybe third party, a nice little ferry pier finish. And we're going to see a lot of movement here from these squads. And actually, Team Falcons are looking to make a push right now.
Looking to make the push, as well as a lot of teams going to try and crash onto this beach area at the moment. But iKURD kind of locked in position here by Revo. They need to move away from this and kind of rendezvous elsewhere, because taking this fight on this side, okay, cool, you might get yourself some elimination points, but you need to find a position quickly for a circle like this.
And here comes Team Falcons making the very risky rotation, pushing on past into the beach. This is a complete blind rotation, and they are getting picked apart.
Yeah, those trench areas, difficult to actually push onto when they've got him on lockdown. One unlocked, obviously, but wild shots into the distance here for Vampire to try and shut down iKURD, who would eventually try and push on against them.
Looks like that is the place where Vampire decides to hang out. They're going to be on the beach here. It's a beach party in match number 2. Vampire Esports is looking to have some success here. Obviously, it's Sandhawk with a repeat circle. They weren't able to have that same success. So hopefully they can bounce back here. But this is going to be a very, very difficult zone to actually get a chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If you're not here already, it's difficult to push onto, as we have a few fights heading on from the north as well. I can talk about the beach a little later on, because still this fight's going to continue.
Let's see right now what 7-9 could do here as Tam is going to go ahead and start off with a shot. Bitorus there with the off angle, looking to mix things up, and he's a little bit hesitant, because pushing up in that angle is going to leave him wide out and open. He's going to need some support from his teammates. FaZe with the nades. All it takes is one well-placed nade here, and they are going to be at a huge advantage.
They're just soaring over at the moment. They hear the driving across as well, and unfortunately doesn't get quite the hint of where that boogie's going, only the visual cue of it. So throws the molly over towards it just in case somebody was being picked up, but not to be the case. Going to be moving away here. Meanwhile, in the middle of the beach, which, by the way, is slightly deceptive. It's a beach, yes, but it's not as flat as it used to be. There's trenches, there's down vehicles there. There's a lot of little dips that you can play in this beach, and it can house a lot of teams.
Oh, man, ever since this 2.0 update came out, it has made a party of things. And FaZe tried to get away from that fight, only to run into Bigetron Red Villains. And now it's just down to 2 players with a very blind rotation, trying to head towards the beach, but they have to know that almost everything is taken up already.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You just have to pitch up again in the woods here and try and play from there and hope the circle's going to come your way. But Moment is actually kind of locked down here by multiple angles. It's not only Gladiators looking at him, it's also S2G that are looking at him from the beach. It's very open lines of sight.
Yep, and that is the name of the game here. Let's see what 7-9 could do as they're pushing through the edge of the circle. They're going to have to get past DRS. Killer does have that off angle, but he's in the vehicle. Does he decide to hop out? He does. And Delta, making some shots onto the bug. He gets one. And Tam is going to try to find a way in to the rest of his team.
Yep, 7-9 here, kind of dragging the wheels a little bit. It's kind of slow going here for them. They're going to try and maybe send Tam forwards, realizing it's difficult for them to all stay in that location and kind of weather the storm. They might be looking for an off angle here to try and deal with what's going on.
Tam does secure a position into this next circle as it does center up. So it is going to be right on that beach woods area. AGONxI8 are holding it down right now. Wow, jumped out, gets popped in the meantime. And this angle here from Naoto, putting in some work on AGONxI8. And with one knocked here and the position they have, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a push.
Very PR, a lot of buildings, a lot of rocks to try and take cover against. So the pre-fires throughout, I should say pre-fires, just trying to spray through the smoke, hoping that he's going to be able to clip something. Not hugely successful, but still putting pressure on against his opponents as well. You know, you can crawl in front of him if you want. Fine.
Here comes the nades. Naoto trying to pop one off. Throwing a pretty blind one right there. Not going to be able to get the connection. Blade's going to hold it as well. He knows where those smokes are. Yeah, and then finally, Missile throwing one right towards AGONxI8. Does connect. And it is really just up to Blade here on this off angle to try to make something happen for his team.
It feels like it's up to Blade a lot for this team when you're kind of seeing out these moments. But, I mean, this is very difficult to deal with. He actually catches Naoto, though, during all of that. The rest of Donuts here for the moment is going to move back, trying to find maybe an angle. But he's using this corner really effectively whilst healing to try and negate the angles that his opponents are looking for.
iKURD forced with that crazy rotation. They get beat up in the process, but they do survive for now as the Ali, the last straggler, trying to make it towards his team, but all his tires got shot out.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go.
Rough, man. Some parts of it are still flat, let's be real. So that's why that's going to be so easy here for them to be able to take those brilliant shots coming in as Vampire trying to solidify themselves on this side. But they do have one down, just get him up, good to go. And they should be okay for the moment, but they want to look at dealing with Infinity IQ and Galacticos in the middle.
100%, not to mention you got Gladiators right there on the edge of this circle, just waiting to get into the thick of it. Bigetron now deciding we got to make this push. Here they go, starting to apply that pressure. They use those smokes to be able to push up on the R8 for free. And now here comes all the utility, but one nade could spell disaster for Bigetron. They have to be careful here.
Yeah, I'm glad that they found out around the building because they were giving R8 just one single angle to focus on there for. So this is really important to kind of keep your opponents guessing.
Ragnarok, looks like he had that VSS holding that one down. Oh, he spots one player. There goes the second knock. Full send here for Bigetron as they climb up. And shots going back and forth. R8 about to get picked apart. Only one player left. Can D7 do it?
Can they? Versus DBS's. I've seen this go usually towards the DBS's way, as he is going to look for an opportunity to come around this corner, just give it the big blast.
Oh!
D plus Kia is driving on
the
it.
molly!
He got caught by the molly during all. The distraction causes him absolute devastation.
It's up to Yuhai. Yuhai has to make some serious plays here. He does get up. I don't think he has time to go for this res, but he's going for it anyway. And now here comes Forrest. D plus Kia.
There's no way they get this off, right? There's no way they get the res off.
Here he goes. Comes up. Yuhai finds one. He misses every shot. That has gotta hurt as D plus Kia pick up the points. D7 finally comes down. Misses some as well. Oh, these players want these shots back so bad.
Looking for that fight here and will be able to take out R8 as well. D plus Kia is patient about their movement. They're playing this edge-heavy style really well and rocking up on fights that are just completely in the midpoint of the fight and just cleaning things up after.
6 eliminations, 1 player down for them, but they do have the north side of the zone. But there's still so much action happening. That's going to be DRS Gaming eliminated. 9 teams still remaining here. The zone shifting up north into this forest area. So many trees, but not a lot of cover at all. Teams are going to have to fight their way to victory here.
The person in the middle of the circle at the moment is HamCG. If S2G is able to make a meal of this game after losing the first person of the game as well, that would be absolutely fantastic. They've got one knocked on that right-hand side, though. They need to get him up. But all these teams on the beach now are having to make the scramble against these bunkered areas, and it's difficult to make that transition.
AGONxI8 still all the way at the southern side of this circle. They're going to have to go against Infinity IQ if they want to go for this chicken dinner. Here comes the utility. They got to throw it all right now. Time is of the essence. There's still 2 minutes on the clock here. And here comes the push. Huiga looking to hold on this angle. Gets caught in the process, and AGONxI8 are taking advantage of it.
It was a decently timed push, but that off angle's hurting them a lot. Vampires is blasting them here from that west side. At the same time, though, Vampire has to be cautious. Gladiators is just north of them, so they need to use this ridgeline to the full extent, but they are going up against a so fortified area of Gladiators. The smokes are all important to close the gap.
Yes, Vampire Esports throwing those offensive smokes, eliminating those slight lines from Gladiators. That's going to force them to push back a little bit as Vampire is heavying the storm. And you can see right now, Gladiators, they have a good idea that this is Vampire Esports, considering the elimination feed popping off and the shots going off right next to them.
The direction that this team's coming in from as well, but you can see Kitsune sees S2G in the middle of the circle. They know dislodging them is kind of important here, but at the same time, you've got to respect this threat that Vampire poses right on your doorstep.
That is the exact thing that they have to do. You can't get focused on splitting different teams. You have to be on one team at a time, and Vampire is the greatest threat to Gladiators right now. 58 seconds left on the clock. Next zone about to pop on here. AGONxI8 are barely outside of it here, and they do have one good UAS, but at the second they get in it, they're getting popped out of it.
Falcons crawling, only one left alive here to try and get them some points on the board. Sem9 has been completely caught by D plus Kia. Some good off angles here for them as well. Really negating the very limited cover they have of a tree alone.
Forrest with 7 eliminations for D plus Kia. This guy is popping off for his team, and that is going to definitely get them going here. Let's see what else is going to do. Yeah, it's only one player left from Sem9. He has a DBS, but oh my gosh. He got a couple players hurt. Forrest forced to throw out that smoke here. Oh, gets caught in the process. But DPlusKia, 9 eliminations. You got to pick up force at this point. This guy has been crushing it.
Yeah, this has been excellent from them. Should be able to get this res off as well. Just stack it on up. Yep, that's right. As for S2G, oh my, that circle shift. S2G is praising the circle gods here at the moment, as a lot of the teams, apart from DPlusKia, are probably going to fight off against each other before they even become a threat to S2G.
S2G needs to take advantage of this. I mean, getting 2 games in a row where you're getting the favorable circle, you can't ask for much more. So you have to put up some serious points while you have the chance. Young Galacticos might just get caught up by Ravenclaw here as he's got that nade. Oh, it busts off, but he gets knocked in the process by Romeo Boy.
Yep. Not too bad, but look at how little room they have to play with. S2G can even see them down in the south as well, and are punishing them hard. For Romeo Boy, I feel like this is kind of donezo for him. I'm not sure how he gets out of there, but then S2G, once they're only 3 and then somebody survives from this, I think they should be really concerned about DPlusKia's position.
DPlusKia going to be definitely the threat for them at this point, because Gladiators have to go wide out in the open if they want to get into this next circle. So S2G is just literally licking their chops right now, waiting for him.
These are the easy pickings that S2G is getting down at the south, but all 3 guns are trained on the south. As we take a look at a replay here, Forest is able to get so much done in this game. Oh
S12K. Absolutely insane. 5 eliminations make that 6 for him. This guy has been popping off, and they do pick him up, so he is ready here. They do have the angles. And Vampire is stuck out in the open here. They're going to have to hit some crazy shots if they want a chance at winning this game.
Smart move to destroy the car next to you there. And they do have a little bit of a cheeky angle on S2G at the moment from this south side, realizing that maybe that is also a bit of a problem with a shack like this. Vampire is fortified here in that little, and then it looks like they're going to be making the move to try and get in nade range of S2G.
Yes, DPlusKia very, very close, and now S2G is just focusing on those easy pickings across the road, but DPlusKia is coming right behind him. Here goes Vampire, the zone's closing. They're forced to run out wide in the open as Meku does start off with a nice knock on the Schweppes.
And the smoke wall that they used across that road was super important to try and make that transition happen. This is why you save your utility for when it's most important.
Forest from DPlusKia picking up another player from Vampire. I mean, no matter how good you are, there's not much you can do in this situation.
The teams in the south can't catch a break when it comes to these circles, though. They're going to be up against it once again as the circle goes north, east, or east, or whatever you want to look at. But here, Calci, S2G, DPlusKia, they have the advantage against these teams, even though the shots are raining in from Tixi.
Vampire's just trying to make something happen, but it is just too much. Literally every single squad is focusing right in their direction. I mean, they are the first place team. Everybody wants to get them out as early as possible.
But they've been strong about this one. I think their campaign in this game will come to an end pretty soon. They're the ones that are going to have the hardest time with a circle like this. A lot of teams will be looking their way, but you can see how many teams are prone right now, trying to lock it down. HamCG hitting on Tony K. That is going to be him going down quickly.
I think every team in this lobby knows that this is Vampire stuck on this rock. And it's like they've all made an agreement, said, you know what, this is the first place team. Let's take them out first, and then we'll worry about each other later on. But man, Schweppes is not going down without a fight.
Those teams have decent, well, ish cover, considering how tricky it can be. Silas also hitting Meku. S2G is having to hold the Wolves off at the doors at multiple angles here, and they're doing a great job of it. It's the one proper dip in this circle that has some defense.
Schweppes, at this point, I think he's going to go deny the points. Maybe looking to try and pick up a point here and there. Yeah, he's not gonna. That's Vampire out of there. 3 teams remaining.
And Gladiators here is going to be absolutely trounced on this west side. I don't know how they're able to deal with this. The lines of sight that the other teams have against them when they have to move are just an impossibility to try and deal with, considering they have to spend so many smokes to get over that road.
I might be giving the advantage to DPlusKia here. They have those sight lines. S2G is stuck in a corner. Kitsune is the last one. Oh! There it is! From Fabian!
Fabian's been setting this up for the last 5 and a bit minutes. He was taking that off angle strongly. He wipes them out! That's DPlusKia getting themselves the victory. The off angles are important. Getting in nade range of that dip was the play.
Oh my gosh, and he just snaked his way towards it little by little, and boom, chicken dinner, baby. S2G Man, blessed with the zone once again. They end up getting 16 points total. Vampire, it was so crazy. They could not catch a break, but they still managed to secure, double-digit points.
I like how patient D+ Kia is playing these games. They are by no means the most aggressive team in the lobby. Absolutely not. But the South Koreans coming out and being able to take the control of the areas that they did, moving onto the compounds when they did. It's a heavy strategy-based play that's constantly winning them out of these situations.
I couldn't agree more, and not to mention their perfect third party just a little bit earlier on to Bigetron, adding up those elimination points. But man, we saw a heck of a performance here from one player in particular. Crazy eliminations here. A D+ Kia have stepped up to the table.
Was he in the forest?
That's right, he sure was. He was in his own element.
Yeah, he did fantastically. I mean, obviously, Fabian was absolutely crucial in being able to get that off angle. I think for a little moment, S2G kind of forgot to a degree about exactly how he'd moved. You're obviously going to know that eventually a team is up there and how they were going to hold you off. But when those kind of angles come in, I don't know how you're supposed to respond to them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and it's so difficult when you have so many easy eliminations in front of you. You kind of forget what's right behind you. But guys, we got a lot ahead in just a few minutes. We'll be right back after this short break. One of the most improved regions over the course of these years. I have said it, Seven. I will say it every time. Damn OnePlus get themselves a big chicken dinner. We get to see the double F crew of Fabian and Forrest able to rise up and get a ton of eliminations behind it. Welcome back here to the desk, everyone. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman and Seven Worlds Gaming to break down that last game. And honestly, there were so many phenomenal decisions made by D+, especially third parties, that really set them up for success.
So much to break down here, really. Fabian and Forrest were looking spectacular throughout the rest of this game. The moment they cleared Alpha7, I started thinking, what is going to be the next move for D+? And then there was so many situations that came up. Vampire pushing onto Gladiators. There was the fight between BTR and R8 in the Northern Edge. They saw that fight, instantly sent it, and the moment they clear that fight with Forrest on the SK12, there's very little competition north, and they can just start spreading and start controlling pretty much the rest of the lobby at that point.
The timing where they actually decided to send it, and the mollies that they started throwing too, I thought it was perfect.
All right, let's take a look at the match rankings so you get an idea of the points that the teams did get for themselves. D+ much needed points as well to push it into top 5, to push it back into getting into the main event. 23 points for them. See 16 for S2G, see 9 for Gladiators. Vampire Esports at 10. By the way, for Gladiators, this is what? Their 6th time out of 8 matches they've been able to get top 4. And then we even get to see a team we haven't really been able to talk about too much, AGONxI8.
Yeah, I mean, they speed up their rotation on Sanhok, and they're doing good here too. The pronunciation, by the way, on point here, Jason.
No. I wanted to do it the way you told me not to do it.
Oh, okay. You wanted to do
don't do that.
But I was like, Max is going to slap
give you originality points, but but they did start speeding up their rotations early on Sanhok on game number 1, and here they did get in some interesting positions. It was a tough game for a lot of the teams that started to play the beaches, because moving away from those dips and those little hiding spots is tough. But
and Tixi.
They were still in circle. And Tixi was the lookout on the roof. Like, he had pretty much eyesights on everyone, so if he started to move, you're dead, Seven. But AGONxI8 surviving for as long as they did, pretty impressive.
It is, and you know what? I actually want to touch base with Alpha7. I feel like they keep getting unlucky with the circles, and they haven't been able to readjust, and it comes down to just their rotations. I still feel like they're being a little bit too slow with the rotations. They need to be able to speed it up even more. But overall, I mean, this was the play that you were talking about here. BTR, they were taking it to R8. They were able to just... Right here is when they started pushing, and I'm talking about D+ here, and it was at the perfect time possible.
If you push too early, BTR are going to be collapsing back onto you. You're going to potentially lose that fight because you're pushing into cars. If you come in too late, maybe the team has time to heal up, and you're also going to get eliminated. As you said, Seven, the timing was absolutely perfect. A few seconds off, it doesn't work out.
And I feel like something that ended up helping out D+ here as well was that RA player, Ida, only had 21 bullets in his UMP.
Okay, so I'm going to be a bit critical here. Okay, give me a second. He had 21 bullets in the UMP. Okay, not a lot, fair to say. He had himself 2 full clips on the M4, and he decides to spray down onto D+ with the 21 bullet UMP. If he played with the M4 at that moment, I'm pretty sure you maybe see D+ lose 2 players. I'm not too sure what the... I'll show you a replay later, and I'm telling you, if he plays the M4, D+ maybe don't win that fight.
Replay from when?
From that fight. Of BTR. All right.
Okay.
I'll show you.
I don't know. I still feel like...
Trust me.
Hey, whatever you two do back in your hotel room is completely on you guys, okay? I don't need to hear about it. Let's take a look at D+'s player stats, though, here in this last match, because we got to talk about Fabian and Forrest yet again here. Forrest, 1,000 damage. Kalaris, I'm going to need a soundboard from you. I'm sure that came through our microphones because I'm pretty sure I heard it. A massive play out of him. And I mean, you see him get 8 eliminations. Obviously, a lot of them coming in when they did go for the third party. But Fabian, the nades to close out the game. Fantastic job.
Yeah, I think Kalaris mentioned it during that game. He was trying to set himself up for that. And the moment he got close enough and he knew that STG would take
5 and some odd minutes.
Yeah, exactly. To be accurate, the moment you get close enough and he knew that the entirety of STG were just so close to one another, 1 nade was going to be enough. He got 2 knocks on the nade. The execution is strong.
The funny thing is that like we were talking about, oh, S2G position's so good because they're in that little dip, right? They have protection from their backside. But what helped them get that far also was their downfall because it allowed Fabian to actually push up and get the nade in.
Exactly. I mean, there were so many teams that could have potentially won that one at the end, but it's just down to the utility. We keep saying it many times. If you still have that utility in the late game, it can turn the tides. And in this situation, it did exactly that.
To give S2G some credit, though, they did end up going for that risky play, and it ended up working out for them because they were able to survive so many teams shooting at them, and they were able to also use their vehicle to discover, which was great.
Yeah, I mean, not many teams really know the kind of like terrain, the small little dips, and the fact that they knew that dip was there. They got there as early as they did. A few second delay maybe on that move, maybe doesn't quite work out. So yeah, S2G, good push, but nade's pretty strong. Yeah.
Well, during that last match as well, when we were watching 7, we noticed a little graphic pop up on the left-hand side, and we're like, ooh, it was Kitsune with 600 damage done. And I know you want to take a look at Gladiators' player stats here, but tell us why.
It is because this was a player that we're talking about. When are we going to start seeing, right? We're talking about Tixi, we're talking about Meku, we're talking about Matic. Then we're being able to put up numbers. So now Kitsune, I don't know if he heard us or what happened because he was able to put up 600 damage, only being able to convert that into 1 elim. And by the way, you mentioned it too. Tixi, being able to have that roof, being able to overlook everything. I feel like that ended up working out for them. Although, you know what? I do have to play devil's advocate here because this team had the circle for a very, very long time. I feel like they did end up playing that right, but I just want to start seeing more out of them. I want to start seeing a little bit faster rotations, like when they had to push out. Even though they did have, even though they did have SGG looking at them, even though they did have to worry about Vampire Esports. I don't know. I still feel like they're leaving some to be desired. They're not quite there yet with the potential that they're capable of.
I actually believe it was fast enough this game. I feel like the timing was pretty good. I feel like they went for the right positions at the right time. Sanhok is a different ball game entirely, right? We want them to be faster there, but for this game in particular, I don't really have anything to criticize. For me, it's just a clean game. They went from point A to point B really efficiently. I love how they kind of like coexisted with Vampire the moment they start pushing in, because Tixi was getting naded. He couldn't hold on to the rooftop position anymore. The moment he gets pushed away, information is lacking for the entirety of Gladiators, so they start going north. Vampire take control of the south, and then they kind of work together as a 8-player team and start lasering all the teams trying to leave the beach late. So I feel like that was a good plan that they didn't continue the fight, because otherwise maybe a third party comes up.
And I feel like we're going to find the answer too for, can we see Gladiators with a 4-man squad there towards the end? And this circle, this circle forced them to actually be all 4 players alive towards the end.
What about Yangon Galacticos? I mean, no, Max, we haven't really been able to talk about them too much. They were last place coming into this match, though I would imagine they've been able to move up the leaderboards just a bit. I think Mizexis was the team right above them. Starting to see some life in them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the circle kind of helped them not have to move.
I get that.
It was the best game ever. No, the moment they have to leave the beach is when, of course, with the lookouts of Vampire, Gladiators working together is not going to happen. The circle did somewhat come their way, but the Sanhok of earlier really gave me a little bit of hope. We can see more from this team because they start to be a little bit faster. I feel like they're adapting to this lobby a bit more. They understand 18 teams will need to be a bit quicker on the move. They started doing that. It's still a slow process on a short-term tournament like this is maybe not going to be enough, but there are glimpses of hope here we have seen from Yangon Galacticos.
Well, even another team, Viral, Donuts Viral, we were able to see them actually take down DRS, so it was great to see them come out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere, but again, I've been talking about like South Korea with D+, Donuts Viral as well coming from Japan. I wanted to see them, you know, show what I've been kind of building them up to be, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of it. They're starting to get a little bit more, I don't want to say confident necessarily, but they're, I think, willing to maybe take some more fights.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, would be confidence, so...
Yeah, it's fair to say we haven't seen enough yet from Donuts Viral. So we're hoping to see a little bit more, I think, in terms of taking fights. I think they're not willing to do it yet.
Yep.
Actually, I'm going to move on to another team, which I wanted to see do well this game. No, if Seven started that sentence, fair. I wanted to see AGONxI8 do well. This is exactly where they drop. This is a position they are super familiar with, and they just started playing edge when... It's their drop. I was expecting them to center up, be in a position where Gladiator actually ended up being. I was a bit surprised. And also I realized yesterday, Ghost wasn't playing, which I found a bit weird. He's a really strong player for the team, so they still need to sort things out on their side, I'd say.
Yeah, Gladiator played that well. By the way, going back to Vampire, I feel like Vampire, we started seeing flashes of Vampire yesterday in the first 2 games. We're like, oh, okay, they might actually have a chance at winning this. They didn't end up, the circle didn't end up working out in the favor, but just like what you were saying with Gladiators, I'm glad they decided not to fight. I'm glad they decided to coinsist and just start lasering everybody that was nearby. Although, when they actually decided to go against Galacticos, I backfired a little bit because they did end up losing 1 player.
Yeah, the thing is, as I already mentioned, if Vampire Gladiators fight in the compound, Yangon Galacticos third party, 100%. Yep. There's no way that doesn't happen, and then maybe they are able to cross the road with a smoke road, just like what Gladiators ended up doing to get that off angle onto Vampire and Yangon Galacticos. So the potential was there, but the fact that Vampire and Gladiators were just so aware that other teams around them were willing to strike if they went for the fight was really what enabled them to make it so far in that game in the first place.
Yep. Happy to see as well that these having like a second drop location becoming very important here for these teams, because obviously with the playing path we had happen, heading over to George was not really going to work out too well for them. But, you know, going forward, we're into our next Erangel. We're going to be doing 3 Erangels back to back to back, right? I wonder what adaptations can really be made in this, because obviously if you're Gladiators, at least in particular, you're like, okay, we just sat in the compound, zone came to us. I wonder, like what we need to do.
I do wonder, Gladiators now, even if the playing path is good for Northern George, do they just go back to their secondary drop? Because it's been pretty successful for them. So maybe just make it the main drop and avoid hot drop in Alpha7.
No, I don't like this.
Okay.
No, I shut that down. Take a look at the total damage here from the last match. Gladiators actually putting up a good amount of damage, but again, you kind of expect that, as you mentioned before, with Tixie's position, with the ceasefire, with Vampire. But Bigetron, 1,600 damage, done only 6 eliminations. Kind of a shame, considering that the push they had onto R8. And then, of course, S2G and Vampire. Pretty much the teams we probably expected to be in our top 5.
Yeah, we mentioned these names quite a bit throughout yesterday and today now.
Well, with Bigetron, the one thing that I do have to kind of nitpick at them is whenever they did end up getting third party, I felt like they could have went through that fight a little bit faster against R8. They were taking a little bit too long with the player that was at the top with Ida, even though they weren't sure. They were acting like they were going to go for it, and then they would back off, and they were acting like they were going to go for it. A little bit more decisiveness out of them is what I want to see, and I feel like it's some of the things that we were talking about yesterday when it came down to Bigetron. Figure out what you actually want to do and execute that plan.
I think we saw exactly in that fight, because I think at one point he was willing to go for the first aid, he cancelled, started going for the push, confirmed a player, then started healing again.
Yeah, you could see him going through the stairs and then just backing off. And then the thing is that he had another teammate nearby too that could have been able to help him out, but they just weren't able to make that decision in time.
Yeah, and the fact that it took so long for them to make that decision actually, then D+ are like, oh, this is fantastic. We're just going to full send it.
But then again, hopefully they're able to go back and bottle you right and learn from that. They've been able to adjust in a big way. I feel like today, so far, we've been seeing great things out of Bigetron.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they improved throughout the entirety of yesterday. Today, I feel like the synergy is definitely a lot more present. They're a lot quicker on their rotations, like we saw on Sanhok. So a lot of teams really have improved significantly. So I'm telling you, the leaderboards might be a little bit all over the place at the end of today.
Sorry, a little bit what?
All over the place.
Okay, just double checking. I mean, you did Bob Ross for us yesterday. But we're actually about 30 seconds away here before we hop into our 3rd match of the day, going back to Erangel once again. We don't normally do predictions here at PMWI, but I'm going to make you do a prediction here, Max. Who's going to take this game. And if you're right, you don't have to shave the eyebrows from the bet earlier.
What? No, wait. This is a lot harder for me to achieve now. No, Donuts Varel. I mean, I want to go back to your point, Donuts Varel.
I think they're going to win?
I want to see a win. It's not, I don't think.
No.
Oh,
I want to see who do you think's going to win, not who you want to win.
Oh, Vampire. I'm going to go Vampire. Okay, great. Yeah, fantastic. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Mine's Alpha7. I mean, they got to respond here at some point.
Now, he really wants to get a notch cut into the eyebrow. Let's head over to our commentators though to kick off our third match of the day. Hot Jukes and Kalaris, take it away.
Let's get it started here. Third match here of the day. We're headed back into Erangel. We see the players are ready. I hope you guys at home are ready. Kalaris, I know you're ready. How are you feeling going into match number 3?
You're right. Always ready. Always ready. The Jukington of hotness. We've got ourselves here. The 18 teams looking raring to go as well. A tough playing path for them as well coming into this one if we stick out this lobby because it is quite the north lean.
Oh, yes, it is. This playing path is going to keep you guys nice and surprised here in just a few moments. But you know what? We've already had 2 matches here today. We heard a pretty bold prediction from Max. Okay? Yokohama Donuts. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I looked over to him and was surprised when he made that prediction.
I saw it.
Yeah, so far it's not been going the best for them, and it feels to me like they've been just a little bit slow on the uptake for the most part here. I mean, where are they sat right now in the rankings? I can't quite recall.
Right now, Yokohama, they're not really in a position I know that they really want to be, but one team in particular that I kind of will put in that same little barrel is the team that Seven mentioned. That's Alpha7, right? Yeah, Alpha7 right now, I think it's really time for them to start turning it up. They've been losing too many players early on, and I think that's really, really hurt them.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got situations where you're hoping that Korea is going to clutch on out, I don't know if that's going to be the winning strategy for you. In our previous Erangel, obviously, they lost Revo very early, or maybe that was Sandhawk, I can't quite recall. But regardless, I mean, they're losing people early, which is definitely not the winning formula that you want to be seeing on battlegrounds like this. Again, with the kind of level of that this lobby is coming in at, and the fact that it's 18 teams compared to 16. So there are just more threats that exist throughout the battleground early on.
Yeah, I mean, in that Sandhawk, they lost almost everybody early except for Carrillo, and Carrillo pulled off a crazy 1v3. I was hoping that would kind of turn them up, get them on fire, but then in the next match, they lost Carrillo early. So, I mean, it's kind of like a back and forth for them. But hey, back-to-back Erangels, you know, anything that they could have had holding the back should be over with, and they should turn it up now.
And when it came to that, they were playing very edge-heavy, and it is difficult to see. But as you can see, not only your little thing, but also I don't even know what the sock things are called.
That's called the juke sleeve.
The juke sleeve.
It looks pretty good.
Yes, I saw you handing them out. We've got the plane, so let's get to it, Jukes.
Let's get to it right here. This is a northern plane path right here. That's going to make things pretty interesting for these squads. Now, North George is still in effect. I'm wondering if Alpha7 decides to head in that direction, or they're trying to true Lepopka drop as well.
Vampire's out early, as you can see them already heading over towards Zaki. Because when you're that far away from your usual drop, you've got to look for a backup. Zaki, for me, is a terrible drop spot, but you've got to look for something.
When is it? You know what? I've always been saying this for the longest time.
Oh, no, I know what you're going to say.
Zaki end zone is on my bingo card, and it has been left open for far too long.
Am I casting with Imperium right now?
It's the dream. It's the dream. Zaki finish at Erangel and Cave finish on Sandhawk.
Oh, no, please.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I mean, you've got the tunnels on Miramar as well that you could potentially go to, and then you've got that situation where somebody's on the top, somebody's on the side, and then it's like, well, okay, I guess we just heal and hope.
Right, hope and dreams.
No.
That's what we have here at the start. Some of these teams looking to make their dreams alive. Take a look at their highest damage. Tixie, man, he has really turned things up here. Longest elimination ARAM, 387 meters. That's far.
Yeah, that was very far. I think before, 363. I was looking at the stats earlier. Tony K was able to hit a long one, but now this circle poses problems. There is still the chance it goes to military here, so I think we'll probably see 2/3 of people taking up the kind of mainland area, and then maybe a third moving down towards military, but actually maybe less than that, because it's still a lower chance that it's going to go there. But if it does, it's going to cause problems.
Oh, absolutely. And if the team that decides to head there early, they're going to be laughing it to the bank if that zone does go in that direction. And plus, that loot, military loot is quite delicious. Now, for this particular circle, you know, Vampire are going to have a heck of a rotation trying to get here. They're going to have to go through, they have to be very careful, sleepfrogging their way to safety. DRS are, they have been pretty off and on so far in this tournament. Where's DRS standing so far on the leaderboards? They are going to... Oh, yeah, there they are. 4th place. So they have 62 points. A good game here. They could definitely breach the top 2.
I'm glad we came to this location first when it comes to gunfights, because this, as a choke point on a circle like this, is extremely important. DRS is no stranger to the idea of taking the shots at these locations to make sure they can try and control these locations. Because if you're a DRS right now, you loot Milta and you sit here until you get full confirmation that you need to go north or south.
Yes.
So get rid of Infinity. And Sem's already getting rid of people as well with the handgun.
Busting out the pistol here, and he is looking for some more unknown.
No way.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. There's no way he makes this alive.
You can't hide. You can't fight.
Oh, he got the buggy. Wait. Second thoughts. Oh, he's going to go for the finish? No way.
Is he going against the guy with the AK with a handgun?
It's the M7, and M7's beating him up bad. The rest of his team is coming, actually both sides of the squad. Here comes Kenny with a Bizone, trying to get some shots on the ARAM. Oh my gosh, unknown. Did he end up getting that knock after all? I believe he did. Yes, he did. And the first. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of back and forth there.
It's close.
That was a little while. Oh, Gladiators getting taken out by Mizexis. Inactive, getting a nice early elimination for him.
Yeah, the barrel will do so much damage in that previous fight, but that was a kind of crazy situation. iKURD still trading off against Sem9, though. The reinforcements coming in. Very, very important, very effective.
See right now, AGONxI8 going to take the hill. Trying to catch AGONxI8, slip it. Oh, wow, he actually hit some of those shots. Oh, what?
Bison boys.
Oh, that is how you do it there. And he's going to go ahead, secure that inland. Yes, get that point. And yeah, AGONxI8, they don't want none of this. They're going to take off. They got nothing, literally nothing.
Not surprised. I mean, this location in general, it's not really going to be the highest of priorities, so you just want to get out of there with, unfortunately, your tail between your legs as you lose people and then try and fight another day. Going out this early, it's tough. It's not worth it. It's just pointless.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? This is kind of the result of that playing path. You know, there's such a northern playing path. You have so many teams hunting for vehicles, and not just a northern playing path, but also a southern circle. When you have such that stark difference, you got to go ahead and prioritize that zone. And you know, losing a player in the process is just, hey, the price you pay.
Completely agreed. And actually, whilst we were on board here with Gladiators, AGONxI8 is moving and sending their 2 players down to military. They're basically making a gamble play here of, okay, yes, we're wounded already. If we take somewhere quickly on military and it does come down here, we have a slightly higher advantage compared to if we were just on the mainland and surrounded by teams.
And we know it's possible. I mean, just in the last game, right, we saw hard shifts down south to Ferry Pier. So maybe
I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I didn't expect it either. So, I mean, scarier things and crazier things have happened. But I do like what you mentioned earlier, DRS holding that bridge, you know, to hedge their bets. That is something I want to see from them, but it looks like they decided to prioritize Milta.
Still looting. You know, they've got time here, which is all important. As long as they kind of keep their ears open a little bit. I know you can do that. It's weird. So you can actually eventually see that. But replay on. Meku getting sprayed on down. These long-range Bison fights, man, they're hitting.
They hitting those right there. The Bizone coming out heavy here in the World Invitational Allstars Stage. Again, everybody, $1 million is on the line here, and it's crazy to say that that is just a drop in the bucket to how much money they're going to make, and not just a few days away, right?
True.
Also later in the year.
I like the way you say it, Bison.
The Bison.
It's like how Max would say it, Le Bison.
Le Bison.
You know? Le Bison.
Yes, I'll tell you what, man, that has been doing pretty good so far. You know what? It's the tried and true, and it's like that UMP where those shots are so far away. They come out silent. They don't give those audio cues or indicators to the players. They don't know where they're coming from. And it's weird with that bullet delay, those dome shots. If you just hit that little spray, boom, it's like instant knock.
It feels like there's no recoil in it as well, which
that's true.
Also helps things out, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. It's pretty good, pretty good.
But Vampire here going to be strolling on a long way. They have got a long way to go for these kinds of circles, and they're rocking up alongside Gladiators as well here. So top two teams against one another on the transition. As Gladiators has already lost one person, of course, against Mazexis. So they're not going to be wanting to take the fights too early.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a look at Vampire's rotation. We're going to see that all the way up top. Vampire Esports, oh my gosh, cashing Matic, and I think they got one of his tires.
They might get it.
Let's see if Schweppes goes for another one. It's smoking, it's on fire, and just like that, Matic out of there.
You could see as he was holding the spray for as long as he did, you slowly lose control of it there. So, I mean, as much as some of those early shots hit, maybe like just a reset and try and go again. But it's hard to judge in those moments because you've got a really short window of time to make it happen.
I'll tell you what, dude, one thing I've been really like seeing is teams, instead of prioritizing just popping people out of the vehicle, a lot of times prioritizing those tires, man. If you get a couple pops, boom, that's a spin out, instant victory. And then that's especially prevalent when we see someone driving a buggy. It's like 3 shots and they're out of here. As we take a look at the plane, look at that, just soaring over Erangel.
Beautiful.
That was gorgeous.
We're going to drop in military and give Igon opportunity.
Southern shift.
Do it, Chaos,
please. Bring it, come on, take it to the side.
Well, you know what? Potato Hill's a lovely place as well.
It is, it is. And D plus Kia is hanging out there. They won the last match. So they're very fortunate now here in this situation.
Yeah, they're going to be rendezvousing quite quickly here, I think. And holding up Potato Hill, actually there's quite a lot of cover room that you need to hold on Potato Hill. So sometimes it can be a bit deceptively difficult, but you can see the great migration here from all of the teams trying to blast it towards the center of this one.
Goodness gracious, so quick. The second that zone popped, they were in those vehicles and they were on the move. Falcon! Team Falcons, we have been waiting to see this squad pop off. I'll never forget that chicken dinner that they got yesterday. Man, this stadium erupted.
Yeah.
So I would be excited to see them have a great performance. And I know, yeah, like you mentioned, greatest team in the world.
They are awesome. I want to see them do a little bit more. 51 points right now, but maybe they can, bump it up a little bit.
Come on.
Get it done,
That's right, that's right. We'll see them, Falcons soar in just a little bit.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, just like that plane.
Yes, just like the plane, which actually, where did it drop?
Maybe it was a sign. Maybe it was a sign.
Maybe.
We'll see in just a few moments here. Let's take a look at iKURD. iKURD in 14th place. iKURD's a really interesting team because I think when the play is really obvious, we could see them pop off in certain moments, but I see the little hesitations when they kind of get split decisions. Hopefully they can kind of clean that up here later in the tournament.
We've not seen them had the easiest time when it comes to defending breaches, hitting them. We saw that at the start of the day with Sandhawk, and I think they just need to lock things down a little bit stronger to be able to get things going. I mean, the position that they've got right now, it's not bad. You can make some transitions from here. Sem9, though, might be looking to challenge them in a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, what they were also going to keep an eye on is Vampire, looking to be the first team to break the 3-digit mark here, as they already have 92 points, 8 more to go, and they could definitely break it right here and right now. They did make it safely down into the circle. They are just on the side of school here. And man, that was not the easiest of rotations, considering that they came all the way up from Zarki.
And eventually got themselves one of Gladiators.
That's
which
true.
Is very nice here as a scalp to take.
Especially
this.
Crippling your second place team, right?
Yeah, that's any way you can do that and then get yourself a bigger lead would be fantastic. But Galacticos kind of locked in position here against R8, and I think this fight eventually either needs to conclude or the teams need to move north or south from one another, because trying to move east from here before you finish this fight is almost impossible.
See what R8 decides to do, and you're going to see B7 push the action here. Oh, Q Loki got really beat up in that position.
Angle.
Yeah, Romeo Boy with that really nice off angle. He's trying to buy some time for his squad so they can get this res, but it's going to look tough.
It's going to be indeed. More throwables forwards here and move back as I get the smokes up to try and get the cover enough, but the spray into the smoke, delaying this cross as much as possible. He is behind the wall, so technically if he could get that, it'd be great. But now they find him in the smoke, shut him down. That's good from R8.
Huge shot there for Prestige to be able to secure that elimination. That is going to be 2 right there for the side of R8. And AGONxI8 with a huge man disadvantage. Sek has to be really careful. You can see him playing it quiet, using that 3 peak, hopefully looking to even the score.
With the circle shift as it is far to the east, those two teams in Pochinki now bullhorns locked with one another, finish that off and then make the rotates after. Meanwhile, we're on board here with Vampires as they're moving on through. Only one vehicle makes me scared. Where are they going to pitch up?
I believe they spotted this player from AGONxI8 just out by himself. He tries to get the pre-nade off, but the easy spray, another easy elimination for Vampire.
Yeah, the absolute blast towards this location, but shots are actually raining in against them. They got to be a bit careful about that.
Our push? I mean, with their position right now,
that's a nasty angle.
And all them smokes, I mean, any team can push up on them, but I don't think Team Falcons really had that in them to make it. Yeah, you can see them playing it very, very scared.
There's like knock-on effects here, right? You're in center of the circle, which is cool, yes, awesome. But because you came here with only one vehicle, it means that you don't have that much cover outside this shack. So if anybody gets in nade range, I think Ravenclaw's already moving for them, actually, to try and find an alternate position. Because if you're all in one shack, one nade, bam, you're dead.
Yep, just like that. Done and dusted. Let's see, as R8 tries to make the rotation, Carrillo was waiting for him, switches to the DBS because he expected them to come right through him, but instead R8 saying, nah, we're going to go ahead and circumvent this and head on into the circle. Very nice.
Move. We've got ahead of them as well. It's Galacticos here with only the 2 being able to blast through. And, well, a bit of a calm before the storm. We actually had a relatively similar circle from our previous Erangel yesterday.
That's true.
So let's see how these teams are able to deal with it. So far, of all teams, I think Falcons actually had a really good split on this east side across that road, which is of extreme strength. So maybe they're able to convert here.
Let's see if they are going to be able to. Vampire, oh my gosh, hugging it out. Yeah, they are down to... the 3 players, that's right. 1 took off.
Yep, with Ravenclaw down to the south. It's very important that you're all not together in just that shack. You're working with limited information if you're all just in that shack. And Ravenclaw, of course, is the guy that they're normally sending out to gather that for them.
Well, they're so heads up to be able to center up in this circle, so no matter where the zone goes, they're going to be most likely in it. And yeah, okay, all right, a nice little southern shift here. This is honestly a great zone for the Falcons, but they have to watch their backs.
Downhill is a lot of this combat going to be here in a few moments' time, as well as iKURD's driving past the position of Vampire. R8 skirting past the Alpha7 position. And, well, R8 is sending it, blasting it through to this small building. It's only the one building here, mind you.
Right.
So.
Alpha7 taking a nice checkpoint as well. They're going to be set up pretty here with all 4 up. They got their eyes on R8 and on the rest of these teams, possibly looking to catch a straggler on the rotation. Still a lot of teams not in this zone, and they are quite late to the party as everybody instantly took up most of the major checkpoints left in the circle.
Definitely. Obviously, D plus Kiera's got a great compound. I mean, we've already seen them have success here in Erangel just before. And this is a team that, I mean, we were talking about it during the break, right?
Yes.
They've won things like World League East in the past under a previous name, which still, you know, Kia, obviously, but different sponsors, etc., and or a different configuration of name. But they know how to hold onto locations and kind of lock it down with previous rosters. And I think they could have some success on this compound too.
Especially with how they were able to sneak up on S2G a little earlier. It looks like FaZe Clan is a part of that same energy. Ray-Z still alive here, looking to possibly get a nade off. Oh, okay. A nice drive-by, got a little bit of information for him. Ray-Z has to pinpoint and hit this all, and it's right between them.
Tries to go for it, not successful. Malag will look across as well. Nice. This is a very, very slow-paced fight here. Actually, Raze gets him.
Got him with the nade here. Nice. Okay, opened it up. Here comes Aton Esports on the off angle. Yeah, Falcon realized that, you know what, this is third-party central. I am taking off from here, trying to group up with my squad. They only have one elimination, but like I mentioned, their backs was something they had to cover as the zone shifted.
You got to get up together for a position like this, because eventually they're going to have to move off of this. Very likely they're going to have to move off of this road and downhill together against the positions that some of these teams are taking up. S2G still locked with FaZe.
Silas losing, they lose Silas in the process, so they're down to 3 players. FaZe Clan do have 1 knocked. They do get the pick up on the Milag. And Ventores trying to get a nade off, but it is going to be Ones that gets it.
MCG, this smoke's giving away kind of where he's going to be perched up at. And that nade just kind of able to get Calci, of all people, to start things off.
What a shot!
Able to take him down. Jeez. Okay, FaZe is kind of slowly falling apart here against S2G.
They're focusing on too many different players. You can see as Milag was focusing right onto Kitsude, trying to pick up the easy point. Does he get it? He does. Okay, but the nade getting popped right onto him from HamZG. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult, but hey, they're still alive here. I'm telling you, FaZe got to be careful.
Gladiators going down. Vampire's going to be very happy about that. A double spray coming in here to try and finish that off, but at the same time, a big push-up onto that, and it will be S2G going down thanks to the DBS.
Yeah, but FaZe lose almost everybody in the process, so they did get some nice eliminations there, but they won the battle. The war, though, is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, they had to swing out too far right on that lip, on that plateau that they had as a position of strength. They got desperate about shutting down that fight, and then D plus Kia had the angle from the compound all the way to finish off a few of their members. So rough stuff.
I think they depended too much on the util right there. I think at a certain point, you got to know you have the man advantage, take those shots. But and with so much on the line, it's hard to take those risks. Let's see what Team Falcons could do. Ooh, nice long nades onto Sem9. These bounces are looking pretty good here. Let's see if T can hit the mark onto Tam. He's going to get the confirmation most likely here. Oh, barely misses it. But yeah, it's only a matter of time. I don't think they're going to be able to get the threads off.
Behind
he gets behind the tree. He gets behind the rock. Wow.
Yeah. Only 1 health on him as well, so he has to back off from that fight. Here comes the reinforcing smokes to shut things down and also cover the vehicle, just because they need that later on for the transition.
Beautiful smoke placement right there from Sem9. I don't know if they did see that. Oh, run over Alpha7 with the full send. This is how you do it right here. Here they come in hot onto R8. They do lose 1 player on the process. That's going to be Carrillo going down. Senatexa now here with Revo, gets the knock on a Prestige.
Very nicely done here with the S12Ks as well as DBSs, just continuing to push on this situation here. Ragnarok on the west side going to try and solidify the position he's had with a few smokes to cover where he's going. It's all hell breaking loose here for now. Falcons on this northern side, shutting down these teams that are coming in from the high ground, because then that will leave their backs open so they can make transitions.
Here come the Falcons here, 1 by 1. They're just taking each player out. Depp, SKR, he is in the deep business right now, as the Falcons are right there next to him. Are they going to spot him out? I don't think he's going to take these shots. It's way too risky.
If they don't, iKURD might. I mean, he is so sandwiched. It is very rough for him to try and make something happen here. But iKURD is moving ahead of him, trying to leapfrog forwards. And again, Vampire here, they're licking their lips, man. I mean, with Gladiators down, with D plus Kia in 3rd place, 60 points behind them. This is an opportunity for them to extend their lead even further.
I'll tell you what, Vampire is so good at securing those center positions early on. It has been proven to be so fruitful. Here comes iKURD from the edge. What did you see?
D plus Kia is moving up quite aggressively on the position towards Vampire there. It's Fabian very far up against that. I mean, as we're looking at these fights on the high ground, but I'm scared to see how D plus Kia is going to approach that against Vampire.
I think we definitely want to see these teams take that northern side. They want that hill advantage, that's high ground. iKURD still in a battle with Team Falcons. It is going to be that 4v4, but Team Falcons with 5 eliminations, they are feeling themselves right now. They're starting to fire on all cylinders.
Ultimately, unless you have a lot of smokes to your ability or a lot of cars to be able to just smash into that compound in the middle, I don't know if anybody on this northern side is going to come out victorious in this game in the end. It's difficult to make that transition down south, but as you can see, now Vampire is very aware that D plus Kia is pushed up against their position and is trying to dislodge them.
It's going to be tough for them to get the finish and keep every player alive as that nade from Forrest. Oh my gosh, Forrest is having one heck of a day here. He is especially feeling himself after that last match.
And he's down here is Ravenclaw. That's a lot of information.
Oh my gosh.
And a big angle gone for Vampire. Tony K is actually ripping iKURD apart. And they're gone down as well, thanks to the fact that Falcons was also firing in from the east side. So they got completely smushed.
Yeah, they sure did. And speaking of smush, they have been smushed in that shack almost all game long. They still have all 3 players up. They have a smoke fortress here, but that will allow teams to get close to them. And if D+Ia gets a little too close, like you talked about earlier, all it takes is 1 nade. But Team Falcons, 8 eliminations. This is the game they needed.
Yes, it is. Now, where are they going to go from here? If I was them, I mean, sending it down this hill is difficult. I mean, maybe you try and go for the eliminations even more and try and wrap around that north side here, taking the fights to, God forbid it, Vampires, all of these big names, first and third up there at the moment. But Falcons is seeming hot.
Oh, yes, they are. And they're in 6th place right now, looking to climb the leaderboards here with this game. But Vampire still alive as DRS now applying the pressure to BTR. They're at a huge disadvantage here in these red buildings. They don't have a lot of sight lines. Delta, he knows exactly where he is. The bounce nade, he cooked it, but gets shot from Infinity IQ. Bensu.
Yuhai going to try and deal with this here with the ump, and is able to do so very, very nicely. Once again, umps versus DBSs, and somehow these umps are winning things out. Another nade has been cooked. Is it going to be able to connect? No, it will not. Tries to go for the res straight away. That might be deadly, though. Naito on the corner here from Donuts, coming in to be able to get things going.
The angles are insane.
Yeah.
D+Kia picking up those knocks, making it hard. Here comes Team Falcons, full sending it right onto Aton Esports. They want this red building.
It was the only major option they had if they wanted to get center of this circle, and now Aton gonna have to try and hold this off. Thankfully for them, Punching King is already down, but you can see Take actually looking for an angle to be able to get in here, rendezvous with his team, get a little bit of scouting information off with the boogie, going all the way around for Zohan, cooking the nade.
Falcon Punch getting rezzed here outside, right outside this red building, looking to possibly use their man advantage. Aton Esports Milos has to get this knocks onto TQ to kind of help give him an advantage. He gets shot up big time, though. They're both hurt. Zohan getting knocked. It's not looking good for Aton.
If they make this play work, it could be the winning move of the game. If they're able to wrestle this away from them, and they're going to be able to do it without casualties by the looks of things. Punching King's down once again. If they can get him on his feet, this could be the fort that they need.
TQ with 6 eliminations by himself. Team Falcons are soaring. The plane was a sign, ladies and gentlemen, but it's not over yet. Here comes D+Kia with a huge battle against Vampire. Schweppes in the smoke, trying to get it done. Hits the lay down, but he is out of there. That is 8 so far for D+. Another great game.
They're so agonizingly patient about their fights, and it really causes that war of attrition to play out negatively for their opponents. And even Vampires is victim to that. They stared into the sun for too long. And D+Kia, man, they're looking great in the middle of day 2.
They have the high ground as well. They are not inside this next zone, but they have all the information that they could possibly need to get down safely. And they have all 4 up with some vehicles. So they are definitely a threat. Peralta laying down outside of the zone all by himself, just looking to annoy some teams.
But the question is, how are they going to play this circle, D+Kia? Of course, Falcons was up on this high ground as well. They realized you can't stay up there for as long as, you know, those teams that are kind of stalled things out can. So Fabian's going for a big wide wrap here. I don't know where he's going, though.
Yeah, he's trying to secure that rock to try to get some intel. He's going to lose his buggy in the process, and most likely this game in that situation. So the other 3 are still alive. I think probably the push on the Falcons is the play.
Maybe. Fabian was basically sent out as a feeler. Okay, I'm going to go here. I'm going to see who has lines of sight on us. Let's not commit everybody. Naoto doesn't burn out.
Barely survives with that nade. How is he still alive? I don't know. This man is on another level right here as DRS Gaming is looking to take him out, and they need to do so quickly because there's 53 seconds left on the clock. They want to secure this position.
Yeah, and you might be careful about the off angles against you here because Alpha7 can see you against this building. Molly does actually get caught by the fire. I think he should be able to heal through this to get things going.
The low toss nade coming out to be Fruitful gets another elimination, so that is going to be 4 for him. He jumps out, but right into a DBS shot.
That's DBS territory right there. You don't walk into that. But at the same time, Alpha7 here trying to find themselves a position of power as D plus Kia has now moved onto this west side. Fabian as the kind of feeler player to try and figure out if it was safe. Figured out, okay, actually we can make this location work as long as we've got some car cover against that east position.
And the off angle from DRS takes out Alpha7.
Nice,
so now that's completely clear. That is huge for D plus Kia. 9 eliminations for them and 10 for Team Falcons. This is going to be a battle.
Look at that shift. D plus Kia has been blessed with this, and it's going to force Falcons to move to the one remaining building that is north of them, and it's really not that big a building. This might be a D plus Kia double victory in 3 games.
Oh, can you hear that? All I hear right now is the clicking of teeth onto nails. This stadium is at a standstill right now. They want Team Falcons to get this victory, but it's going to be difficult. It is literally D plus Kia's game to win, but DRS putting a lot of pressure onto them, and I'll tell you, but Alpha with that off angle could make things that much more difficult for them.
Up until that knock, did you know what I heard on the wind?
What was that?
The word "Kamsamnida." As the Koreans here were very, very happy with how this circle's gone for them. But I mean, with a knock like that, it shows actually how vulnerable that location is. Again, if you don't have smokes, if you don't have that car fort fully set up and good to go, so they might be slowly expending their utility with those smokes slowly running out.
Oh, but what they do have, the zone, and sometimes that is all you need is that and some 5.56 in your bag. How about a crate, too? That'll help out as well.
It will. I wonder what weapon they got from that. But at the same time, big transition trying from AGONxI8 here. They actually saw him on the left-hand side of that smoke being able to move. I guess maybe the scope was actually blocking a little bit of that vision.
That's right, and that is going to be a D plus Kia. The AWM comes into play right here at the end. So one shot, headshot. Could be coming up here in a second. Fabian with the crazy sprays. The buggy is still on fire. Wow, D plus Kia are getting picked apart.
It was kind of important that Fabian stayed alive there because he is alone and he was their slight off angle compared to the other 3 members. Forrest is at the front, also knocked. Falcon has taken a perfect opportunity at moving out as quickly as they did to try and apply the pressure to their opponents.
Oh, nice finish there from DRS.
Nice steal.
All the pressure is on D plus Kia. Everybody is looking at them. And meanwhile, okay, finally, Team Falcons look to the left. They take down Rules OG. That's going to leave 1 player up left for DRS. Team Falcons looking to take the dub.
They moved out at just the right time.
That's
it was brilliant stuff. All of the sprays going to come in here, try and deal with this. They have more angles than D plus Kia. This is going to be difficult for the South Koreans to be able to get on out of. Sprays through the smokes.
1 left. 1 player left. It's Forrest. The legend.
There they are.
Goes down. It's Team Falcons with the victory. The stadium erupts right here. Another chicken dinner for the Falcons.
And shutting down a D plus Kia 2 victories in 3. There they are. The fans of Falcons looking great in this game. I said it whilst it was going on. The winning play, you had to crash that compound from the high ground. If you didn't do that, they don't get this victory.
And they did it at the perfect time. And they did it quickly, too, to avoid a third-party situation. That was not an easily won game, especially with that hardship onto D plus Kia. But still, the battle of attrition that we saw from Team Falcons finally outweighing D plus.
Yeah, really, really good stuff coming in from them. I mean, even the position that they had along that road on the high ground for such a long time in this game, it's a great spot. It was a great split that they had. So there were multiple levels of when Falcons was moving and how they were moving, which makes them one of the great teams.
And you can see them so excited right here, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
The Falcons are flying high after their victory here today. That's now a chicken dinner per day so far, putting themselves up in towards the top of the leaderboards and maybe putting themselves into the main event. Jason Kaplan here, joined once again by Maxman and Seven Worlds Gaming to break down this last match. And honestly, start things off, Seven, you could see on the stage how much it meant for them to get that chicken dinner.
It meant a lot, and the way they were able to actually play this game, I felt like they played it perfect, playing that edge of the circle right towards the east.
Yeah.
You were mentioning when we were watching, actually, the circle just kept coming towards them, and then the way they were able to just take on fights, the way they were able to take on a fight pretty much against Aton Esports, They fully sent it. They decided to, you know what, the edge of the circle is actually not going to be working here. Let's just send it towards the middle. It ended up working out, even though there was just 2 players of Aton Esports. It's good that they were able to just fully send it. It worked out for them. And then at the end, you were talking about the 2-1-1 split that they were able to do against D+Kia and
I'm actually so impressed that they did as much as they did because they dropped in mill to power and then the circle kept shifting east a lot of the time, and I thought, okay, they might just be idle, chilling in their position, not doing much with it, but actually they were super proactive, searching teams that might have a position and an advantage against them later on in the game. And as you said, at the late game, that split, especially sending Acer up north, was a great response to where D+Kia were playing from, because if they don't have that off angle, potentially D+Kia send a player where Acer is and they win the game. So the smoke rate, especially from D+Kia, was a good response, but unfortunately for them, not quite enough. But that's still a podium finish. So D+Kia still bringing some really heavy points in.
The main thing for me was the switch up, right? Between going from edge of the circle to actually fully send it towards the middle. I feel like that's impressive for me.
Okay.
I agree.
I concur as well. Let's take a look at the match rankings, though. See the points they got for themselves, but more importantly, for some other teams who might have snuck in there. A certain team in particular I'm thinking of, with Mazexis able to get themselves 5 points on the board. That one elimination coming the way up against Gladiators. But 24 points for Falcons, 17 for Kia, or for D+Kia, and DRS getting up there yet again here, Max.
Yeah, so Gladiators actually changing their drop from Northern George into Severny, dropping onto Mazexis, losing Meku right away, understanding, okay, maybe we don't want to commit, we're going to leave. Because the plane path was not able to go to Fairy Pier, so they had to like scramble with another game plan.
Roll that back.
Yeah, hold on a second.
They normally drop George.
Yeah.
And in the green room, you said something to me in particular.
I thought they were going to go to Fairy Pier. I thought they were going to make that their new main drop.
I remember hearing someone say, would you rather drop with Alpha7 or would you rather drop against Mazexis? And
I mean, that's true.
It backfired, though.
I would prefer to drop on Mazexis, but it did backfire. I mean, this is a position they're not super familiar with, and they got really surprised. I mean, they went up against a DBS, so maybe the loot had something to do with it, because face-to-face against a DBS, as you just barely finished looting,
easy.
Fair to say, not the best situation to be in, so it didn't quite go their way.
In a way, though, I'm glad they didn't end up getting the circle. I'm glad they kind of had to work for the rotations. It didn't end up going their way, but at least they're going to be prepared for it the next time. They ended up losing the players to Mazexis, and then on the rotation, they also ended up losing a player to Vampire Esports. Overall, I'm glad that they're just not getting blessed with the circles over and over again, because then if you're a team like that, you just get used to it. And then when you actually have to rotate, they don't know what to do. And talking about rotations, I actually enjoyed the rotations from Alpha7. I thought it was a little bit faster. They decided to just go down the southwest and break into the circle. The one thing I didn't like about Alpha7 was the full push that they ended up doing on R8. It cost them 2 players. I thought they could have done that a little bit more smoother.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, in this kind of circle, there's not a lot of POIs. There's not a lot of strong positions, and a lot of them were already taken, so they had to go for the breach. They were forced to go for an aggressive play. If you don't do it, you're going to be in danger, so they sent it, and it didn't work out.
All right, let's hop back to Team Falcons really quickly and take a look at their player stats, because I think it's going to be interesting to see everything up for. As I keep hitting the wrong button on my little box down here. But you know what? We see Teak at 1,300 damage. You know, Axer, for me, I'm actually still so happy to see him around, considering back in the day he was on Kanina Power, right? And then eventually came onto this team. And Teak as well, just really helping carry his team through. I guess that's where the ooh came from.
Pretty much did there. But TQ is mostly the fragger. Ace is the one getting the off angle for the team. M6 is like the survivalist, in a sense. If there's a solo player alive, it's always going to be 6. But yeah, TQ and Ace have been able to set up the team so many times in this game, and I want to see more of it, because as you said, a chicken dinner already, Jason, yesterday, another one happening today. Currently they're in a position where they could very comfortably be in the top 6, remain in the top 6 at the end of today, and make it into the main tournament.
I mean, we saw it from the audience. They're really pushing for it.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to say, we actually do have an interview on stage with Banks, with the player coming in from Team Falcons. Let's head down to there and hear what they have to say.
Welcome back to the main stage, where I am joined by TQ of Team Falcons. What an incredible performance that was coming out of that map. You know what, I have to ask you, how does your day-to-day so far compare to day one?
We play today fix more individual game, and they play full focus.
سألنا اللاعب كيف مقارنة المباراة عن اليوم الأول في اليوم الثاني. قال أن لعبنا بشكل أفضل ولعبنا وركزنا حتى برضو في المباراة، وفعلا قدروا يحققون التشيكن دينر في هذه المباراة.
TQ, I want to ask you about your drop zone. So when you first, dive onto the map, how busy is it, or do you have time to play slow?
We play match 2 very slow. Play H zone, push, next on push and winner chicken.
سألنا اللاعبنا كيف كانت الدروبس حتى برضو او نزولهم من الطياره وايش الاماكن حتى برضو اللي ياخذونها، هل يروحون يطبون برضو في الاماكن اللي تكون فيها زحمه، لكن قال انه يلعبونها فعلا بشكل ذكي اكثر، وحتى برضو انهم يحاولون يضغطون فيها الخصوم، وهذا اللي شفناه منهم. فعلا لعب مثالي قدموه لنا فريق فالكونز.
And TQ, before I let you go, I just wanted to ask, how does it feel competing here on the main stage? Is it scary? Are you nervous?
Yes, inshallah number one.
Fair enough.
سألنا اللاعب انه كيف شعورك وانت هنا في المباراة؟ هل تحس بالتوتر تلعب ضد الجمهور وعلى الستيج؟ وقال انه باذن الله راح يكون فيها في المركز الاول، فالف مبروك لفريق فالكونز تحقيقهم اللقب. اعزائي المشاهدين، اعزائي الحضور، اعطونا تحية لفريق فالكونز على الفوز.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. I really appreciate you trying to, do this interview in English. It's been absolutely fantastic, I promise you. Back to the studio.
والحين اعزائي المشاهدين راح ننتقل الى الاستديو التحليلي، بعدين نرجع لكم بالمباراة اللي بعدها.
All right, good to hear from him. You can see he's not nervous to do interviews in English. I wish all of our players weren't so nervous to do interviews in English, because we would love to be able to talk to players much more than we've been able to. What's up, Seven?
I love the way that he was able to break that down. You know what? Just play edge of the circle and then push and then chicken dinner.
Yeah, he took our entire death segment and just cut it down to just a few seconds, pretty much. Which, hey, that's a good game plan.
Meanwhile, we're over here like, yeah, they just decided to wait it out, and then they decided to push into Aton Esports, and then a 2-2 split.
And then just push.
From now on, just push.
Yes. It's a great effective strat. I love it. Want to see more of it.
Do you though, Max?
Yes.
I can't push.
No,
I get pushed.
No, that's you. Do you want to see more of it?
Oh yeah, I want to see more of it.
Good. So do I. I want to see that definitely. But obviously this game, I mean, it is like the halfway point here of our day, but more importantly, it's the halfway point of All-Stars, which means you only have, well, half of 18 is 9.
I'm happy you didn't ask me.
I really struggled on that one, which means we're running out of time here for some of these teams to break through in the top 6. We legitimately need to start talking about teams in the top 6 and any sort of bubble that's being created, and which teams can still look to strike and gain ground there. But before we get into that, let's actually take a look, I believe, at D+'s team stats here as well, their player stats, because again, another match back-to-back, they've had a really good result. They're starting to really pick up some steam here, and they're really proving to be a formidable force. And the most important part about this for me is they came back after day 1 and they didn't falter. Like, they've just been playing at the same kind of level that we saw at the end of the first day.
Yeah, and mostly what I'm happy about is that they've proven themselves on the map outside of Miramar. I wanted to see Erangel, can they bring the results? They've done it back-to-back right now, so they've got that consistency factor going for them. And especially this Game 7, they've barely moved, I would say, from the central position. They sent it on phase 1, and then they stayed there for like 5-6 phases in a row, and they just kept lasering down teams around them. Of course, they had to be a bit careful because they were not able to loot up teams they took down, so they had to make sure that they were just not throwing everything out of the window right away, but they made the most out of that position, and then they just sent it at the end to try and get the win, but Ace's angle once again was just way too strong.
The thing that you mentioned, though, we weren't really have to nitpick at them because they were actually being aggressive, even though the circle kept coming towards them. So that's what we want to see out of that team. And something that you mentioned as well, too. The big question mark for them was going to be, can they actually start performing in Erangel? Back-to-back good performances. I can't wait to see what this next one's going to be. And then going into Miramar, I'm hoping that we see some of the flashes of what we saw yesterday, and they're going to put themselves in a great position to strike for that first place.
Well, upside for them is there is one more Erangel to come today, and it's right after the last 2 we just had. But let's actually take a look here at our 2 top-performing teams here, and a quick little head-to-head to kind of give us a comparison of how they did respectively. And, 2,400 damage is good, but 3,100 damage is better. And that's a big number. I think that's maybe the most damage we've had in a match yet.
One of the most, yeah. Is it the most?
I think it is the most.
We got a few teams
There was
close.
one where I was hoping that it was going to be 3,000, and then you price right me, and then you said 2,800.
Got him! But it did work out. But some teams got close, but Falcons with a game like that. The push-push strat working out pretty decently, but damage taken by D+ Kia, of course, a little bit lower because they were just bunkering down on that one compound and didn't really have too many threats around them. Also because that compound is hard to push, it's on top of a hill. So if you start pushing, you're going to be seen from really far away. You're going to get shot at. Nades are very easy to connect, so we'll have to see.
Yep. Then you'd have to be running up that hill to...
Yeah.
No?
Yes, no.
Okay.
From which artist?
I don't know. I mean, that was a little bit of an inside joke that I guess just didn't make it here onto air. I was expecting you to help me out on that one.
Yeah, running up that hill. Okay. I forgot the rest, actually. Weird.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't need to hear it anyways, Max. So, again, halfway point. You know what team we haven't seen, really? Vampire. The thing is, they made a big splash yesterday, and I feel like they've kind of just been sleeping in that cave.
Did they have that 2-2 split that I feel like kind of backfired?
Yeah, actually.
They ended up losing a player, and then after that, they just completely disappear. I thought they were going to be a little bit stronger if they regrouped themselves, but they decided to hold that 2-2 split for way too long.
I haven't seen any real big changes from them. Of course, that 2-2 split is maybe a bit of an outlier, but is that all the other teams that we've already mentioned today, like Yangon Galacticos, Infinity IQ, you're seeing faster rotations from Alpha7 slowly, BTR2, like so many teams have been significantly changing, adapting from yesterday to now today, that I don't think is like Vampire getting worse, is the lobby becoming so much stronger over the course of 24 hours, and it's tough to keep up with 17 other teams making changes.
Just looking at Senhawk alone, they were slower to rotate, but I think that was because of a certain team, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were the first yesterday on Senhawk to rotate across the bridge. This game, they were third. 2 other teams were actually ahead of them on that rotation, especially Yangon Galacticos. So it was tough to make the catch-up, because once you start being a little bit slower than other teams, you can't really pick the compound you're initially aiming for. You can't start gatekeeping, zoning teams away, and it's just falling apart. Once again, not because they're doing poor plays, it's still really good, but teams are so much faster on the move.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. The teams are just starting to readjust with what they saw that they were able to do yesterday. I mean, in Vampire Esports, they have been able to put themselves in great situations. Going back to the first era, right? Remember, they were coexisting with GG, and that worked out great until they actually ended up fighting. It didn't work out so great for them, but I feel like you're saying everybody else is starting to step it up in a big, big way.
Well, really quickly, while we have some time, because I'm hearing the next match is almost ready to go, why don't we take a look at Vampire yesterday versus Vampire today in their stats and get an idea of how things have been going. I mean, we're only halfway through the day, but that still is, well, that's not half the amount of damage they did.
Yeah, it is under, so
and that's the big one.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's a way more bigger falloff than I initially expected. I mean, of course, when you don't have those strong positions and you don't increase that survival time, you're not going to be able to put out as much damage and eliminations as yesterday, which it kind of is expected.
And to be fair, right, going at the end of the yesterday, we're coming into today, we didn't really expect Vampire Esports to come in here and get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners like they were able to do yesterday at the beginning of the day. It's those teams starting to readjust, but that eliminations, I think maybe at some point here, they still have a gap in regards to points, in regards to the overall. I'm hoping we start seeing Newsy.
Yeah, I mean, Newsy would be actually a good pickup right now, potentially. Just see how that's going to be affecting the entirety of the team. We'll have to see how that's going to work out. But they are, with yesterday, pretty sure to qualify if things don't go completely wrong. But the fact that teams have already started to adapt, the main tournament, they might not have this start. So main tournament might be rough for them.
You hear that, gentlemen? The music's playing, it's rising up. Things are getting spicy here at PMWI. We have our 4th match of the day coming your way. It's going to be our final Erangel of the day. We got some brand new commentators to come in. We got Jenna and Blink to kick us off.
Get into the game. Okay, there we go. Can hear myself now. Milta over towards Quarry is the playing path that we'll be seeing on the cards. This is kind of the opposite, really, of the side of the map that we saw from the previous gameplay.
Yeah, man, last match was a little bit crazy considering we were right across that top side of the map there. A lot of teams had to go for some alternate drop spots. Didn't really work out for some people, I think. Realistically, you look at Gladiators as well as Vampire, who are currently in the lead. Vampire is a team that likes to even take that Sosnovka alternate drop spot, take the boat across to Primorsk. They like playing Primorsk. And you've got Gladiators who like play up towards North George and Ferry Pier. I think Max on the desk was talking about how, you know, you would have liked to have seen the guys from Gladiators take that Severny drop anyway versus Mezexis, which makes sense to me, 100%. But I do think that regardless of that, John, Mezexis was the easier task, and they just weren't able to get it done.
South side of the island now will be the adaptation necessary. Teams dropping out early. Falcons will be out over Milta. Everybody else will disperse from there, so the paths up to the north will be a little bit more contested. We'll see those conflicts come through relatively soon. It's been great to see teams start to step up today. D+ Kia, DRS as well, continuing their upward trend since yesterday's games.
Absolutely. I think for D+ Kia, they have done a great job today, and I think it was only a matter of time before we start to see them step up a little bit. You do look at D+ Kia as a Korean team that really coined that whole playstyle of just going center, taking that center position, and having a great time from that spot. It worked out really, really well for them overall. I do think that looking at D+ Kia, though, a little bit more closely, they are less struggling towards that edge play in the end game. I think they were finding it a little bit difficult yesterday to get towards that center position, but I think they've cracked the code now. They just need a little bit more time. We have to remember that this is a region that doesn't often play international events as well. So the fact that they're coming into this one, they have got a lot to learn. They've had a lot of homework to do as well from their pretty inclusive region, which just contains them and Japan a lot of times. So I think they've done a fantastic job coming into the day, getting that homework done, getting that analysis in, and now they've figured out how to play it. Because every time they do come to these international stages, we do see D plus Kia actually perform very, very well. And they're just so slick with their movements in the end game.
They have made some really, really solid decisions in the matches today, as you say, towards that end game. Right now, they are on the north side of a 4-team cluster over just to the north of Shelter, southeast, or just to the east of School. D plus Kia currently find themselves. You've got Aton there as well, Bigetron and Sem9, all around that sort of area who are going to look to spread out the circle. Hard west shift. Saw some pistol action at the start of the last game, and Mello wants to continue that into this one. Unfortunately, won't be as successful as previous entries.
Unfortunately not. Taking a look at the quick standings though, 96 points there for Vampire. D plus Kia behind them just by a few points, 79 points. Gladiators have dropped into third place after not accruing any points on that last game. DRS up to 75 and Falcon up to 75 as well. So Vampire's lead at the start there. They've actually been able to catch up to them now. So for Vampire, yes, they were able to get a good performance on yesterday, and I think they did a great job yesterday. And we can't underestimate how strong that performance yesterday was. So I think coming in today, it's only natural they have a little bit of a fall-off in terms of performance. We're still waiting for that massive resurgence of play coming from the Vampires, but they're consistently making it towards that top 10. I think they've got a lot of good finishes. Gladiators, on the other hand, they're just struggling towards that final push. A lot of times we see them make some very good decisions, hold it down. They're all about that control a lot of times, but unfortunately, they are having the same problem that DRS were having yesterday, which is just not enough aggression. They need to be shooting at more people. They need to be taking these shots, taking these engagements, and having more presence, because you can have all the control you want in terms of information, but what they don't have at the moment is that firepower, which DRS have fixed now today. They've had some really good games. They're less passive. They're more confident to take these fights once they find their way in, because they are very slippery at the moment, able to find their way in all over the place of the map, which is just showing a great sense of macro from this side.
It's something that we were expecting coming into this tournament, is that the whole lobby has a lot more power. It is so stacked across the board, right? So you're seeing these teams that are just able to swing from absolutely any region and play out those corners very, very well. That's exactly what we've seen from those up steps, those upticks in performance. Great to see. I'm looking at the map right now, and I know that Kalaris is unhappy that he's not on this game, because iKURD have gone for one of his favorite drops on Erangel. It's the split West Coast drop going through, and they're going to be playing in a circle that favors them as well.
Yeah, it's a great drop at the beginning of the game. Clarence would say, you know, there's a lot of compounds here that people just tend to ignore. It's not exactly trash loot either, John. You can get some really good stuff from this location. There's vehicles over here too. So it's a good place to start out, especially if you're lacking in any decent position at the start of the game to drop into. So I think for iKURD, they're very happy with this situation. They get the circle on their side too. Vampire can definitely play a strong game from this position. They were gifted their spot down towards Primorsk. They're currently on that 2-2 split between Primorsk as well as Quarry. So this is going to work out well for them. The two guys up front, Schweppes and Ravenclaw, very much known for their scouting capability. I think Ravenclaw hits some of the longest shots on this team. So the fact that he's up front, you know, using his elvish eyes to his advantage is great news.
Silas caught, maybe unsuspecting that iKURD are playing in this area of the map. Lose a player, Silas down, and that is a pretty good spot now for iKURD to force S2G to be part of their buffer that they can establish towards those Gatka fields. One of the main vulnerabilities of these positions is, of course, people crashing into you as you have that split drop. But if you have more teams out to your east, it's almost like an early warning system, right? You hear those teams move past and shots start to pop off. It's very obvious that teams are coming your way.
It's really nice as well, considering it's a fielded area to that eastern side. Many teams, as we all know, will be just full sending it across the fields in the vehicles, trying to get those tires spinning, because you do not want to be out in those fields for very long, let alone running across them. By the time you start to get blisters on your feet, you've probably already been shot at and taken down out of the game. So for iKURD, yeah, this works out really well. I do think that there is something to be said about S2G's play there and their play for the remainder of today, which needs to be fixed up, because what we've seen so far is just quite lazy scouting coming out from this team. Some pretty questionable movements in terms of rotation. We've seen them double back on themselves after getting shot at, only to get one player popped out of the vehicle. So I'm not really not sure what's going on S2G's side of things, but something needs to change.
Gladiators trying to move past Yokohama Donuts. Wheels just about surviving. Somehow the buggies don't spin out, and the Gladiators managed to get past to the tree line on the south side, just north of Ferry Pier. They'll be happy with their position here in this compound. Fairly solid in terms of sight lines that can control around them, as well as options to move through in the future.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think for Gladiators themselves, they've had a bit of a rough start to this tournament. Not in terms of their point scoring, because I think it has been decent, but there have been many opportunities for them to take this all the way, to take a chicken dinner, yet they are really struggling in these end games. And I think that a lot of times, because of this 18-team lobby, not making excuses for them at all, by the way, they do get a lot of players coming towards their location, and they are at heart a paranoid team, which is a little bit more acceptable when you're playing in a 16-team lobby, where, you know, a lot of times when you get to that end game, there's only so many teams you need to be keeping aware of. But we were getting towards Zone 4, Zone 5 on one of those angles down towards the coastal area on Farm, where we had 63 players and 16 teams around Zone 4 and Zone 5, which is absolutely crazy.
Normally you'll see a little bit less than that, but obviously with more teams in that lobby,
yeah,
does make it pretty tricky. Players starting to move south. You've got Aton moving on the north side of Gatka. They did drop over towards the mansion prison shelter area, so they have swung all the way out through that north side, and they're close to iKURD now on their split rotation. FaZe are playing all the way on that west coast, and that is a very big west shift. Good news for FaZe, good news for iKURD if they can regroup.
Yeah, pretty awkward spot to be playing around, honestly. I am not a huge fan of this position, especially when I'm playing in my own games, just purely because a lot of the time it's rolling hills up the coastal side, and you sort of want to be able to shunt yourself over towards the coast, towards the beachhead for that cover. But there is going to be several fights taking place on the line on this coast, where these rolling hills will eliminate sightlines. And so it's just going to be third party after third party as each team concludes one and will be on to another. It's very difficult to play in, and it takes some real brains to be able to control that area, as well as a lot of force behind you too, which certainly some of these teams currently have. Everyone is grouping up very quickly as we already head into Stage 2.
AGONxI8 having to fend off the roll-up for SEM9, and it's going quite well, but unfortunately they've already lost two. Depp is down, took the dip there, but Romeo traded off for it. Just cute Loki left standing at the top of the hill to face off against two. Mikial and Kenny both wanting to find the final player, but a nade evens the numbers, and now it's a 1 versus 1. DBS in hand, sure, but that nade looks pretty good. It's around the right tree, just breaking wide from Kenny. Means that he will dodge the majority of that damage there. Sends another one going a little bit longer that time. Didn't cook that nade too long, but cute Loki yet to really find the value for it. A lot of damage poured into Mikial to stay alive. Looks for the res, can't quite tap it on fully, and there we go. The spray and the knock. Waiting for the heal, and a really nice 1-2 tap there from cute Loki to keep AGONxI8 in the running.
Yeah, the one smoke comes down and Loki wraps the illusion, rounds the eyes of his opponents, and they just can't see where he's coming from. Really well played there. The initial nade into the ducking and dodging behind that smoke to make it happen will keep his team nice and healthy, which was quite a terrifying situation. But already a lot of action pumped out at the start of the gates here. We have at least 6 teams right now, all losing players, with SEM9 completely out of the game already. But a lot of teams already in this circle. There's only a few teams that are outside in the blue. As Teak said over on the Falcons on the stage, you know, we stay out on the edge, we're going to push, and then chicken dinner. They do that a lot. They're still in the blue right now, one of the few teams to still be out there alongside Mazexis and i8, who are moving in. The Infinity did head down towards Sosnovka, but are being held out right now by Mazexis. An odd move, move, not one that I would be thinking would be happening right now, but a lot of teams are more focused towards this edge of the map on the western side. We'll see where this next circle does hit up and what kind of things it will bring with it.
Quarry as well is such a major factor in exacerbating the issues of linearizing this western coast, right? Because it forces teams coming in from the southeast quadrant of this circle to go underneath it or to try and send right into the side. Most teams are going to look to go south. You could see Gladiators have done so. AGONxI8 are looking to do that as well. We'll have to wait and see where the remnants of Mazexus and Infinity IQ both go because they are trying to fight one another on the way, but you imagine that they're also going to be looking to that south side, and that just pushes in the south of the circle to be such a dangerous area.
Yeah, you really don't want to be coming in through that north side because you're just heading through the swamped area, you're heading through that fielded grass. It's a little bit open, you can be spotted out. D plus Kia, though, were in a fairly close spot, so they've been instantly headed up towards these compounds that iKURD have actually held control over earlier on. Gladiators, though, I don't mind this position over on the south side. It does give you the opportunity of third-partying. And again, this is what we wanted to see from Gladiators themselves, or just a little bit of more ferocity from their side. And I think that this particular play really does require that bite behind it.
See if they're able to bear the fangs appropriately. Kitsune goes very, very low, but has backup from Tixi, top fragger in the tournament. Doing a lot of work for the team, but does go down there in an unfortunate trade with Missile. The team will roll straight on through to try and trade, but Matic falls as well. He's going to get flushed out, and Missile just about goes away there. And Meku now the last standing. The Gladiators under threat. How has that happened? 2 players from Yokohama Donuts take them down. That is disaster striking for the Gladiators, but Vampire looking to try and play another story, play another tune as Prestige takes them out on the staircase. Last player standing for R8, trying to trade off with the DBS in hand. It's doable, but it's not going to happen in the face of Schweppes. Cannot stand up.
What a horrible spot to be in there. And this is just the problem with the DBS right now, is that you get one player with it. A lot of these situations where the 1v4s just weren't possible have now been opened up. So the DBS, problematic in that sense. If you're going up against it with an M4, it looked like Vampire were trying to institute there because they are playing off in an area where they really would like to get some long sight lines. So you can understand why they would go for the double ARs. It is interesting. So I think for them, going up against that DBS, not ideal because they're going to have to pump the bullets in, whereas just one shot from that DBS will take you down. So a little bit difficult. I'm glad they didn't face one by one. They all went down the stairs together, made sure that they were able to refrag off the back of one another. So yes, they lost a player, but it was salvaged in the end. 3 players, not ideal, but it'll do.
Apparently it's enough to take down the Gladiators, though. As we saw just then, it was 3v4 coming through from the Yokohama Donuts Varel squad. And that's just not something you can afford to happen. That's where we saw 1v1s being given, right? That's exactly what you said Vampire didn't do. We saw Gladiators go for instead. They tried to go for these plays. Tixi went out a little bit too early. The instant refrag wasn't there. They didn't have those sightlines to control. They pushed around, stepped in, and great performance by Missile, to be sure, but you can't be giving them those opportunities. And they go down for it.
Yeah, it's a real sloppy start. There's no smokes. There's just the surprise factor coming through. And I think for Gladiators there, they realize that this play is a pretty desperate one at that point in time. They just want to get into the circle, get into the zone where they can start to play out, get some scouting done, realize where the players are in front of them, because you know with this circle, you want to be as close to the action as possible so you can start to have a little bit of influence around the lobby. Already, though, we got BTR coming up towards D plus Kia, see if they can keep going on their streak, and from behind the door, Forest will take down one, looks for another.
Call him the lumberjack. The Forest taking everyone down. Alkev through the window, finally able to slow him, but will it be enough to stop the train? No, sir. Forest still alive. Rezable, but Yangon Galacticos over the ridge.
Goodness me. And we can keep going with the old LOTR references because Forest just assumed that BTR there was Sauron. Very much not happy about that situation. The Ents do finally go back to war and keep D plus Kia back in the action. A great play from them, and they can continue to play from that northeast side. Very critical that they get through that engagement with 4 players still up and running, because it is not going to be easy to get towards the center of this circle now. You need all the sight lines you can get here on forwards. They do have a couple of vehicles. You can see there some do not have wheels, but some do. so they at least have 2 to get through this horrible fielded zone. I think right now Aton have a strong spot in this compound up towards the northern side, which looks down upon a lot of the rest of the lobby.
Looking at teams that might be able to find a way into that position, you've got Alpha7 with Carrillo scouting down south to maybe crash onto Aton. Difficult push because you've got D plus Kia on your east side across the fields, as we just saw. FaZe as well on that beach side, but if Alpha7 can make it to those compounds, potential to take it from them. From the south side, it's a lot harder to assault onto this compound though.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really quite a difficult circle to be playing in. I think if we're taking stock around the area, obviously you have the roadside over on the east, which does cut a lot of this up. FaZe currently playing over towards the hillside itself on the northwest. Obviously, this isn't going to give them the best route into the circle, but it's certainly going to give them a position to take shots towards people who are already in the circle, in which case they can immediately fly in, take up that position, and that's probably what they're looking for, because they have excellent sight lines going forward. Alpha7 hoping to stop FaZe from making this one happen. They do get these shots off. Alpha7 need to be ready to receive and quickly, because you know that at some point, as this next circle comes through, FaZe will have to cross this road, and that is so treacherous. Being split up on this circle on either side is horrible. Forest here, very quick on the trigger, really good reflexes to see exactly where the players were coming from. Did just enough damage to help the rest of his team actually take down the final player from BTR as well. He has been on an absolute clinic today, even getting 7 eliminations on that last game. By the time, a lot of these players had just got 1 on his side, so very, very well done.
Really, really solid stuff, and it speaks to the increase in power we've seen from this roster. 3 eliminations found so far in the game. I have to go a little bit further across the way with the circle as it falls. Teams on the south side looking to maybe go into a little bit of conflict. DRS moving up to the Vampire position now on the southwest side. 3 players have made it to the wall. Delta goes down to a nade from Schwepp. That's a really good start for the hold from Vampire. Ravenclaw puts another one straight down the middle. Schwepp tries to split the difference, moves on to the outside, but the nade from Killer lands on its target. Rules is low, but still alive and cooking. He will be lobbing it straight on into the building as well. Schwepp needs to dodge it, but can't quite get out of the way. The shrapnel finds the mark. Rules heals up as well. A lot of value on this early push. Ravenclaw has been flushed. It's now just Stone from Vampire.
Yeah, he has to pull something special out the bag, and I think that it's going to be the retreat approach for him, as Schweppes will go down. You'd imagine Stone's just going to try and live out a little bit longer. I think they realize right now that their lead is dwindling a little bit. D plus Kia, the closest behind them right now, with 4 players still alive, 3 eliminations found 2. So Vampire need to get something of like a top 5 just to keep hanging on, because D plus Kia on this game, if they can rotate in from this northeast side to a strong position within the circle, they can have an excellent game ahead of them. And I think a lot of the teams towards the center are damaged. S2G, for instance, they're currently running with just 2 players. Yangon Galacticos are heading over towards S2G. If D plus Kia spot this movement, they can follow up on top of this.
FaZe looking to move in at the same time. Alpha7 making their way down south. FaZe took a knock over towards Ventures, which puts them on 3, but they are behind some cover, maybe looking for that res. You can see 2 players just over the way going for it, and they will have a little foothold into the zone. But Alpha7 have the high ground. This is going to make FaZe's journey so much harder.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha7 made the 100% correct decision. I think they knew exactly where FaZe were playing. FaZe were hoping that they maybe would peak and they could find one of these shots through, start tossing these very similar smokes, and then quickly just send on over. But Alpha7, very patient, waited for the next circle, but in come D plus Kia, and already that's 1 player run straight down. Carrillo has to go big now.
With the DBS, can he make anything land? No, he can't. That's 2 players. Revo's down in the meantime as well. 3 players, all 4 of Alpha7 melted in the face of D plus Kia. A nade sent back over the top, but this is FaZe's chance. 2 players down, so they are severely diminished. No one going down for FaZe, and they can roll over these hills. Aton do not chime into the fight either. Fabian taken out with that nade. 4 players still, 4 FaZe, into the vehicles they go.
Guardian Angel comes through for FaZe and opens up the path through. I think that for D plus Kia, that's got to be an assumption that's made, right, where you wonder, why is this team holding here? Why are they not further down? And that road crossing is very, very difficult. And you saw the speed at which D plus Kia removed Alpha7. FaZe were a little slow getting across that road, but it didn't matter. By the time you get into that position and you're trying to recover, the nades are already over the top. So I think D plus Kia could have maybe slowed things down just slightly before FaZe had to pour over the top. Great initial push, great damage, and great elimination over towards Alpha7, but the foresight just not there.
FaZe are absolutely demolishing the iKURD peak there to try and keep the Falcons alive, which they desperately need. Two of them are down on the floor. Another smoke, I think that was launched forwards with the DBS through the smoke. That is such a dangerous sound to be playing with no hard cover. The rock, though, is there. He will be able to hide behind it, but not for long. Turns the corner, does the job. One player from iKURD remains.
DRS down towards the southwest side. Once again, have found that position. They're wily, man. They're very good at finding these positions around the map. Aton Esports come out of nowhere, and FaZe feel the brunt of this one. They need some support. They need some help, as Onzen is able to pick off one, but Ventores and Mormon most likely will now fall. That's 2 players down for Aton, but the recovery for them a lot easier than FaZe.
Both of them in this reservoir position. You can see Zohan just committing to both of these right now. They are going to have to move because the zone is already pushing. Can you get everyone back into the fight? It's going to be tricky. Aram from iKURD crawling away, and Team Falcons will be drawn short here. Infinity IQ will slow them down, but will they be able to stop them? That's still a question that needs to be answered here, because it is looking a little bit shaky. Ferrari and Kaidula both having a say into the fight, but shots across the way, the third party's there. And actually, Aram chimes back in, and an aid from the Falcons seals the deal.
What happened there? But it was indeed iKURD who was able to pick up that final elimination over towards Team Falcons. Aton, they're on the high ground currently. Romeo Boy comes up, and Zohan has absolutely no idea. He needs to go to confused.com and sort something out, because goodness me, he was in a different world.
Looking for some sort of payout there, but it's not really going to be too easy to make that claim. Southwest side, DRS, 4 players alive towards the top of the tables as well. We spoke about how D plus Kia were pretty close to the Vampire totals, but DRS, they are also on the knocking on the door there. 2 eliminations already, all 4 of their players alive, looking fairly healthy, have the compound, and the circle has shifted their way 3 times in a row now.
DRS, very happy with this position. Very happy they're able to take that engagement with Vampire as well. Considering Vampire had this spot in the first place, you know, this was such a crucial fight that they had to take versus them. Really good grenades, very good hold from outside the building. Realistically, Vampire had a lot of space to play with. And again, it's a little bit of that greed sometimes that we see from Vampire, where they just like to play very fast into these engagements and have fun with it. Unfortunately, it comes back to bite them here. Stoned is, though, laddering up. Already in towards 6 teams remaining, a top 5 position for Stone. He'll be very happy with that one. On top of the fact that they've got 4 eliminations, you know, that is still going to extend their lead and give them time today to extend it even more.
The teams cowering behind the ridge line with the blue zone pushing them, eating each other alive now. AGONxI8, Infinity IQ, both going very low, but it's Infinity IQ who stay alive and try and keep themselves together here, but with only 2 players, you've got to wonder how much further can they go, because they're going to have to break across this ridge. They will have to cross the road to get to the next circle.
You know, with the way this actual compound set up, it's going to be so hard for any team to beat out versus DRS. They have such a strong spot going forward. 4 players alive, so many diminished teams who had to face the brunt of everything. Like I said, this circle is absolutely brutal. Aton, though, vicious with these grenades over the top.
Infinity IQ as well, managed to pop a sniper shot. I think there was an M24 landing into the back of S2G. Not ideal, and they will fall fully. Stone now under pressure from DRS and will fall in the face of it. A nade in through the window. Delta picks up the point, and DRS now have got the tower to overlook towards everything else here. Aton do still have a pretty solid ridgeline to play along, though.
I mean, 4th place there for Vampire Esports. They're not going to be happy with that one. Killer, though, on the swivel at the moment. A literal human turret. Spotting several different players. Drops the nade up topside. And will just some acrobatics to get away from that. A bit confusing. Does let it go off. Now looks over towards Ferrari. Will get the shots in. He drops the deck, but you are visible as anything.
With the building high ground position, it's just impossible to get across there unscathed. They'll find out about that. One player remaining for Infinity IQ. 9 eliminations for this East Side team roster.
Yeah.
This is really good results.
I mean, it's
from
really
10th in the table at the start of the game.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the dichotomy between DRS as well and Gladiators and the fixes that they've made since yesterday. Really good execution towards these end games. They know exactly what they want to do. They know that this circle is difficult, so they do have to be a bit more passive in this game. Bensu goes down, and for Aton, it's all over, because coming out over this ridge is like wearing a high-vis jacket, and DRS are ready to zone in.
Oh, he's seen one. He's leaning out the window. They're going hell for leather, all or nothing, and Delta runs it down for the last. DRS swell the battlefield, take home a big chicken dinner. And that is going to put them fairly close to Vampire's mark.
I think that's not back-to-backs, but 2 double chicken dinners for 2 teams today. Really awesome stuff coming through from DRS. The Nepali fans at home have to be proud of these guys. They have done fantastically well for their country here in All-Stars. I mean, it's just been beautiful to see these guys grow as a team throughout lots of different tournaments, and now to be here and doing their home country proud, not only in-game, but also just on the stage here. Looking fun.
Yeah, absolutely. They are pretty happy with that performance from that last game. They fought off against Vampire, ostensibly the best team in the tournament currently.
Crazy.
And with that points total, I wonder if they've managed to overtake. I think Vampire were just a little bit too far ahead as it stands. With the points, they were able to get that game as well, surviving so late as they did.
Yeah, 4th place. But still very good for Stone there.
DRS will definitely be looking good for 2nd.
Yeah, 100%. They were not far behind whatsoever, John, so that kind of point scoring will definitely bump them up the leaderboard. I don't know how far, maybe even a 1st place if they're lucky, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see what more they can pull out today, because so far it has been a great performance from DRS, from D+ Kia as well. Both of these 2 teams performing so well, but it is DRS, the Nepali team, to take the chicken dinner on the final Erangel today.
DRS, DRS, DRS. Man, the team from Nepal, 2 chicken dinners today. We talked a lot about them yesterday of, oh, they're playing a little passive. They're just going for the late game. They heard us. They heard us on the bus, man. I'm expecting some money for this. We have just become the all-time best coaches in PUBG Mobile.
I think they were just baiting us yesterday. I think they were like, you know what, we're gonna make people think that we're just gonna be playing slow, and today we're just gonna turn it up.
They're like, fully. Oh, DRS, not a threat. Day 2, oh, they are. They're a real mega threat, I can tell you that much. Maybe a bit salty over not securing himself the championship in PMGC Grand Finals. Like, we want to win an international event, and it might be happening right here with improvements like this at the rate they're currently playing. Like, they're not scared to go for fights anymore.
They're not.
And they're just such a massive threat. I would be scared to go in a 4v4 against them.
And the way they are taking those fights, the way they are covering their angles too, so far it's impressive what they're being able to do.
Hey, maybe we can set it up, a 4v4, the talent versus DRS.
No, I'm going to stop you right now. I don't want to do it.
You might get it. No, it's not going to happen.
Don't believe in me for that, okay? That is one thing that's never going to happen.
7
I started to that
hot jukes.
You.
And Kalaris on the bench. Yeah.
No, actually, maybe we'll change it up. Maybe we'll do like all 7 of us versus 4 of them.
I see you play games before,
Probably
Jason.
not going to be enough.
I think you do good. You did decent.
Say it with a straight face, 7. He can't. Well, they're not seeing on camera to do it anyways.
I don't want Jason on my team. Last time we played, you rolled over me with a car.
I tried to.
You tried.
It was against you. It was against you.
Yeah.
And I tried. Oh, no, I did try to hit you, actually. Never mind. I remember that now. Actually, it was last year at PMWI. I tried to run you over. But obviously, DRS, like, this has been a big turnaround for them so far in... Well, not even necessarily a turnaround. They weren't doing bad yesterday, but they basically took what they did yesterday and improved on it. So let's actually take a look, if we can, really quickly. Before we... Actually, no, we'll see match results first. How about we see that first? Then we'll talk about DRS a little bit more, because I kind of wanted to compare their stats yesterday versus today. But here we go. Match ranking's coming your way here and see how many points they got, but as well as the other teams. 18 points. So not one of their biggest elim games, but still, it's chicken dinner. It's still 18 points, and that gets them 18 points closer to being into the main event.
Yeah, and a lot of teams closing that gap against Vampire Esports. It's still 8 points, right? They're still making sure they're going to be in the top 6 at the end of the event. That's fine, but there's a lot of teams that are closing that gap and they're aiming for that $125 secure after the All-Stars.
And that's the thing, right, with Vampire Esports. They were able to do so well yesterday, and they were able to pretty much perform the way that they needed to start off day one. That here, even though they are not getting those chicken dinners, even though that they're not being the most fragging team when it goes to games, they're doing just the right amount. Remember, Sir Tanning told us 10 points per game. Yeah. So far, I mean, if we average it out, they definitely be
exactly.
hitting
The average is definitely over 10 points. I think it's fair to say, yeah.
I don't trust you doing that calculation.
Me neither, actually. Now I think about it, not sure.
All right, so let's take a look then at DRS yesterday up against today. Because I'm imagining they're going to have, I mean, they have relatively the same points that they're going to actually probably even more, right, with 2 chicken dinners. But I think what we're really looking for is a difference between eliminations and damage yesterday to today, because that is something they've massively been able to step up. And that's something I was kind of criticizing them for, I think, quite a bit yesterday, of saying, like, great, you can get to late game, but if you can't get the eliminations to back it up, you don't have that sweet, sweet marriage between the two, they're not going to be a CCT. Well, you know what? I have to eat my words. They've proven they could be a CCT here today.
I mean, as you said, they were able to make it to the late game, but when they made it to that point, it's like, what's next? And it seems like they didn't really have the will to go aggressive, but they're able to do it right now. And I really, as you said, Jason, I want to see the elims and the damage that they were able to get here. So let's see. They're already pretty much tied up.
There's still 2 matches left to come, right? So that's what makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, almost tied up, and they still got 2 full-on matches to go here. 7 and damage. Okay, that's the money maker right there.
That's right here. I mean, even 34 elims? What? And this is what we're saying too, like, going back to what you guys were saying in regards to them being more aggressive, is that yesterday they were already putting themselves in such a great place to take on to fights that they were a little bit passive, they just weren't willing to take them. And today we're seeing them, they're turning on that aggressiveness. They're being able to actually fight.
Aggressive.
Did you go back to cheerleader days?
You didn't believe me.
I did not.
And then I whipped out one of my little songs.
I saw the Leon hearts.
So much Jason law has been dropped this event. I'm loving it.
We don't need to discuss what that means for people at home. You don't need to know about that one. But DRS, like, I think what's impressive is you look at Vampire yesterday and you look at them today. They really kind of, they fell off. I don't think that's something that can be argued against, but they obviously played so well, so it's hard to replicate that. But DRS have just improved on their performance, and I think that's what makes them even more impressive, because they took what happened on day one, they researched, they prepped, they VOD reviewed, whatever it was, and they implemented that today.
Yeah, and for Vampire, I mean, they didn't really fall off. They're still getting enough points, but it sets a very scary precedent heading into the main tournament. Like, teams are already starting to adapt, so you're going to have normally quite a few of the teams here from this stage going into the main tournament, and you're going to have the main tournament teams looking at this. So there's going to be a lot of adaptations being made already for how Vampire are going to play, and it's going to be tough to have. The start they had yesterday was almost 3 wins, so I don't think they're going to have as good a start in that event.
Something that was impressive for me there for DRS was the amount of healing that they had to do. It seems like they're taking on those fights and they're finishing them off quick. They're being able to execute the plan. Yeah, they are. And something that was completely different, right, that we saw in the last match was Team Falcons. Remember when we saw them wanting to rotate in and then they decided to back off? Some teams are just doubting themselves, and that's something that DRS is currently not doing right now. If they're going to be willing to commit to a fight, they're going to make sure that they actually do that. They're going to make sure that they finish off that fight quickly, and right now it's working out great for them.
Yeah, the stats were so impressive, we have to look at them twice.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to see them like 4 times, you know? Okay. Let's do it a couple more times. But, you know, you're talking about teams adapting. DRS isn't the only team adapting. We cannot forget the fact that D+ has also had a great day. Maybe not a fantastic match there, but they have been improving over the event. And actually, I want to see their player stats on today, because Fabian and Forrest, those were the 2 players that we were really focused on.
Yeah, every time I'm doing an event and we have the chance to have a team like D+ and the entirety of the roster, I'm always looking at Forrest. More specifically, he's always a standout player of the region, especially when they're doing the Korea-Japan showdown. He's always like a standout player with Naoto. And he's been really just coming in his own on this second day.
It's actually lowest on damage, 1100.
But he's been doing great himself, but Orsal and Seidon have been bringing the heat apparently.
That can't be right, though, because we had 7 for Forrest in a prior match. So ignore those stats. Those are definitely not right today. Because we did have, was it 7 eliminations for Forrest when we saw him crash up against, even Fabian got like 3 or 4 off the bat in that fight. But that is still a big step up nonetheless. And the thing is, I want to see what other South Korean teams can bring, because I feel like we always see the same team, and whether they're known as Daewon Kia, D+, or Archer even back then.
It always feels like when you get a team from those 2 regions, it's always the same.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to see new ones. Actually, they almost didn't qualify. They tied with AGONxI8 Esports, I believe it was, and because of the tiebreaker, they ended up qualifying. We were 1 point away, 7 from seeing another South Korean team. Maybe next year.
I'm kind of glad it didn't happen, though, because D+Kia has showed today that it's not just going to be Miramar, right? That we're able to perform in Erangel, and now that we're going to be going into Miramar, I think I'm really intrigued to see how Vampire Esports is going to be able to react, because if they, they are hitting the market, right? They are getting close to the 10 points. If D+Kia continues to perform the way they did yesterday in Miramar, we could have a different number one.
That's the thing, right? We do have 2 Miramars coming up back-to-back now. We had Falcons win one of those. We had Bigetron win one of those. And I feel like we start off the day really talking a ton about Bigetron. But it's back to kind of what we know with Bigetron. It's kind of like the flash in the pan that unfortunately, it's not that I enjoy being mean to them or talking negatively of them, but I feel like this has happened so many times where we get our hopes up, we see that flash in the pan a couple of games, and then it goes. So we're going to head over to our casters because they're about to go out of the airplane and drop in onto Miramar with John Allen and Blink.
Yep, well, I mean, we're hopefully not going to be dropping out of the plane too fast. I mean, we're not going to be hitting the ground like that, but hopefully we'll be staying alive, as will most of these other teams. Certainly one of them will be staying alive the longest. Someone's got to.
Absolutely. Someone's got to stay towards that top side. Because otherwise that whole plane's going down. It's got to make the return trip too for dropping those crates.
True.
These guys on the plane, they've got a tough job.
Shout out to the plane pilots.
Yeah,
I mean,
shout out to the pilots. Shout out to the players. All right. But yes, all these players will also have a tough time in these games going forward. Finishing off with double Miramar to cap off our day. Obviously, we've done all of our angles so far already. A really difficult circle, that last one, over on our last match. DRS, again, though, I think that when it comes to this team, even when it is a difficult circle like that, you're still seeing this really smart level of play coming through for them. They're very cognizant of where these areas are in the map that have just these little gaps in between the teams where they can inject themselves, find a very decent position, and now they're not even afraid to take these fights. They've gained a lot of confidence over the past few days, which is fantastic to see. Well, past couple of days at this point in time. But they've gained a lot of confidence here in the All-Stars tournament, and I think that's allowing them to take these fights that they wouldn't necessarily take before, where they'd find a gap that wasn't exactly ideal, but this time around, they're just taking the fight, getting an ideal compound, playing from there, and that was a really strong position on the map. It was great that the circle came over towards them in the end, but even then, they were one of the few teams that still had a compound to play in that had still some area going up towards the circle.
DRS up to 93 points now, second place. Vampire 104, so 11 points separate them at this early stage of the tournament. That is very closable. I say early, over halfway through. At this stage in the tournament, it is definitely a closable gap. We've seen it done in less than a game. So we'll see what more challenges they can throw towards the top of those tables. Either way, we said Vampire looked pretty good to qualify as top 6 over the course of their performance from yesterday and the start of today. Even though it hasn't been as strong as it was yesterday, Vampire's still looking very solid to get one of those qualification spots. I would now say that DRS in a similar spot when it comes to the probability that they'll be seen in that top 6 and make their way to the final stages.
I'll swing over towards the Infinity. Ferrari goes down quite quickly there. So the Infinity will be playing on with 3 members going forward. That playing path did force a lot of these teams off towards that eastern side. Our circle did head over towards Monte Nuevo and El Pozo that way. So again, for Gladiators, we just saw them on our screens. A team that would really like to get some points this time around. I think if they can end the day with maybe a 10-point average over the next 2 games, they'll be very pleased with that one. Sem9 also rocking up over towards Alpha7. Revo down, star player on the side immediately. There's smokes down. They're getting their boy back up because he is certainly important to the livelihood of this squad.
A very, very key part of the roster right now, and Alpha7 need all the strength they can get, to be fair, because they have been, I think, underperforming their expectation, almost certainly. This was a team that people were predicting to win over on the main stage, and right now they are middle of the tables overall. They're in 9th place. It's not the team that we wanted to see.
No, not at all. 50 points currently, sat in 9th place, so 3 points away from qualifying if they could, because they already are in that main tournament. They've already qualified for it. You know, you could be that one guy that says, oh, they're just reserving their energy for the main tournament. But I think that the way we've seen Alpha7 play in the past, it's quite effortless the way they take control of a lot of these maps. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's certainly something that needs fixing a little bit. And I think for the guys on Alpha7, they'll be looking into that rigorously. You know that the coach over there is looking to see what's going wrong after so much success. You come over here, which is arguably, I would say, a little bit of an easier lobby, right? We do have some teams within here that I think that Alpha7 should absolutely trounce, but they're just not. So I can no longer have that kind of say into these games. Matic sending off once again. This guy's got into a fair few fights so far of a couple of teams. Had to drink a little bit of an energy drink to get himself back up to full, and then takes another engagement with the guys from Alpha7, who are just harassing them time and time again. North George now heading up towards La Cobreria. He's sent that information back, and the rest of Gladiators starting to group up just a little bit.
The Gladiators making their way down a little bit further, hopefully, to regroup. Tixie's still very isolated as it stands, about a kilometer away, which means that any push onto his position basically is on his own at this stage. So a little regroup in the near future, you'd imagine, but not really pressing right now. No one looking to try and take that position. On the northeast side, the Gladiators went down to them last game on an unfortunate set of trades, 1v1s, and giving a little bit too much on their push. Yokohama Donuts, the team that took them down last time, moving in through Torre Ahmada and potentially moving parallel to the Gladiators.
Yeah, the play was certainly sloppy, right? I think that's the best way to describe it. It didn't feel like Gladiators. A lot of times Gladiators win out on fights just by setup alone. I don't think, and I will continue to say this, I don't think that they have the best gun skill in a lot of lobbies internationally. I think what they really reveled on was that macro side of things. They were very good at controlling where their rotations were going to be, which third parties they wanted to take, and which were going to be inefficient to their game plan. That's what Gladiators were very good at. So when you see a setup to an engagement like that, which is just essentially tossing the vehicles at the building, and then praying that you win the fight out mechanically, just does not make sense to me. And again, Gladiators are one of these teams that really does want to qualify through in that top 6. It's important to them. In the meantime, you've got R8 down towards that south side west of San Martin, quite close towards the central area. S2G have also been getting quite far into a lot of these games, but that's mainly by just hanging on towards that center side and trying to fight out against any team that rocks up on them. They're going to go for a similar kind of strategy. It isn't really banking them a lot of points. You can see it on your screen there over on the right-hand side. 48, so they're really in that middle pack at the moment.
He's really having trouble here. Oh my goodness, Ali finally able to get out of the ditch in the party bus. I think that was about a 17-point turn, but in the end, the axles cooperate, and he just abandons it anyway. Doesn't need it anymore. It's given him enough trouble.
That is unfortunate. He probably could have just ran there in the first place, picked up that vehicle and got on his merry way. So again, he kept him safe though. You know, if there was any praying eyes, those party bus is a veritable shield in a lot of situations. Infinity, we saw them lose a player earlier on, John. Down to just 3 now. Not ideal. Here are our pilots back again to drop off some goods.
Where will they gift those level 3 augments to teams' arsenals? Circle just about to pop as well, as we're sitting on the west side of Miramar. 2 teams out the southeast side, D+, Kia and Aton as well, playing over near Puerto Paraíso and on that south edge. Oof. The biggest shrink that we see on Miramar, this zone 2 shrink, goes over towards Monte Nuevo and cuts Ladriera with a slice of the pie too.
Yeah, really kind of an awkward circle for these teams because it's not fully down towards that Ladriera side. So taking advantage of these high grounds is a little bit more dangerous for some of these teams. You can see Falcons heading over that way to begin with. I think your main worry is that most teams will know of these pretty priority compounds over towards Ladriera, and if you start making your way down those mountainside, there should be a lot of eyes over towards that position. Whereas as you head down, though, over towards Monte Nuevo, it's quite barren around that edge of the city itself. So with 18 teams still alive, 69 players still in the lobby, there's certainly going to be a lot of shooting here on forwards. I don't think that this is the kind of circle that can maintain that amount of teams for very long.
Vampire lost a player to Mezexis on the eastern side of this circle. They do manage to get a building into the next circle, though, so they'll be okay for now. Gladiators being forced out by Yokohama Donuts to play a little bit, actually very split from one another. They really don't want to be locked into an engagement right now. They'll have to make their way past El Pozzo.
Yeah, a regroup like this is not easy for the guys from Gladiators. They're going to have to send several different directions. Kitsune is heading all the way over towards this western side, whereas Meku is exploring the edge towards the east. Most likely will recall Kitsune now to head towards the rest of the team now that they've found a path through that is safe. i8 in the meantime, UZM gets cut down by Ravenclaw.
Well found. Vampire still hold on the southeast side now. AGONxI8 backed off for the time being. Misclick there from Blade. Wanted to get into the buggy. Popped a shot. Either way, they knew he was there, so it's not too much of a surprise. Mezexis still being held out further southeast. Despite already having taken down a player from Vampire, they haven't opted to go for that full push it.
Yeah, obviously Vampire losing a player like this isn't ideal, and I think that Vampire most likely will switch into a more elimination-focused game for themselves now. It won't necessarily mean they're getting a high placement like Stone went for last game, but I think that they do need to start picking up some eliminations because the 3 players on this southeast edge, it's quite awkward terrain to head up towards this northeast side anyway, northwest side anyway. So I think for Vampire, yeah, try and take up this position, which is very, very strong within the map. We see a lot of times teams picking up this spot just because of the high ground it offers you up towards that top side. It's got great little spots you can take shots towards teams, potentially pick up a knock here and there, maybe elimination, because getting further than this for Vampires will be tough.
What's Kitsune still doing up there? He's having a picnic, I think. Either way, the Gladiators, well, 3 of them, have moved down south, just on the northern prong of Monte Nuevo now. They've got a pretty solid position, with the circle shifting up northwest as well. Cuts Ladriera out. So they will have to be teams moving up from that southeast side into these hills. Mezexis going up against AGONxI8. It's not going too well, really, for either of these 2 rosters. They're both having trouble with it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of sightlines actually looking down here. I mean, DRS are in this location, Vampire in this location. I think DRS was just a little bit further ahead of Vampire. So for Mezexis as well as i8, a little bit of a rough return in towards this circle. But a Monte Nuevo finish, perhaps even an urban finish coming into this end game. You see a lot of teams picking up these compounds. Now, this is the type of circle that if you can get in quickly, yes, you can maintain quite a massive amount of players and teams in this lobby, but it's getting into it in the first place. There's so many other teams that were ahead of you in the queue. They've swiped their ticket. They're already in these buildings.
Oh, lovely nade in through the window from Murnat. Nails it. Absolutely blasts them away. Not really too much you could do about that. And another nade nearly takes down the player, but stays alive for now. Cute Loki. We saw him clutch it out last time around. We'll be able to go for the flush this time, but instead leaves someone up and ready to frag. Hoigar is ready and ready to go, but now as a Lone Ranger against 3, it's going to be really tricky to get this one done. We've seen it done before, but doesn't seem to have the DBS in the arsenal and faces off against them. It's the M249 in the end to land the shot, and that's Infinity IQ eliminated.
First team to go down, Yangon Galacticos will pick themselves up a position on the outer edges of the city itself of Monte Nuevo. Gladiators finally regroup with S2G just down towards their south side. You can see that right now on your screens. Mini 14 in the hand of Meku, looking down towards his position. Tixie looks to be looking over towards Romeo Boy, who is very much split off from the rest of his team over in Monte Nuevo itself. So hoping to regroup soon. For Gladiators, a difficult rotation in. Equally for Yokohama, they're up towards that north side. They'll have to push down through these fields, through these roaded areas. Alpha7 also would like to get in. But we have so many teams already in that center area. BTR, R8. You have Yangon Galacticos, Sem9 over towards that northern edge. Aton are trying to get in, but DRS, keeping things cool and cozy over towards the eastern side.
Falcons with the home team support. Playing with 4 players on that southwest side along the road. A tricky route in towards Monte Nuevo on that crossroads. Trying to make their presence felt, but they have to shift up north. This is good news for Yokohama Donuts, for Gladiators, for Alpha7, because all of these teams on the south gonna cut each other down to size and make them bite-sized for these teams up there.
Massively. If you are Team Falcons, Aton, iKURD, Vampire, you know, a lot of these teams in Monte Nuevo, they won't be leaving anytime soon. They would much rather clear up the mess that is this southern side, massive players, as opposed to leaving. So you're already seeing FaZe, BTR all taking shots out. Surprisingly, King's able to take a shot backwards over towards BTR themselves. And I think D plus Kia have actually rocked up on their position and looking to dismount them from Monte Nuevo. A really nice push in. Satan, Fabian, and Forrest are all in already.
BTR close to D plus Kia, not the safest of positions. But we've seen great things from both of these rosters. Nades up through the window. It's a 3 versus 3 on the western point of Monte Nuevo. Ryzen trying to maneuver on the outside. A nade in through the window from Yuhai, but backed off by some bullets from across the buildings. Zayden wants to answer, but neither team wants to pull the trigger fully on this fight. And to be fair, you probably don't want to in terms of that overall strategy. You're in the next circle anyway. Losing players now is just bad. It's just a bad time for your route out of this circle, route out of this urban environment.
Yeah, for a lot of these teams, they'd rather group up now and play that teamwork to get rid of a lot of these teams over towards that southern side of the map. D plus Kia, they've been allowed in. They're renting the room now from BTR at this point in time. It is interesting to see Ryzen in, and it's even more interesting to see Lapar out because he was so good yesterday and today as well. So I'm interested to see why exactly they have pulled Lapar out for Ryzen. It might just because it's the role change, so you're taking a fragger out for a fragger to maintain the stability of the team with the roles that they have within. So I think that could definitely be the reason behind it. But again, it's great to see Ryzen back on the international stage now. Lovely to see him here. Vampire looking to make their way in. They actually did a decent job. They cleaned up a lot of I8. They will have to flip around the side now, but unbeknownst to them, DRS are up towards their northern edge, but they've just started to make a move outwards over the road. This is a dangerous push.
Tony K with Stoned in tow. Going across open ground, but they're fairly confident in it. Nearly takes a tumble, but they're up to the rock. This is, I mean, it's very exposed, but nobody is looking this way right now. They're all on the other side of the road and they're preoccupied. DRS certainly is, as SEM9 rolls up into the thick of it. Kenny has the DBS. This is dangerous territory, but finally gets caught up in the tires of the buggy. 2 players down for DRS. They're currently resable, but you imagine that's going to get taken away from them very, very quickly. Tam gets across and pops a nade back in. Killer falls down to a nade. The res going to be enacted for DRS, and they haven't gone for the flushes yet of SEM. Kenny does not get picked up there by teammate. He has the backup instead. Moving on through, wants to try and keep the pressure up and deny these reses. Tam goes for the flush, but there's a shot from across the way, and now Delta can start to cook this nade. Mikiel is low. It pops it out through the vehicle and pops it as well with the flashbang. Delta taken down to half HP, and 2 players on the inside, 1 player active on the out. DRS looking to try and stay alive now with 2. It's a difficult task, but it is a team that is up to it.
2 players now. DRS played some real good shenanigans in this fight. Killer with an excellent pre-fire over towards these players from SEM9. He has another nade as well. Has to back off as shots come through from Alpha7. Will place another one around the side. Somehow, Mikiel is still alive inside this container. Goodness me. Gets away with it as well. And those nades are not going to touch him whatsoever. And Killer seems to think that if he just keeps tossing them, he's going to get them in. But Mikiel right now is completely safe. And that's 6 grenades down.
I don't think there's any cheeky little terrain bumps there that can bank it off and get it into the dumpster, into the skip. But still, DRS cut down, cut in half. As the circle keeps the urban environment into the fight and actually makes the fields to the north of Monte Nuevo, the open ground, a little bit more treacherous and forces these teams to the north to have the problems of their own.
Yeah, if you're a team towards that northern side, you do technically have a little bit of an advantage because you're more maneuverable than those teams down towards the south side. The issue for these guys is that you really have to just stay on the edge of this circle now, because you start to get a little bit too close to this open area. The teams from the south, that is not team fight. That is lobby fire coming at you, honestly. It is horrible to come up against. So I think right now for a lot of teams like Yokohama, as well as Alpha7, S2G, Gladiators, they just want to stay out of dodge as long as possible. Kitsune will pick up Romeo Boy, who was very split off from his team a long time. And now they can fully focus over towards S2G, who are in the compound underneath them.
Mafioso trying to put nades downhill, and a lot of damage felt. There's the knock finally. Ali taken low, and Mafioso still with the happy feet on the mountaintop. Ali very low, gets the heal off. Nade being cooked, taken down very quickly again. Unknown is there on the off angle. Mafioso just can't catch a break, cannot peek this ridgeline.
Yeah, like I said, that lobby fire is coming in clutch. Look at all those players off in the distance, all wielding those 3Xs, those 4Xs, taking shots their way. Even Team Falcons have to expend as many smokes as possible. In the meantime, Gladiators are somewhat safe because they are just hiding behind S2G, but at some point they will either have to push over towards Yokohama's position or over towards S2G.
Mafioso isolated now, wanted to deal with iKURD, drop down and regroup with the rest of the roster for Alpha7, but at this stage, they have been severed. That supply line is not there anymore. Cut off by Falcons. What more can you do? Drop down, I guess, just go for the fight. That's going to work out. First aid, is it going to be in time? Just misses it, unfortunately. It was just too slow. Can you crawl on through there? He might be able to get to the zone. Center Texer wants to move out, but if you can get through, good, but no. Cut down, out in the blue. That is really unfortunate for Alpha7, losing Mafioso there.
Yeah, it's a difficult push for him versus iKURD. They had to really speed up that engagement between them and iKURD, but Team Falcons obviously had oversight. And speaking of Team Falcons, what a wonderful run from them. I mean, maintaining 4 players from that side of the map on the southern side versus a lot of these teams that have had sightlines towards them. Really good use of utility and smokes, getting those vehicles through and finding those positions that they can play in. Up against Yangon Galacticos is Vampire already. Burnout Boy comes out through the side with the DBS, which seems to be their kryptonite, but Kitsune, he's got overhead. He's taking shots down towards him, already takes down one.
Only gets the one player from Vampire all the way flushed, and I don't think Stones knew where those shots are coming from, but S2G are going to make Gladiators' lives just that little bit harder. The nade goes a little bit long towards the back lines for S2G, but the forward two are not so lucky. Razy, Kelsey both going to fall down here. Tixie gets lit up. Silas with the SKS. A lot of ammo in the back pocket as well. Plenty more damage to do as Kitsune taken down to half HP. They back him off. The Gladiators are going to have to get this res right now if they want to keep 4 players alive, if they want to move forwards to the circle at full strength. Even then, it might not be at that level.
Getting as many of those heals off as possible, as quickly as they can. FaZe coming in now. They hear the shots, and these guys love the third party. They love what he came through in the last game. It saved their lives, but I think they've just jumped into a bee's nest that they maybe didn't want to assault. This is outside of the zone too, so FaZe is taking a very questionable play here. I think it was the only position they could go to. They swerved off course, and now Gladiators are fine. They're like, yeah, you deal with S2G. I think we're going to head down towards the circle alongside this ridge.
Uh-oh, Revo with a DBS in the corner. It's devilish to deal with, and too much for the Falcons. They move up, one goes down, Revo half HP on the corner, but it's not going to matter. One more now to step into the breach, but it's not going to happen. Not this time anyway. He needs to pop the reload. His teammates falling around his ears. Cenetex has been knocked. A nade on the corner could be good to find a little bit of damage, but not really going to get too much more than that. The heal from Revo can start to be enacted, and on the western side, they're still in the zone.
It is terrifying going up against this guy. He dances the beat of the DBS as he comes around the corner. I think right now Team Falcons have met their match with 6 off in the distance. Obviously, A7 will have 1 player down. And there it comes. Yokohama took down Gladiators last game. Gladiators just went up against FaZe, were able to clear out the majority of them, but they're out in the blue now with teammates suffering. They should just be able to get into the circle, have to drop some smokes, but Maku will be flushed out entirely.
Matic still on that backstop position. A difficult run from those hills. Aton in the meantime from the south side of Montenuevo needing to push through BTR and doing good work right now. 2 players alive for BTR as we hop back over towards Alpha7 who have finally cleared out the Falcons. BTR get wiped away by Aton and now they'll need to push even further north through the urban environment here. 2 of their players down, just Zohan left. And there's players looking their way. Those shots will have drawn attention, and the circle goes all the way outside.
Getting down from this position, getting out from this position for R8, a Sem9 Alpha7 will be very difficult. Look how calm this guy is. He's just sidestepping bullets. Looks like a superhero in action. It's insane to me. He even takes a shot around the side, assuming that there's a player behind the smoke. Always thinking one step ahead. This guy's playing in the future a lot of times, which must be very difficult, but you respect it either way. Gladiators over towards that northeast side. They still have Yokohama to deal with, who are all the way towards that north. And Alpha7 are moving out. Now, it's 2 players from Yokohama in front of them. The rest of Yokohama will have to move over. That will open up a gap for Gladiators to move in. This could be a good time. If they hear the vehicles moving across, Gladiators need to take advantage of this. I think they have seen it.
The Yokohama Donuts Varel position has been such a quiet presence in these northern hills, but it's been felt lobby-wide at this stage. Everybody's been funneled around them, and finally, the Gladiators are able to open up. A first shot lands from Kitsune. 3 players are alive on the side of Gladiators, and they'll move on up a little bit closer. They've got a tree, they've got the top of that ridgeline in this next zone, and the Yokohama Donuts trying to get this fight done, but Alpha7 have other ideas. Ozi-san next to fall, and only 1 player now left standing, Kazimaru, dispatched. Across the way, it's the Gladiators to take the shots, and now they can just continue to rattle off these magazines towards Alpha7. They roll straight on up as well. Matic almost going down, but just about ducks behind. Kitsune, not so lucky. Tixi needs to hold this one down, but Revo lights them up, and another knock sent over towards the Gladiators, overzealous and predicted by Alpha7. They get cut out.
I think for Gladiators there, what they expected was a far weakened Alpha7, but they confidently took that fight with Gladiators helping, and I don't know why they assumed there would be anything different. And again, Alpha7 were able to recover very, very quickly in that engagement. So Senatexa, Carrillo, Revo all ready and raring to go into this match from a very, very tricky spot within the circle to make it here. And I think Donuts sent everything they had at them. Fortunately for the Donuts, Gladiators, that presence was definitely felt, and they wanted a little bit of payback.
Just a touch, but this is the Alpha7 that we've been expecting to see for so long, and we have not been gifted with this performance so far. Really great for them to be able to step up here. Challenge for one of those top 6 spots. Milios goes down, and with it, Aton Esports in 5th. 12 eliminations now racked up by Alpha7, with 4 more on the cards, a maximum point scoring on the game of 26, should they be able to pick up all 4 of these points. And they're going to go for it, because Tixi, next on the cards, has got the auto shotgun, steps out wide. Carrillo lands that spray, but it's Senatexa to be able to shut it down with the DBS. Alpha7 pick up the first of potentially 4. Vampire may be next on the menu.
Stylish play as well. My guy leaped on the back of the buggy with the DBS in hand. I think Tixi was just too much for him to bear. Again, 4th place, though, with the 7 eliminations that they found on that fight, or on this game. That's really good. It was much needed points that had to come through, and I think they played that game a lot smarter. It was much more under control of how they like to play it. Again, some of those decisions towards the end game, which we talk about, that execution from them, which isn't there at the moment, are still coming into play. Ragnarok has little to do in this scenario. As Alpha7, I put it earlier, you know, they're quite effortless at taking these games, winning these matches, and this is how it's felt to me this time on this match.
Stone steps outside and breaks very wide. Revo wastes no time, and Senatexa there with the team fire. A little bit bold there from Stone for my liking. And Alpha7 will capitalize. He sees Revo moving in.
God.
But what can you do? There is so little that you have in your back pocket, in your arsenal, and Revo will clean it up. The janitor of the lobbies. And that is all the points going their way. Alpha7 perform at the standard we expected. 25 points and a blinder of a chicken dinner blank.
I mean, the fact that he was the only guy to stand up is fair play. He has been the only guy to stand up on this team so far this tournament, and it's nice to see the rest of his team rally around him, finally. It's much needed because Alpha7 have been on a streak where Revo has been carrying them through a lot of these matches so far, and Carrillo starts to do better. Senatexa starts to play a little bit better in this match, and that's all you really need in these final moments, is some of your teammates to start stepping up with you. And I think Revo, the fact that he's kept this consistency for a lot of these games is definitely what the team has needed in terms of that confidence, because if he can do it, you can certainly play like they did in the finals of Brazil.
Consistency, though, is still the question in my mind. Alpha7, this is what we've wanted from you. How much more can you continue to give this performance, right? Because you need, if you want to be playing up there, sure, you've already qualified to the main stage after the All-Stars, but if you want to have a chance at claiming the lion's share of these prize pools, you need to be performing like this consistently. Certainly more than they have done so far. So this is an excellent first step, but the staircase still stands in front of them. Can they summit it? Can they make it up towards the top?
I mean, they're still quite a fair few points behind. This is a good start for them, and it bodes well for the main tournament as well. And I mean, there's still one more match today on Miramar where they have just found some good success. I think the Yokohama Donuts did pretty well, all things considered. I think they had a very good control over that northern side. There was a few other teams in there, particularly Vampires. Second place, another second place for them. And I think that we're switching back over towards that Vampire play style of you can't catch me. You simply cannot catch me, because they continually put up these points every single game, and it's difficult to catch up to a team who is so consistently good. Yes, they might not be perfection like yesterday, but they're still doing decent.
Certainly still putting in that shift, and that's what I wanted to see, as I said, from Alpha7, consistency. We'll see how consistent all of these teams can be in their bid for the top 6 spots, but Alpha7 have just entered the chat.
It finally happened. It took a lot longer than I expected, but do Brazil! They finally get the win.
Does this mean that you're kind of lining your eyebrow?
That's what.
Wait. Was it a you?
Hey, no. Wait.
No.
Hold up a second. What's going on here?
You don't remember the start of the show?
Uh-huh.
So you got all, I know you get all excited seeing Alpha7 win, but you forgot you got to cut.
He put in a little box in his brain and just put it on the side. This never happened.
I didn't think it was actually
We
gonna
literally got a VOD we can go back on, okay?
But Alpha7 though.
Yep.
I think that was Mafioso was the lowest fragger of the team. We saw Carrillo step up. We got Revo in there as well. We got Senna too. Like Alpha7, you know, I don't want it to be a flash in the pan, but it is a start for them, and we know what they can do with momentum.
It is, and this is something Max and I were talking about too, watching that game, is that hopefully they are going to be able to start carrying this momentum, and maybe this is the win that they needed. It kind of sucks, right, that it happened second to last game on day 2, but I'm glad it finally happened.
But you know, I mean, you covered Alpha7 for so long, right, Seven? And at this point, you know that there's that tipping point in every single international event where they start to do better, and then they just start to build that consistency game after game after game, and I think it's going to continue. And sometimes for a team, all it really takes is one player. I truly believe that one player is Revo, that's just been able to hype up the team in some ways, keep the team alive a little bit longer, and hyped up the whole squad. And now the team as a whole is doing so much better than what we had yesterday.
I'm kind of actually disagree with you.
Really?
I don't think it's Revo. I think it's actually Carrillo. I think that he's been able to put up good performances. I feel like Revo today, especially at the start of the day, he kind of slowed down a little bit more, and Carrillo was actually able to kind of keep this squad alive in a way that give him momentum. And this is a player that they can rally behind, right? With Carrillo being such a veteran, being such a big name, and we know that he can frag out. It's good to see that he's finally starting to put up those numbers.
You know, Alpha7 to me are like the epitome of a team where any single player could be the star player on any given match. The problem they've had with is like getting that consistency, mostly under Carrillo's belt, to be consistently, or not consistently be able to do that, but to be able to do that as often as they need to. It feels like when they need someone to step up, he's not the one to necessarily do it over the course of the last couple of seasons. But let's take a look here at their stats, because this is going to be important, as we do see Revo is going to be top on damage. Carrillo's not going to be quite there, but he's going to be around 700 mark, same with Senna. But the elims, I think, is what was really the important part of this.
It's actually really interesting because every time we're on the POV of Revo in a game, I don't even have to read Revo's name to know it's him. I just look at the DBS skin and I'm like, oh, that's Revo. that's the Revo playstyle we're expecting to see. But Revo's still having some good moments. But Gadio, as you said, been stepping up. Like every player as an individual has been able to fill in some moments when they had to.
And something that I've seen more out of Korea is that he does end up playing by himself a lot, and I think they're finally starting to utilize that by being able to put him in a certain place where he can get those off angles on the other teams, and I think we got a chance to see that there in Miramar. Something I do want to go back to, because in a way I do have to agree with you. Revo has been able to get the biggest clutch ups for his team. He has been able to get those big pop-up moments. So I can see where you're going there with Revo.
Yeah, I mean, every player is a star player, as you said, right? So
yeah, but you know, I think you said something to me earlier on, Seven. I don't think we were on air at the time, that you feel like Korea tries too hard sometimes. He tries too hard to make like a fancy play where he doesn't necessarily need to. And maybe that's just like channeling back to like the Loop squad, where he kind of would be the player to make things happen, and he has to maybe realize that I don't need to do that. I just need to do my job, and we're going to win games.
Yeah, and at times I feel like he's still just getting used to his role. As I mentioned, I keep seeing him alone more and more and more, and sometimes they send him the scout. And for the longest time, before Revo became the player that he was and all the other players were able to back him up, I was like, why are you sending your star player to be the scout? Why are you putting him, why are you exposing him to be able to do that?
He's always in danger,
Yeah, you don't want to do that, and I feel like he's now maybe starting to fall into that too. And I think we kind of have to get into the mentality of the team. They already qualified for main event.
Yeah.
If they had not qualified for the main event, I feel like we would be seeing a completely different Alpha7. So I think it is starting to play into their mind that they don't have to try as hard, even though there is a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on this game in particular, I was going through the entire last 3 to 4 circles thinking, okay, this is a Donuts Barrel win every single day of the week. There's no way they lose this. And at one point, they regroup. Alpha7 is pushing uphill across the road without any information on where Donuts Barrel actually are, and completely obliterate Donuts Barrel, and even Gladiators come in as backup, destroy Gladiators, and instantly start splitting, taking control. Like, the insane synergy this team has when they're just closely packed playing together is mental, and I want to see it continue.
That to me is the strength of Brazil. Like every single time I saw, like I still say, I know it was like years ago, loops in my head, just they were like a shark in water smelling a drop of blood. Once they figure out that there's blood in the water, they attack and they swarm all over you. And then once loops kind of like dissipated, I didn't really see any team live up to that. But that's like, to me, the strength of Brazil, is that they have the ability to win in these fights so quickly, so cleanly, and catch you completely off guard.
Yeah, there's so many fights in this game they should not have won. And I think it's rare to see gunplay make the difference at that kind of extent. But it's just, it happened 3 times in a row, which, without losing too many players, only Mafioso, which is insane in my mind.
And with Alpha7 before this match, I can't really think of any other times where Alpha7 has been able to be that aggressor when they are actually in a good position. It's usually
leading the charge.
It's usually them being the aggressor, but they're actually just trying to break into a compound because they have nothing to work with. But now when they had the actual area, when they had the actual positioning, they were able to do wonders with it.
What was it? Aggressivity?
Aggressivity.
Now in French, it's an English word, I promise. Check the dictionary.
No, but say it in French.
Agressivité.
Like
Le Bison.
Le Bison et le Guitoun.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the match rankings in this last one to see how many points Alpha7 got, and of course some other teams out there, because it's going to be very important considering we're past the halfway point of the event. We're getting close to determining which teams will get through, but more importantly, we're getting more of an idea of who will make it through. As you can see, 25 big points here for Alpha7. Vampire getting themselves 13, but also R8. You know what? They've been a little bit under the radar today. They've had a couple of good finishes, only 6 points, but still, the team who was, I believe, close to last place is going to be able to move up the leaderboards.
Yeah, I think we're still going to have some decent changes at the end of today compared to what we had at the start of the day, though. On the second page here, I'm still a bit sad I'm not seeing the presence from Infinity IQ I wanted after the end of yesterday. I'm not just seeing those big macro splits where they regroup, and it's just not happening to the extent we really wanted to see. So,
I mean, let's be honest, right? I feel like FaZe Clan we could call out, S2G we can call out here, and Infinity IQ, obviously, as you mentioned before, even, not Falcons necessarily because they have 6, but there are a couple of teams who just aren't living up to what we expected. And this, the worst part about this is, this isn't even the difficult part of the event yet. I mean, yeah, it's not easy. Trust me, I'm not saying it is. But you're playing against teams who didn't necessarily finish even close to top 5 in the respective PMPLs. Then you're going into an event, if you make it, where teams did win their PMPLs or the regionals and stuff like that, right? So this is going to be only harder from there on. And teams like, unfortunately, S2G,
one-hit wonder?
Everything. Yeah.
Is it the one-hit wonder?
I mean, after PMGC, yeah. I mean, I was told normally, okay, there's no issue. There's literally no issues for SGG entering this event compared to spring season in Turkey. There's no more excuses. Like, we need to see them perform, and unfortunately, it's just not happened.
What other excuse are they going to come up with now? You know, that's why I kind of end up cutting it. By the way, you were talking about R8.
I was going to say their fingers are sweating, but no, the stage is nice and cool. No, Max's forehead isn't there.
I can't see. It's too bright.
I'm just kidding.
By the way, you were talking about R8. Another team that has actually been performing pretty well in the last 2 matches has actually been Aton Esports. This is a team that's been able to get some good points that they need, and I'm hoping it continues that way. I know talking with Chaco yesterday, I think he was finally able to find the actual place where he needed to go.
He found his place, yeah.
But he's been able to perform pretty well for his team. I think he ended up with that, not this past game, but the one before that, he ended up with like 6 elims, which is it's a good confidence booster, not just for the team, but definitely for himself.
Seeing how many teams were in Montenuevo this game, I think there was like 6, 7 teams, which is an insane amount to have on phase. What was it, phase 4, I think, at that stage? Phase 4, phase 5. You had 6, 7 teams in one compound, and they survived until like the last 2, 3 teams, I believe, which is not easy to do, so impressive from Aton.
Okay, well, as we are getting close towards the end of the day here, let's take a look and a quick catch-up with our overall rankings, get an idea of who's in first place currently. But again, I'm focused on those top 6 placings. Vampire, they're still holding on, but to see DRS get into second, Gladiators, I mean, they have so many more limbs than they do have placements, but then again, so do D plus Kia, which is kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, and we've been teasing this the entire event. Is to Alpha7, if they're in top 6, 7th position team does make into the event. Right now, BTR, if we stopped at this moment, would be making it into the main tournament.
Yeah, and I was talking about Aton. Look at the jump they've been able to do now in 11th place. By the way, if it wouldn't have been for that last win that Alpha7 had, it was going to look pretty bad for them. So I'm glad that they're finally able to get that spark up. Can they actually continue on with that momentum? Yeah. And that's the thing about some of these teams, right? With Alpha7, all it takes is just one win out of them, because we know that they're going to, if they do end up getting a win, they can definitely back it up with those eliminations. And I think that's something that's a big thing for them.
True. Though we saw the second page there. I have to bring it up. Donuts Varel.
I mean, Max, we even said it during that last match too. Okay. We saw, you said this should be an easy win for them.
I did.
And then they threw.
It was an easy throw. I mean, they should have won it, and they even fully regrouped versus Alpha7. That's across the road. They had the visibility. They had everything going their way.
Yeah.
I don't want to see another throw of a game like that.
Gentlemen, how quickly we all forget.
Uh-oh.
Think back to, I would say, a year and a half ago. Don't you remember something, Max?
There's a lot of things to remember.
There was this little thing that I remember seeing, like, was it RRQ Athena? They would send you messages. Some other teams out there saying, Max, don't predict us because of the Maxman curse.
Wait, is it? No. It's not the curse. No,
could it
is
be?
it?
Could it be?
Is it? No.
What was that team?
I'm going to close my Instagram.
Actually, he did say Vampires was going to end up getting a win. So far, they haven't gotten a win. You have cursed them, Max.
I said Gladiators were going to get a win. Did they get a win?
No, you said Vampires.
Try again.
I was trying to... Okay, I'm closing my Instagram. You cannot DM me anymore, okay? Don't come after me.
I'll check out your threads, don't worry.
Oh, nice.
Oh, gosh.
With Vampire Esports, though, since we have the ability to look at their 2 different days of play, let's actually dive into their their stats, their team stats yesterday up against today here. And I believe 7, you actually want to dive into this to kind of look at what's been really going wrong with Vampire. I mean, obviously, not going to have as many limbs, not going to have as many damage, but it's more about the quantity and the difference between the 2 that's really going to stand out.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it on the damage right away, yesterday. Even though we do still have 1 game left to play, you can see the big difference, and this is the main one. I think that I wanted to see 45 elims yesterday to 22 today. That is a massive, massive difference, and I think we really haven't seen the likes of Tony K. I actually expected him to have a much, much better performance coming into today. They really haven't been able to get that firepower behind them. We haven't really seen those fraggers, but the thing that has been working out for them is they've been getting those placement points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier, right, Seven, in the green room. It feels like Vampire Esports kind of went in survival mode. Like, okay, we got a lot of points already. If we just get decent points with like decent averages, 8, 9, 10 points every single game, which is what they're trying to do, it should be enough to qualify, but it sets a scary precedent heading into the main tournament that they should normally qualify already.
Yeah, I think you actually brought up a really good point, right? Maybe I'm just being too harsh to them in my own head because they had a great day 1, right? Winning 2 chicken dinners off the bat. They're still first place. They're still looking like they're going to qualify. Do they really need to push extra hard over these next days? Because it's not a sprint right now. It's a marathon for them, knowing that they're going to make it into the event, or at least, well, I'm not the Jason Curse. They're most likely going to make it into the event. they don't need to like push extra hard. They don't need to actually like push themselves like that because they realize, well, we still have the main tournament coming up. It's only going to get harder. Maybe they're focusing on trying out a couple of things, which is why we could go back to the idea of bring Newsy in. If you're already feeling comfortable, bring him in, get him some reps in before we get to the main event, because you have no idea if you're realistically going to need to use him.
I don't want to curse them, so I'm going to say, theoretically, in theory, if they keep these kind of results, they should make it.
Nice.
I don't want any beef with anyone, okay?
I wonder if our sound guy's listening from earlier on, if we can hear the actual proper Maxman curse by tweaking your mic a little bit and actually showing people your real voice.
Oh, we can't do it. No.
We can't do it. Oh. How much did he pay you, Mr. Producer?
I got him.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? There's Vampire there. We see a DRS as well have another good match. They're continuing their momentum. But I'm thinking outside of the bubble. Can we actually take a look at the overalls one more time? Is that possible? Because we want to talk about not in the bubble. What about the teams outside of the bubble and actually look at what we're currently looking at as that threshold here? You can see 6th place, 75 points, Alpha7. Bigetron knocking on that door. FaZe Clan, they have the potential. Infinity IQ, they've had a very rough day, I feel like. I feel like I see them on the second page more than the front.
I still really believe here, Seven, that Infinity IQ can get a chicken dinner, but they've been a little bit inconsistent throughout today. I want to see the Infinity IQ we had at the end of day one, like where they go for these big splits and tend to regroup in really strong positions. It could happen, but yeah, I mean, a lot of teams can still make it. The point gap is still extremely small, but do these teams on the second page outside of top 6 have what it takes to make changes like we've seen teams like DRS, etc. make today?
I mean, if we really had to pick a team, right, the team that everybody would have to go with, especially from this space right here, would have to be S2G. Just because of PMGC winners, we would expect them to be being able to get to the main event. So far, they really haven't been able to do anything.
PMWI confirmed harder than PMGC?
This is All-Stars, though. This is All-Stars, though.
Yeah. I mean, I would say PMGC is harder because this year, last year, you had 50 teams to try and qualify, and that was rough.
Yeah, but they had to be popular to get here. That could be harder. That could be harder, to be fair. I remember my high school. Wasn't fun.
There was some shady strats going on to try and make it in. Like, teams were like getting all their contacts in, so if you made it in, fair enough.
Everyone saw you in a leotard and was like,
I'm not going to talk about my frosted tips that I used to have back then. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break here while we do fix some couple of technical issues that we are having. But I promise you, as soon as possible, we'll be getting back here to get into our final match of the day. We'll see you guys shortly.
You have frosted tips? What?
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune and we are from Serbia. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, especially that last time I was in Riyadh, I won the tournament here. It's a LAN tournament, so of course it brings like warm like memories from here. And I'm super excited to meet all the people from the PUBG Mobile community, and it feels great, you know. First of all, we bought the phones that will be here on the tournament, and we had like really rough time adapting to this, but now we feel.
Well, thank you for that, Kitsune. I'm sorry I had to cut you short, but we have got Miramar on the cards, which is very exciting. The last game of the day, match number 12 here at the PMWI Allstars. My name is John Allen. With me for the last game of the day is Blank. We're ready to go back to the desert.
There we are. Horrible playing path, by the way.
Awful.
Really disgusting.
Hate it.
So sorry that you had to wait for this playing path. It is not good at all. I don't think any of the players will have fun, but at least it's going to be an exciting match. At the end of the day, that is all we can say about that one, because it is from the south side of Los Leones, heading up towards Tierra Blanca. Now, if you know your geology, which you should do, and if you don't, it's on the screen. So there you go.
Did you say geology or geography?
I said geography, 100%.
Okay, I'll believe you.
Yeah, it's like geology also would work. There's a lot of rocks here on the map.
I'll tell you who does know his geology. It's Stone from Vampire. He's been cracking a lot of rocks on skulls this time around. One of the highest frags in the tournament.
That is true.
As have Vampire in general.
Yeah, they have been doing very, very well. I think today is a difficult metric to kind of just get a good idea of what Vampire is doing, honestly. I think that yesterday is just such a firecracker of a start of a tournament for any kind of team. Vampire starting the day with 2 chicken dinners in a row. It's very hard to follow up on that type of thing, man. And I think for them to get into today and then put up a pretty stellar performance, like you're on around about, I think it's 55 per day points for them right now. 55 points per day, I would say, is pretty decent. You're just under 11-point average, which is realistically what you want to see. 10-point average, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's pretty tricky to keep that sort of a pace up, especially with that readjusted point system that we've had coming into 2023. Vampire absolutely out in front, very, very close to that 10-point average. In fact,
after
currently,
this game, yeah.
Yeah, currently they are over that 10-point
yes,
average,
yeah.
which is nice, like you were saying. So, can they keep that up? 120 would be the mark, so 3 points, and they can keep that 10-point average going. Behind them, DRS, Gladiators as well. These are 3 teams that, at this stage, have started to solidify themselves in. Although we do want to see more from Gladiators, their capabilities have been displayed before, and it feels like in this tournament, I mean, they haven't had a chicken dinner so far. They haven't been able to convert as well as we've seen them do in the past. So that's what we're going to be looking out for Gladiators in this last match and going into tomorrow's games as well, because if there's one thing that Gladiators hate the most, it is not qualifying for the next stage of these global tournaments. It happened back in PMGC twice.
Yeah.
In very, very dramatic fashion.
It happened here as well, actually.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. For European Championships. I mean, they were at the top for quite a while, and then that position just got taken over by Fireflux, who did fantastically well. You can't deny that coming through from them. Now, Gladiators do need to make their way through over towards that main tournament. I think they will be happy to qualify into that tournament for themselves. Currently set at 91 points, as you can see. It's still a decent point scoring, because you can see 6th place is 75. So they're around about 15 points behind that cutoff zone for a lot of these teams. But you go further down past 6th place, a lot of the teams underneath them really fall away in terms of points accrued, just because a lot of these big scorers are at the top of the lobby currently. Vampire, 117, gorgeous stuff. DRS still going out on their streak of 101 points now after fixing a lot of problems, because it was funny, they were getting themselves to the end game practically every single match yesterday, but unable to put up those eliminations or secure that chicken dinner. Today, I would say it's a pretty easy fix for them, which is just be a little bit more aggressive. You're making all the right decisions to get to that end game, making all the right rotations. You've certainly done your homework coming into these matches. It's just that extra little oomph that was added. Now, I say extra little oomph as if it's the easiest thing in the world to achieve.
Yeah, just oomph it.
Just oomph it. Yeah, that's all you need. But they have done fantastically well to make that happen today. Now, looking at the circle really quick, John, very far down towards the south side.
Definitely. Definitely. Not the furthest we've seen south, but it's pretty close to it. It's encircling a lot of Los Higos as well. So all the way down on those south islands. Teams up towards the north, that's Alpha7 over in La Coppereria. Not seeing the Gladiators out there. They did, in fact, drop down the south side, close to, well, doing quite a wide split from South Los Leones out to the west towards Chumacera, towards Minas de Valle, with all 4 of their players playing fairly separate right now. Bigetron are close by to them. You've got AGONxI8 as well. Mazexus also in a little bit of proximity, although it's about 600, 700 meters from Kitsune. It looks like the regroup from the Gladiators coalescing towards the center of the circle, though, so that's good. Kitsune just needs to get back towards them, and they will be able to fight from there. A lot of teams still up the north, though, so there are a couple of paths that they'll have to take. Death Valley, between that graveyard, Picado, Minas Generalis area, being braved right now by the bombastically bellicose DRS, as they have reformed themselves into such a fragging powerhouse today.
Yeah, and I think that if you take a look at DRS right now, I mean, you can't see them on your map or on your screen currently, but they are making a very early rotate down from San Martin. And I think this is one of the keys to their success, right, is that they're very quick to get looted up and then get moving. The decision-making from this team today has been very, very swift. And I think that's very important when you are a team in this kind of lobby with 18 teams playing. You need to be really quick on your feet, making those decisions on the fly, and then get running, because you know that DRS they're a team that always has their laces tied. They're not tripping over anything so far, and they know where they'd like to be in the lobby. They're very deliberate on a lot of these movements, which is great to see. DK plus Kia taking a little bit of damage down towards Sem9, but it is Sem9 who is taking the massive brunt of the damage on their side. It's a rotation that's made a lot easier for themselves. It was a bit more difficult on that last Miramar, but this time around, because it is in the circle, heading down towards Los Higos, much easier. There's more time to do it. Sem9, however, being in the way. D plus Kia not happy about this situation.
No, it's far from ideal. 2 players now remaining on the D plus Kia roster. Sem9 with all 4. Rez should be popping off soon. It's Forest and Saden. Forest is such a massive store of power for this roster, though, so they do still have a chance. However, on Miramar, it's very, very difficult to control the ground you need to do when you're rotating in from the edge with only those 2 players.
Yeah, it's somewhat unfortunate for D plus Kia that they run into Sem9 on that area. I think this is a rotation that Sem9 is pretty privy to at this point in time. They've seen it happen quite a few times over the past couple of days. So I think that they just waited on that underside. It is a little unprotected, but if you can get the drop on the team rotating through, just like they did there, it's quite easy to get the eliminations and the knocks. And by that time, yes, Sem9 had taken 2 knocks, but they'd already flushed 2 players from D plus Kia. What do they do at that point? They kind of have to retreat, because this is the only direction they can make it through. And wasting time here for D plus Kia is going to be very bad for themselves. They're going to need to think of a backup plan of how to get into the circle, because we will be shifting to stage 2 very shortly, which is our biggest shift and which will define the rest of the game. A lot of teams hovering around Los Leones currently.
Circle, as you say, just about to pop. FaZe, they have managed to carve themselves out at a little spot to keep themselves safe. Not too many players close by to them. They are fairly central, you can see, just to the west of Los Leones. And the circle does shrink. This shrink, it is, as we said, the largest shrink that you see actually across the whole of PUBG MOBILE Esports, this Phase 2 Miramar circle. But as it stands, this really isn't as impactful as a lot of the other shrinks could have been here, Blank. This eats into where the majority of teams would have been stationed anyway.
Yeah, I think the thing about this circle is that there's Chumacera still involved, right? And there's that rocky outcrop down towards the south side. But there are a lot of compounds, but no one singular priority compound. I mean, there's a couple here and there which are better than the others, but mostly we can fit a lot of teams into this lobby, and we might just have a lot of compound play overall, quite flat. There are roads involved, which you will need to cross later on. I think this is going to be quite a fair finish to Miramar, more fair than we usually see, where there's a lot of these fielded areas and one team that controls such a strong position, like we saw Alpha7 over on that northern side, looking down to a lot of the squads who had to pass over pretty open terrain. It's very difficult. DRS, though, again, now defending their position. Low-key, trying to take some good shots over that way. Romeo Boy just about makes his way into the alley and escapes as quick as he can.
Evading the sightlines of Delta, not the easiest task, but managed nonetheless. Once more, will mount up, but 2 players in the building for Yangon Galacticos. Romeo and Cute Loki, Gianti, reshucking the shells back into the DBS. Very handy in a pinch, especially in an urban environment where they find themselves. It is so devastating around those door frames. It's like Mazexis are going to look to try and move in behind through Los Leones. Hop on over to Gladiators, staying pretty much where they decided to go after that initial drop, Blank. They have not moved up north of the road that sits in front of them. They'll play a little bit slower on the southeast side.
Sem9 still down towards the south, as you said. Gladiators off towards their northeast side. Vampire also making their way through from Los Leones on the outer edges on that slope that moves down over towards Chumacera. And Alpha7 have headed down from La Driera, moving in from that outer edge. I think they want to play a much more safe edge play style. It's what they attempted on day one, trying to go for something a little bit longer in terms of the approach, spending much more time with Blue. I think they're still going for that approach today, but they have shortened that amount of time that they're in the blue now. So still making those similar good rotations as I spoke to earlier on the desk. You know, that first 15 minutes is great from Alpha7, but this time around they're setting themselves up for that success in the late game, which they have been missing out on until very recently.
Circle pops, it heads over towards Los Leones still, so it keeps a lot of those teams who are worrying that they'd have to find their way out, gives them a little bit more time to plan those routes should they need to leave, which is most likely to happen in these next few circles. On that eastern side, FaZe still very much in there. A 2-2 split for Yokohama Donuts Varel. We'll see if they have a little bit better luck this time around.
They had taken such an extremely good spot in that last game. Set up camp, started all singing around the campfire, playing those songs, and they were having a great time. Then they went for the 2-2 split. They left the campfire behind. It was no longer cozy. And at that point in time, I think they were trying to control way too much area, and I think they realized that by the time that 2 of their players got assaulted by the 3 from Alpha7. And I think in that situation, Gladiators just disappeared from their heads. Right? They just no longer existed. They completely forgot, went over to deal with Alpha7, and Gladiators go for a very, very good backstab. And again, you have a similar situation where Gladiators are like, Alpha7 no longer exists in our heads. And race on over for the loot, in which case they do get taken down. So some sloppy play here and there, but I think overall Gladiators had played quite a fantastic match last game from what was a pretty rough position on their side of the match, pinched between Yokohama Donuts as well as S2G. So it was quite interesting to see them play out. And I was a little bit more confident in their approach until they just sent it.
And they still got a decent point record on that last game either way, so not the end of the world, but it would be good to see the Gladiators get a chicken dinner.
No, just a mini apocalypse, really, at this point in time.
It would be good to see them get at least one chicken dinner during the All-Star Stage for the Gladiators.
It would be. Now, one team that I cannot look down upon is Team Falcons. They're doing really, really well. I think they've made some pretty hard rotations into the line of fire of a lot of strong teams, but they just push through it a lot of times. I think that, yes, they don't have extremely good team fighting capability, but it's good enough, and they have set themselves up for some really good fights in the past, very good utility usage, I would say, and their terrain control is more often than not quite decent. Now, could we get against Alpha7 off the back of that momentum? I would say that they were looking pretty downtrodden over the past couple of days, but now look a lot stronger. Mafioso does fall, though, on a very aggressive push.
Revo able to make the numbers go their way. Senatexa looking to get the res. Should be able to pick him up here, but unknown from iKURD has the off angle. The circle shifts out to that northwest side, which means that this move forward for Alpha7 is going to be a little bit easier. And Blank, you named them. You said they were doing well, and you did it to them. Falcons fall in the face of Alpha7.
I think they're giving it all they've got, Captain, by the end of the day. And I think it's okay to go down here at 18th place. I think they've done very well over the past 2 days, especially on those latter parts of yesterday, to bump up their scorings. Because currently in 5th place, 85 points, I would say that that is not bad whatsoever for Team Falcons. They were not looking great at the start of the day yesterday, and they have really picked things up. Something proper. Very much making the crowd proud. We're all supporting them here at the arena. Alpha7, though, did take some nasty shots coming their way. And S2G, they certainly need to step something up. The desk we're talking about, it's not what we expected. There's no more excuses on the line. Not that I would say a medical injury was an excuse, to be honest. But I think this is where they can start to show us all that homework, how it's paid off coming up to this event. All this time they've had to watch these teams. You'd hope that they'd have a very, very good final day. Because right now, I would say in 10th place, 48 points, it is becoming very difficult to breach into that top 6.
Gladiators trying to deal with Sem9 now. Matic forwards. Kitsune a little bit further behind. The rest of them stationed even further back. Tixi and Meku playing backstop on the 2-2 small split here as they regroup up. Playing 3 together now. Tixi still out on that off angle. Depp He puts the nade right, it could be disaster for Gladiators. That looks pretty on target, a little bit to the right maybe, but the damage could go through. We're waiting for it to pop, and a lot of damage sent over to the Gladiators' health bars. You can see that on the tower on the right-hand side of your screen. But they have regrouped and they have survived. They'll need to move further north, but they are under the watchful eyes of FaZe Clan.
FaZe are constantly in the wings of a lot of these fights, and we've seen before that they're not afraid to send out in towards the outside edge of the zone to take these fights. They are just sitting pretty up on top this side. I think that maybe Gladiators can feel a little bit safer knowing that there is a loot crate up there, potentially teams. Meku steps out, will get knocked. This is not looking good whatsoever. 2 players down. And FaZe are going to pick up all the points as Tixi tries to steal some of them away.
2 eliminations found, but Tixi didn't manage to get any of those done. Kitsune and Tixi, 2 players now alive for Gladiators, and they still need to make the break for it. Kitsune leaves his teammate in the dust and straight into the sightlines of Bigetron as well. Not safe by any stretch, but could just about make it to cover. FaZe Clan, in the meantime, going to have to regroup back up north towards Mormon and figure out their path forwards. Center of the circle now as we hop on over to the rest of the lobby. You've got Infinity IQ, and once again, Yokohama Donuts Varel playing that wide 2-2 split. They've maintained that pressure.
Vampire Esports taking their fight against Yangon Galacticos. Schwepp's already finding a little bit of damage here. This is the engagement between i8 earlier on. A really good run-up. Kenny, sir, has been very, very good today. And that is not easy to pull off, and he makes it look fairly easy up until the point that FaZe were able to get involved, who have been quite the vulturous team, I would say. There are a lot of times just waiting for these engagements and picking up the pieces afterwards. Wouldn't say it's the most honourable play style, but it's certainly getting them points.
All Pixum and Grubbly, their play today. But if it works, and you can't say fairer than points on the table. AGONxI8 under pressure from DRS as they swing out to the shots in the shack. IQ wanting to stay alive, but Blade not so lucky. Ghost finds the needle threaded right through his ear. And Tony K leaves Delta to pick up a point. Killer opening up with the vehicle explosions as well. And that is going to be a whole load of points actually going through for Delta and DRS.
I mean, Vampire could have been on around about 9 eliminations so far. They've had a very good start to their game, waiting for these teams to move out from Los Leones, which is something that was going to happen eventually. They knew that these buildings up here can hold 1 or 2 teams. Nice nade there coming through from Unknown off the top side. Now Alpha7 with 2 players should struggle to take this engagement versus iKURD.
Revo is there though, the star of the show for this Alpha7 roster. And remember, what we wanted to see from Alpha7 was to be able to maintain the pace that they'd set for themselves in the last game. Revo leaves Center Texer as bait on the back of the buggy. Does manage to get through for his trouble, sure, and will get ahead of the game for iKURD, but facing off against 4, you're going to need to get out of there pretty fast. Heads down the hill, already taken a shot, takes another as well. The buggy is not moving quickly. With the tire out, the speed is not reached fast. And Revo, 2 first aids, needs to find some cover because iKURD will be hot on his heels.
Yeah, once again, Lone Ranger vibes for Revo. It's a sad day for this lad. I mean, he has just been on his lonesome quite frequently in these games. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles here today. I think he's been doing very well to keep his team in the balance, honestly. 75 points just on the cusp of 6th place. But 4 eliminations, though, should see them a little bit safer into tomorrow, with BTR hot on their heels in 7th place, 67 points, but they only have 2 players as well, so I think A7 can at least be happy that their 6th place is pretty much confirmed at this point.
DRS are looking to break out of Los Leones. Going across these hills is treacherous though, and they find out about it when Schwepp opens up onto Delta. A trade back from Mormon of FaZe Clan onto Tony K though, so a 3-way trade. Delta down for DRS. Vampire with a knock sent their way, but not a full flush just yet. However, they will need to descend from up on high, and likely DRS are right in their way.
I mean, DRS recovering from that explosion on the vehicle. They've got to feel a little bit rattled here. Vampire are looking to shake the cage a little bit more as they just get down towards this compound, hide things out for a little bit longer. But Vampire, yeah, 6 eliminations so far. I think that might be up to 7 now after that vehicle elimination. And again, there were 22 eliminations at the start of this game compared to their 44 yesterday. Already, they've bumped that up to 29. So we're looking more and more respectable, honestly. And again, it started all at the beginning of yesterday. Doesn't mean that we can't bump up those points at the end of the day as well. So Vampire looking to really even the score by the end of the day.
I mean, you say even. Match up to their previous performance, I think, is probably fair to say, because right now 7 points. They have now exceeded that 10-point average that we were talking about before already.
What's the difference between even and match?
Can I get back to you on that?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic.
As long as you know.
I'll have to give that a long hard think. I didn't read it. I'm
he
sorry.
doesn't look happy in the corner there. What were you saying? Carry on.
I can't remember now.
Okay, I apologize. Anyway, Vampire Esports have managed to find their way to the road on that top side. This is actually quite interesting that we keep this roadside in, because the little ridge, as you can see here, is pretty important to a lot of these teams, including S2G. D+ here will be taken out by some nades coming through from R8. There was one sent backwards, and now iKURD look down towards S2G, who found themselves in pretty much a pit, and they're going to have to find their way to dig out of this one, because iKURD is not going to let up anytime soon.
Now going to suppress the ridgeline, sure, but S2G, with the players playing close, they have nade advantage, close range. The enemy players from iKURD will find it a lot harder to place these nades correctly down the hill close because of the way the slope falls. So the backup position there is good, and the trades are working out for S2G. Although it does go both ways here as Kalsi falls down. Razy up to that ridgeline as well. Maybe looking to send out wide. Aaron behind the pickup truck there, and unknown on the off angle. Silas caught on the back lines, has to hit the deck and stay out of the fight for the time being. Aaron spotted against 2 from S2G. Will not be able to stand up to the test. Unknown not able to trade it off. Kalsi is still down, but it's not going to matter. And a masterfully handled fight for S2G keeps them in the running.
It is incredible to see that kind of stuff come through from S2G, because you just get these glimpses of the PMGC champion sometimes, and you just wonder what has gone wrong. In the meantime, Carry Boy trying to make things right as Yokohama attempt to assault his position on this side of the map. Ragnarok has to step off to that backside. There is one not gone through. Carry Boy really hanging on to this nade for dear life.
Ragnarok as well, cooking one up. Carry close and in danger to the Yokohama Donuts Barrel squad. This is the team that has held quietly on both Miramars so far today and really not been able to convert on the previous one. So let's take a look at how they're going to do here, because they're only facing off against 2 from R8, and Missile down again here. Ozzy-san trying to hide on the inside. Kazimaru, a sneaky little off angle and might prove pivotal in the fights to come. A nade towards the back, but it's not going to find any value. Naoto on the top floor as well. Ragnarok repositions, breaches the corner now. Kazimaru doesn't spot it. Into the fire, thinks better of it. Sends out wide, vaulting through the window, sees the player now. Kazimaru needs to get this knock if he wants to keep his team in it, but goes down instead. Finally, there's a trade, and they are not going to let this one slip away. They are desperate to cling on, and now just Carry on the inside.
Goodness me. Ragnarok got the jump scare of his life as one of the players from Yokohama just jumped on his back as he attempted vault through the window. Trying to drag him out to speak with the rest of his friends. That is terrifying stuff. I can imagine he did definitely regret that one. In the meantime, Carry Boy keeps pulling the pin on that grenade like a stress ball.
S2G starting to move through on the western side. Mormon behind the vehicle. Not going to be answered with a knock there. They're looking for the flushes, and S2G pick up more now. 5 eliminations so far on the game, but FaZe Clan still have threats in the hills. Mela with the Groza, with the DBS. This is a difficult player to get rid of, but with the number of barrels pointed your way, it's going to be all the harder. Finally, they're able to dispatch it. Hamzy G, the only casualty, and there's cover for the res.
Once again, we see this coming through from FaZe Clans. They absolutely melt when it comes to just a one-on-one fair fight between 2 teams. They are very much looking for these third parties all over the place, and it's definitely getting them points. And If that's the way they want to make that money, absolutely fine. I would love to see them to really try and take some more of these opportunistic plays in these fights. Yokohama spinning in the vehicle mid-air, though.
Seems to have worked out pretty well, because S2G got completely spun for 6. Goodness me. How on earth do you make that work? I've no idea. I've no idea how that happened. But either way, S2G get flipped on. And that is absolutely insane. Who does that?
I am astonished by what I've just seen.
Who does that?
I mean, they were pulling some serious Gs in that moment. That's absolutely fine.
They were pulling S2Gs.
They were pulling S2Gs, maybe even S5Gs in that situation.
Wow, wow, wow.
An incredible play coming through from the Donuts. I think they knew they needed to take that space. They heard the engagement between them and FaZe Clan, immediately jumped on it. Maybe not the jump that they were hoping for, but it certainly worked as the DBS pointed out the window. Goes full 360.
Nothing personal, kid. Teleports behind you.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, who expects a backflipping vehicle to just go over the top? But anyway, we're going to tune back into these 3 full 4 rosters as DRS does finally get dispatched here. Infinity IQ, 4 eliminations so far in the game. Vampire Esports riding strong with 9 on the southeast side, as well as Yokohama Donuts Varel, who are playing pretty spectacularly after that last engagement. 6 on the game.
It's good stuff. I think Max on the desk really wanted to see Yokohama actually pick themselves up a chicken dinner. They've been securing themselves some good positions here on Miramar quite a few times, but Tony K stands up, will completely confirm that elimination over towards Missile. Now, 10 eliminations, there is a potential of another 7 on this match, I believe. If I'm not incorrect, which I'm not. So 17 eliminations total are available now for the Vampires. And I think if they can pull that out the bag, they will have massively extended their league here. And tomorrow is going to be really difficult for any team to try and secure first place.
Point was stolen away there by Infinity IQ, so that brings it down to 60. But still,
I love that they instantly look at Infinity. You've done us wrong.
Give me those points back right now. I'm coming to get them. Ravenclaw actually backed off the ridgeline, though. Vampire, for now, seem to have a controlling position, but if Yokohama Donuts Barrel can move through the ground here, they might be able to stay alive with 2, but Ravenclaw has the angle. Ozisan goes down. Can the point be claimed this time, though? Or will Infinity IQ pinch it away? No. The flush comes through, and Schweppes picks up another as well. The nice little headshot from the M4. 4 players on Infinity IQ and 4 players on Vampire Esports.
Once again, Ravenclaw on the off angle. Looking
big
to
nade.
pick up them eliminations, but yeah, that's a lovely nade over the top. Better than any arc in One Piece. That is crazy.
Oh, and a second one as well. Bensu takes the knee. And a third to bring it home. Schwepp puts the cat amongst the pigeons, and the nade leaves Ferrari dizzy. As Vampire look to bleed them dry, the points go their way, and the last one to seal the deal, why not, for a 4th? And Vampire Esports bring it back. The 12th match is massive. The top of the tables is theirs for now.
Goodness me, Vampire Esports, sick of the desk. Talking about how they're not as good as yesterday, but look at today. Unbelievable stuff. Jason's put up his hands. He's retreated, he's surrendered to the absolute dominance from these lads.
They went so far beyond on that last one.
You know what? I thought it was hard to top the flipping car.
The flipping car.
The flipping car was hard to top. Yet that nade was something else. That was divine. I like that.
That's my favorite game so far in this tournament,
Yeah.
I think. Those final circles, they played out so interestingly and magnificently.
My guy's in his pajamas. It's too easy for him. Are you joking me?
He's certainly putting the lobby to sleep with those nades. Goodness me. Vampire are on a tear. They are doing so well yet again to bring it home.
Yeah, bring it home they did. I was just hoping you guys at home could actually figure out what I was saying before I said it, because I know you guys are watching these games intensely. Vampire taking home the chicken dinner, but you know what's the most important thing about that? It's not them winning. Well, technically it's them winning.
That's pretty important.
Hold on a second.
Maxman not having a curse.
Actually, whoa, yeah.
Curse is broken.
I mean,
the curse didn't exist. We weren't sure.
I don't think so. I mean, Donuts Viral did good. So I'll appreciate that. No. No.
You have to do it too?
You stop that right now, sir. It's not happening.
You have to do the Alpha7 thing.
But you Alpha7 won,
Yeah,
and you're
I'm
like...
doing it. You're doing it too. Are you doing the right side or the left?
Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Done. The contract has been sealed.
Now,
today.
Jason, remember how you were talking about Vampire?
I was waiting for them to cut to a wide shot of us, actually, there. If they could do that real quick, that'd be good.
Come to the dark side.
I'm not getting anything cut on my hair, okay?
He's going to do like the middle line.
I've got a girlfriend at home that I want to keep, okay? And that's why I have a beard, and that's why my hair's cut, you know.
Oh, okay.
Vampire, like, honestly, a fantastic match of them. We were watching, I remember hearing Hot Jukes and Kalaris say, like, just Vampire, they just seem to always get eliminations. They always seem to be on the board, even if they go out relatively early, which for them isn't that early. They're still getting a ton of elims, and they're still showing, like, yeah, we're still a top team. We're just maybe not trying as hard as maybe we were on day one.
It's hard to say through gameplay, but it felt like they were angry. They were like, they saw Compound from a distance. Their newer team was there, like, gonna breach it. We're gonna send it. And they just full send it. So
you know what it was?
You do that again?
They're gonna full send it. They're gonna go for it.
Calm down, John Allen. You know what it was, though? They saw that.
You wish.
Out of pocket, Seven. What are you doing there?
They saw that last segment, Sir Tenny was like, they were saying that we can't frag out. Yeah. Release them.
And Sir Tenny's like, I wish I'd leave my 2 Rolexes back at home where I'd be like this. You see this? Where do you think these came from, son? Take a look at some of the highlights here from this match. And yeah, I mean, we do see Japan as well start to rise up here with Donuts Viral. And we've been kind of wondering, when are they going to show up? And not a bad time to do so. Obviously, the final match of the day. But now that means they have to replicate it tomorrow. And to continue to replicate it tomorrow if they want to break into top 6.
I was a bit scared in the first Miramar today when they took that fight versus Alpha7. I feel like they shouldn't have lost it. So it kind of made me rethink if they were able to take these head-to-head fights. And now they could do it. They had a really good fight versus R8 in particular, 7. We saw in the compound across the road up north of those later circle changes. So they can still fight, which is great, but when you have Vampire to start initiating the splits, and that initial nade from Tony K was mental, it just pretty much seals the deal at that point.
To be fair, though, for Donuts Viral, that is back-to-back matches where they are able to kind of outlast a lot more than they were able to before. It just comes down to not throwing.
Yeah,
as we saw.
It feels like they were actually doing a lot more than the previous game. The previous game is more like circle. Here they actually fought for that position.
They were being a little bit
to
more
reach the late game. Exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the match rankings to get an idea, again, of the points that the teams did get, because it sets them up perfectly going into tomorrow with just 6 matches left to go. You can see 12 out of 18. Vampire, 26 points. I think what's important, though, besides the fact we talk about Donuts Viral, is Infinity IQ, man. They have had, I'd say, a rough day. They were around like 57 points. They were getting towards the bottom of our first page. And honestly, this is much needed 11 points to help shoot them back up into reach.
They are in reach of top 6 after that game, fully. Like, tomorrow they can make it happen. Of course, they need to try and follow it up with more results. It could happen, but not going to be too easy. So, though, on the second page, Alpha7 not able to get himself a follow-up after that strong, aggressive performance, but that's fine.
Lay into him. Come on, Max. Lay into him.
I'm in reach of 7, okay? I don't want to get in drama here. Don't look at me like that.
I'm like a little chihuahua.
What? Okay.
What? You just call yourself small.
I am short.
To be fair, you do talk a lot. You do bark sometimes, like a yappy dog.
Makes sense.
I'm down. I'm not speed. Anyways, go on.
Okay, well, again, 6 matches left to go here for these teams going into tomorrow. Now the question comes yet again. We saw some teams improve from yesterday to today. Will we continue to see teams, or other teams maybe even improve going into the final day? But also I could ask this, like if you're one of the teams down towards the very bottom of the leaderboards, you're fighting for prize money, right? Yeah. Realistically, you're not going to hop in a top 6, but this makes you a little bit unhinged and makes you a little bit more deadly for those teams around that bubble who are trying to break in a top 6.
Yeah, the thing is a lot of the teams at the bottom, even though they had maybe a bad day 1, day 2, are still in reach of the top 6, but they need to have a really good day. So they're just going to send everything they have to.
I feel like we've done this on PMPL so many times. Like, yeah, they still have a chance.
I mean,
mathematically, well, math's never been your strong suit.
I should not say that.
Yeah.
You can say it, but yeah. But technically, they could make it, right? So they're going to go back and say, okay, there's no other way for us to qualify in top 6 unless we have the biggest day ever. So they're just going to be like, okay, we're going to start breaching teams, maybe hot dropping, even though that very rarely happens at this level, and just try our best to get the best day possible here.
I kind of want to see the overalls, though, to be able to see which one of those teams can actually
give
a
you,
chance.
You will be granted.
Right
143, 33-point lead here for Vampire, considering I've been a little harsh on them today, but 60 placement points, 83 eliminations, 110 for DRS, Gladiator at 94, D+ at 89, Falcons at 85, Alpha7 at 79. So they, well, technically FaZe Clan, again, would be qualified because Alpha7 is in our top 6, and Alpha7 are already qualified to the main event.
And I think this is what you were talking about, Max. Teams like S2G, right? Teams like Viral, especially after those last 2 games, they've been able to just push themselves up in a big way. They would just need to come in hot tomorrow. And by hot, I mean being able to win a match and also back it up with a lot of elements.
I thought you were going to say coming in hot like what's outside. Because it is hot outside. It's like 43, 44 degrees Celsius. And
that's like 110 in Fahrenheit for the people watching in India.
Oh, what? Stop using Fahrenheit, okay? I don't understand those numbers. It's too complicated.
So I'm going to challenge actually production here. You know, we've been griping on Vampire a little bit today, a lot today.
Yeah.
Some of us more than others.
Whoa.
We've looked at yesterday versus today a couple of times. Let's look at it for a third and final time here. Vampire yesterday versus Vampire today. I think there was like a 3,000 damage difference. There was like 20 30 elimination less as well. I'm curious if that gap has closed quite a bit, and they're actually really close to their results from yesterday. I don't remember what they ended off point-wise at the end of day 1.
It would a lot of points.
I think they finished at like 140 odd now, right? And yesterday, I think they're around like the 70 marker.
It might have been.
They basically put up the same amount of points today as they did yesterday almost, which is even more impressive considering they only got the 1 chicken dinner, and yesterday they had the 2 right back to back.
I think they were like close to a 15-point average throughout yesterday. So they were definitely really high, but yeah, they've been able to get some good results.
That's the thing we were hinting at, right? They weren't able to get those chicken dinners like they were able to get yesterday, but we're still backing it up, even with just little elims here and there and some good placement points.
Well, you know what? Luckily for us, we also had some other teams step up, like your Alpha7, 7's favorite team, and we do luckily have an interview on the stage with Barney to talk to them and see how they've done, of course, over the course of these 2 days.
I'm joined by Pedrinho of Alpha7, and I'm also joined by Victor, who's going to help translate for us. Pedrinho, I just wanted to ask you, from yesterday to today, what have you changed, and did it make a big impact during day 2?
Ele quer saber o que mudou de ontem para hoje para ter impacto tão grande na jogabilidade.
A gente analisou muito o jogo dos times ontem e fizemos uma mudança no jogo de hoje para encaixar com o mesmo jogo que os times estão fazendo.
Yeah, we've analyzed a lot the games from the different teams, and we try to respond to them and make our game fit more with what they're doing and have a better reaction to the action in the map.
Well, I guess we have a bit of a curious question from a bunch of the casters also in the English talent section of this studio. They just want to know, which team has caused or given you the most trouble over the past 2 days of competition? Who have been like the toughest?
É uma pergunta de todo mundo da equipe. Qual time tem dado mais trabalho para vocês? Qual time está sendo mais difícil de responder?
Acredito que todos os times estão dando trabalho, mas atualmente a Vampire, por estar no topo da tabela, estão jogando muito bem e está sendo mais difícil de bater de frente.
Yeah, I believe that every team is a tough team in this championship, but definitely Vampire. That's why they're at the top of the game. That's why they're doing so well, and it's been really hard to respond to that.
Well, you also incorporated Senna back into the roster this year. I just want to know, has that changed any of the play style coming into large competitions like this? Have you shifted a lot?
Vocês retornaram com o Senab para a line, né? E como isso mudou a maneira como vocês jogam?
A volta do Senab foi muito importante, ele tem uma sinergia muito grande com o Carrilho e com os outros companheiros do time. E ele sabe jogar na sombra do Carrilho, não deixar o Carrilho morrer e fazer a função dele. E isso impactou muito na nossa line e é o que faltava para a gente voltar a conquistar os títulos.
Yeah, definitely his comeback to the team has helped us a lot. That's why we've won 2 tournaments this year already. He can be Carrilho's shadow, which is very important for us, as well as playing different roles when needed. And his impact was huge, and that's why we're here today.
Well, you're actually the only team who's already qualified for the main tournament later in this week. So we just want to ask, has that changed your approach to the All-Star Stage, or you're still out to win it?
Bom, vocês são o único time que já está qualificado para o torneio principal. E como isso muda a maneira como a Alpha7 joga? Isso afeta de alguma maneira a maneira como vocês estão lidando com os jogos atualmente?
A gente está jogando essa fase mais estudando os outros times, ficar de olho nos times que vão passar para a próxima fase para já saber o que eles vão fazer no main tournament.
Yeah, this phase is focused on studying. We're trying to understand what the top teams are doing so we can better answer what they present to us in the next phase. So we're taking it seriously. We want to win, but this is more of a place in which we're understanding their game to better prepare.
Gathering intel. I love to hear it. Well, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage, and we wish you the best of luck going into the final day of competition on the All-Stars stage tomorrow. Thank you so much. And with that being said, we only have one more day of competition on the All-Stars stage before we have to have our 6 qualified teams will make it through to the main tournament later this week. Thank you so much to everyone who's played a part in building this incredible event. Thank you so much to the players, the talent, and the production for putting all of this on. But most of all, thank you to all of you, the fans, who have been watching and cheering for all of your favorite teams from all over the world. Now, tomorrow, like I've already said, will be our final day of the All-Star stage. 6 teams will go into the main tournament and play for $2 million and everything that comes with it. So, my name is Banks, and this is Atik, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm not going to lie. When we were coming up with those questions, we totally expected a perfectly media-trained answer when we asked, you know, Eurolane team qualified going into the main event here in the All-Star stage. We totally expected the answer of, well, we're going to try to win because every tournament's important. No, to actually hear that they're trying to use this as a way to study, I think is kind of important. I think is also a sign of them looking at the bigger picture. Because obviously winning $125,000, you know, come on, I would take it.
Yeah.
But that's not the important thing for them. I think what's important for them is obviously PMGC down the line.
Yep.
This is their first really good look this year at playing against these international teams, PEL teams as well. This is like a big study moment for them to use in the PMGC to win the title of the best team in the world.
It is, but I think the main thing too that they need to worry about is that it's only going to be 6 teams from All-Stars that are going to be moving to the main event. They need to watch out because there's going to be 10 strong, and I mean very, very strong, as we've been hinting at, teams coming into main event, and that's what they need to be careful for. So if you're going to be trying out new stuff, if you're going to be studying, I feel like this is the perfect time. And we kind of have seen that right from Alpha7. I expected them to come in earlier today and actually start putting up a statement like how they usually do. They are a second-day team. They weren't able to do that until the very end, as they were able to get a chicken dinner in the first Miramar that we were able to play. So maybe tomorrow we'll start seeing a bit more of an Alpha7 actually wanting to push for that first place and that money.
Yeah, potentially that's going to be happening. That is good to see that they are in fact studying, because the thing is, these teams that qualify in the top 6, except for Alpha7, because they're already making it up there, right, 100% sure, is that they are also getting researched by the teams in the main tournament.
Yep.
And they have no chance to actually train those matches and be able to have that outlook on the teams actually playing these 3 days of All-Stars. So the fact they're already trying to look ahead is a really good thing to keep in mind, because they won't have a lot of time between All-Stars and main tournament because you have no break time.
Yeah, I think actually they're not even in a position to set the pace. I think the teams who are already in the main event will be setting the pace, and Alpha7 have to be focusing on the team to adapt to the style that's being brought to them, to the meta that's being brought to them in that main tournament. So they have to be quick to study, they have to be quick to learn if they want to be able to win.
I mean, if they're going to be talking about adaptive, if they're going to be talking about actually studying, I need to see a much better rotations out of them tomorrow. I feel like something that's been hindering throughout 2 days now, especially when they don't get favorable circles. They are still way too slow in rotating. They need to improve on that.
Yeah, the synergy is on point. I feel like the fragging power is currently 100% present. If they can just speed things up a little bit and get to POIs a little bit quicker, I feel like that would be the Alpha7 we wanted to see at the start of the event, and took it just a little bit of time, but they would be to the point we needed to see them be.
Okay, well, gentlemen, let's go ahead and end things off there and start to look towards now the end of the show here to get ready for what's coming up next. Now, we do have our Colonel's Choice brought to you by KFC here, and I'm curious if you guys have any prediction of what it might be.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I'm supposed to give it now, okay.
Well, if you say yeah, I have a prediction.
Yes, I do, yeah.
Forest. I think Forest is my go-to for me.
This isn't MVP, Max.
Oh.
It's a Colonel's Choice. This is a play.
Oh, a play. Okay.
Of the day.
Carrillo.
Carrillo's a good one.
3v1, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you can't not beat that on Trifecta. It has to be that.
You already locked in your choice, of Forest.
Yeah.
Didn't give any context to what play it was, so let's see if he's going to get lucky here. What is our Colonel's Choice here of the day, of day 2 of PMWI? Let's throw it up on the screen.
Let's see. Yes. Yeah. I mean, there was nothing that was able to top this too, especially with the ticker marking him right, like you were saying.
He was pressured.
He had to be able to perform and then being able to throw that molly as well.
Yeah, that's why you keep mollies on Sanhok. I mean, you just zone an entire building with one single molly. It's going to make it so much easier. You're forced to push out and didn't even push out at the end because the damage was too high.
Yep.
See, I don't even think necessarily that was, I mean, that I think for me was the play of the game, but it wasn't the play that was the important thing for me. It was seeing Carrillo back to like old school Carrillo, right? Seeing what we knew he could do. And if you give him that chance, he can take it and he can make an amazing play happen.
Nobody there to help you. You're just solo against the full team. You just need to take it on. Yeah.
Hopefully it's a confidence booster for him. I mean, it was a confidence booster, I feel like, because we started seeing a little bit more of a performance out of him today.
Yeah, I mean, big confidence boost, hopefully. I mean, he's been doing really good throughout today, so I just want to see that continue and transition into tomorrow. But Alpha7, I would say, are back to that point, and keep saying it, Alpha7 are a very momentum-based team, so it's just going to be hopefully bleeding also in the main tournament after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now it is time that I know. I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to predict. It's the save of the day, Max.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, he's jumping. No, I'm just kidding. It's the MVP brought to you by Kitty, the Kitty MVP of the day. You're going with Forrest?
Yes.
Who are you going with, 7?
Can't make up my mind. Somebody from DRS.
There's been a few, actually. Gianti, Delta, Killer. Yeah, could be.
Oh, Killer. Thank you.
You literally just helped him. Let's see, who is our MVP of the day here?
No!
Yeah!
No!
So Max is 0 for 2.
It's okay, Max. It's okay.
Shut up. I mean, really, it's not just Killer. The entire team has been doing extremely well, but almost reaching 3 average eliminations throughout today. Clearly, complete night and day from day 1 to day 2. And I want to see that continue, of course. That's what we're hoping to see for all the teams that have improved today. But DRS showing us why they were the 2nd best team in the world back in the PMGC Grand Finals of 2022.
23-minute survival time as well, and the 3 average eliminations per match. Like, they basically took what they did yesterday with surviving a long time, and they added in the eliminations.
Yeah, we're talking about Alpha7 with momentum. I kind of want to see DRS continue that momentum into tomorrow, because if they can continue to perform well and improve every single day, that is going to be a scary team going into a main event.
I truly believe, and this is maybe me jumping the gun a little bit on DRS, but I feel like if they're making the main tournament, which seems likely with what we've seen so far, they have what it takes maybe to go up against the big teams in the main tournament. Like that playstyle is just that good from them.
I thought you were going to predict them to be top 3 main event.
I mean, they've done it in PMGC. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, they've done it in PMGC.
Max.
S2G won PMGC, and they're not even in top 7. They're not even on the front page.
That's a special case.
You know, I feel like I'm not going to make you predict anymore, Max. I feel like you're just going to dig yourself a hole even more. So instead of actually asking our predictions for this, we're just going to take a look at our save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, and see what was able to go down as I save Max. So maybe I'm a little bit of a guardian angel here. No?
No. Not adding anything to that.
Okay, that's cool. Let's take a look. Let's see what it's going to be.
Alpha7 again?
Oh, after he pushed on Falcons. Yes.
This was a great play, though.
Yeah. It was Falcons that came after this one. Oh, it's just
Wait, no. Oh.
He rushed him in the smoke. What a play.
Hey,
it was before
crucial.
that. It was before that. Wouldn't get a chance
I mean, to be honest, if they don't get the res there, they don't win the fight against Falcons, don't win the fight against Donors Varels, they don't win the game. Pretty important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib save.
What a bro.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, 7, funny enough, you did ATV riding here last year, which won't be our ride of the day. Don't worry, because that was not a good ride of the day. And I don't know which hospital you went to, but did it happen to be that one?
It actually was, and it was really, really nice. The staff was awesome to me. But I'm just going to disappear as I get flashbacks of me just falling off an ATV. It was a sad moment. Yeah.
He's actually not disappearing. He's just stepping off his box, just to let you guys know.
Oh, yeah, I can come back up now.
Oh, man. It sucks being tall, because, like, I'm not on a box. You know, normally when I work desks, I have to actually sit because I'm too tall. But we got boxes here. We got boxes on boxes on boxes. We're not going to talk about how many he's got under him, but he's got
until you see how tall I'm going to be tomorrow.
Just every day getting taller and taller and taller.
Every Alpha7 win, an extra box comes in.
I like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Man.
Yeah.
All right, well, we do have one more today, and this I'm also not going to challenge you on.
Forrest, no, okay.
It actually could be. That's the funny thing. The one I'm not going to have you predict on could be it. Okay. You ready?
Yeah. I mean, what are you going for?
So it's going to be our ride of the day presented by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. And I'm actually curious what it's going to be because we did have a couple of ride buys that were fantastic, a couple of runovers as well. Let's take a look at what it's going to be today. I don't know which team it's going to be, though. I remember one that stands out. but I don't want to predict it because I don't want to be wrong.
We had DRS that did one.
I was thinking about DRS
The thing is that
too.
I don't know who was controlling the car, so I think it's that. It has to be DRS.
Oh,
BTR.
Bigetron. We didn't even get a chance to actually see this. I don't remember.
No. Oh, what? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
A fadeaway.
in the car. That's
Oh, we got more than one.
Oh. Oh, we got multiple.
So maybe we should clarify. It's the rides of the day, I guess.
Multiple rides of the day.
Ooh.
That's the one I was thinking of.
GG's.
And that one.
And that one.
Ah.
Where's the DRS ones? It's going to happen. No way.
Oh gosh. That boy had no chance.
That was the full push on from them.
That one.
Oh
that last one right there won it for me.
You know, to be fair, I think going forward, maybe at some point, we should actually give extra points for runovers.
And
You know, you
style
get 1
points.
point per elimination, maybe get 2 points per runover.
Just drop the weapon.
How about style points?
3 points for a pan.
Oh. You know how many teams would actually try to go for it? Especially at the end, like 4v1? That would have been fun.
Oh, we need to
we have seen a
qualify
pan
bars
before. I think it was last year, wasn't it? I can't remember. I think it was
the only
last
one I
year.
remember, we had a finish that happened ages ago. I think it was in Indonesia.
Yep.
And it was a pan finish.
You just threw it out
Just
random
threw
and
it
it actually hit
bonk.
somebody?
Yeah, got him.
Is that the sound it made?
Yeah, bonk. That's pretty accurate. Yeah.
You didn't see this, but I don't know. Maybe you did see it. It's not quite a pan, but we can see what kind of sound it makes. Maybe it's going to make a French
Stone
sound.
Cold Steve Austin.
I think it would be pretty
I wanna
accurate to
do
the
it so
sound,
bad.
actually, yeah.
Well, you know what? We wouldn't be able to be here without STC Play here, bring us the analysis desk, bring us here to Saudi Arabia as well, so we can make sure to have some fun here and hopefully bring you some analysis paired and sprinkled with some fun, and some of it at the expense of Maxman.
Forrest. Wait, was it? Did I mess it up? Okay, sorry.
I think it's actually coming up.
Oh, wait.
I think he's gonna wake up in the middle of the night and just like from a dream, a nightmare, and just be like, Forrest!
It's him! He's back!
Da, 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 da. All right. Well, you know what, gentlemen? I want to end off the day by asking, you have any particular highlights that stood out to you today?
Do we not say DRS?
Yeah. I thought you were going to say Forrest, to be fair.
That one time you actually had a chance.
Yeah, the one time you had the
one
chance
time
to
I
actually use Forrest properly.
I love messing up segments. That's what I do best. No, really, DRS for me. We had so many improvements, and the fact they improved significantly on the aspects of the game we mentioned, and they've been retaining that great macro rotation early game and starting to be a lot more aggressive in the late game. For me, they're going to be qualifying with this playstyle if nothing changes tomorrow, and main tournament, they could also do really well with this approach.
I think for me, it has to be Vampire Esports. The way they were able to finish off the day, especially after, in a way, we kind of started doubting them a little bit. Even though they were able to perform really, really well today, if we actually go back and look at the numbers, it's a great statement to everybody else saying, hey, we're in first place for a reason.
Don't forget about us. We're still here, you know? I mean, the desk might forget about it. Sertani told us about that, and we had to remind them to shut up and look at our Rolexes on our wrists. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to end up our second day here at PMWI, the All-Star Stage. But we still have one more day of the All-Star Stage left before we find out which 6 or maybe 7 teams will be joining the main tournament with $2 million on the line. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
they're gonna let you down, down, down. Begin to see you fall to pieces. Bring joy to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge them?
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune.
sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, follow the leader. Got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Line sinker, follow the leader.